Alright, so this stream is starting off, as so many of them do, on Harlden Bank. I always wonder, I'll have to watch the recording at some point. I'm never sure if, YouTube starts picking it up when I press start stream, or if, I have to wait a second. Either way. Yeah, so we are starting off, as usual, on the bank character. So, I'm going to be going through my shopping list and making sure I have everything set up. Now, because it is just a 10 to 60 run, and thankfully I can reuse a lot of stuff, I don't have quite as much prep to do. One thing I was smart enough to get done before I, started the stream is I did go ahead and get all of my heirlooms prepared. Because that's one of those where a lot of times I'll end up kind of running around like a chicken with its head cut off, trying to grab all the heirlooms I need, and it takes forever. That much I have gotten done. The consumables I still need to go and grab. Hello, Azaro. Good to see you. You were first. That was quite fast, actually. But okay. So, consumables and stuff. Let's see, I'll probably use this section over here. That seems good. I should also note for general, what build and stuff I'm going to be running. Also, before I forget to, since this is Kuan was second. No, Subcool. The shoulders are currently bugged, and you can't put enchants on them. Same with the pants. So, unfortunately, no, it is not possible. If you have them already on an item, you can, still use the enchant, but yeah, so I've said a few times now that I will eventually make an heirloom guide, but that has still not been fixed. How a bug that blatant has not been fixed at this point in the expansion, I honestly have no idea. It's one of those, literally any intern at Blizzard over the past... How many months has it been now? It's been 11 months that it has been broken. We're getting close to a full year of it being bugged. And not a single person at Blizzard has noticed or bothered to fix it, which is pretty annoying. It's one of those where I've said before I might actually just need to make a video about it, because I, at this point, don't see how else it gets changed. It's just, they clearly just don't give a shit, so unless people actually start saying, hey, are you ever going to fix your game? And, let people use enchants on their heirlooms, I just don't really think they care enough to actually make those changes. So, sorry about that. Miss Dust Bunny said, I like cats. I also like cats. I mean, really, who doesn't like cats, though? Let's be honest. Okay. And, so as people are trickling in, I'm, of course, doing setup for this, so I'm just trying to focus on this a little bit, because I don't really know how long this run's going to take. So I'm kind of trying to just make sure I focus, buckle down, get all this stuff sorted, because, with a normal speedrun, it's generally pretty easy for me to say, oh, this run's probably going to take X amount of time. The unfortunate reality, I mean, I guess fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you look at it, is there is really no set time frame that a rogue speedrun could go for. We're kind of in uncharted territory here. My time to beat is, technically speaking, 11 hours, which, obviously, I know I'm going to do faster than that. But, obviously, considering how poorly the last rogue speedrun went, even though it was under, strange conditions, I'm still nervous, and I still want to make sure that things actually go well. Okay, I can keep Ghost Elixir. Oh crap. Do I have my Agi stuff on a different character? I might have my Agi stuff on a different character. That would mean I need to go hunting for it, and I really do not want to have to do that, but I might have to. I might have no other choice. And at least get my runes. I do have my Hyper Augment runes. I can stash that away. Let me just put all my intellect stuff away first and make sure I'm only messing around with stuff. Because I did just mail over a bunch of caster things from the Warlock speedrun that we did the other week. I was just cleaning that up before we started. I don't need any Dragonflight items because this is only up to 60. Don't need Elixir of Greater Intellect. Drums of Deathly Ferocity I will need. I have Drums of Fury. Do I have any extra Drums of Fury? Not appear that I do. I'm also just going to take the Old War BOEs that I have and just throw them in here. Might as well. What's the bug specifically? The shoulder enchant not working, or working but you have to do it on a high level? Yeah, so what Kuan said is basically what the bug is. It does not work at all. That's the issue with the shoulder enchant. Same with the pants. It is, no matter what you do, impossible to apply like the shoulder enchant, the correct one, and the pants enchant. So the enchant that I have in my pants right here, plus 7 agi, plus 4 crit, and like this shoulder enchant, plus 5 agi, plus 2 crit, these do not work. Like, you cannot use these enchants. Now, I applied these enchants way back when, right? A very long time ago, so they still work. But if you were to try to use this exact same enchant now, due to the Dragonflight pre-patch scaling, it's fucked. And you cannot use it. It's like it requires level 32, but it can only be used on items that are item level 50 or lower. And with the new scaling changes, heirlooms will always be higher than item level 50, significantly higher than item level 50 by the time you are level 32. So there is just not a single level in the game where those enchants are even possible to use. And I'm not going to like dive into the subject again because it gets brought up like every other stream, and I understand why. I get it. A lot of people see me using these enchants. They want to learn how to use it themselves, and because the game is fucked, they can't. So I understand why it keeps getting brought up. But inevitably, whenever we have this discussion, somebody will chime in with, oh, it's clearly an intentional effort by Blizzard to remove the enchants and make them not usable by leveling. And the simple debunking thing to that is no, because they still work on items, and it is possible for Blizzard, very easily so, to make it so enchants are just permanently disabled. They can just pick an enchant and say, this will not work. If it's applied to any item, it just stops working. And that is not what happens here. I can still get the full value, and I'm not going to show it again. I've done this before. You can see if you equip it, you do get the plus 7 agi, plus 4 crit, so you get the benefit of the stats. It's not like it's just a, defunct value on these items. These enchants are working. It just does not work because of scaling issues. And it is very clearly not intentional from Blizzard, but they haven't fixed it. So why would they intentionally do that? They didn't intentionally do that. It's okay. I will say this once, and then I will just say, like, I gotta move on, because I inevitably get asked about this a lot. It's not intentional. What ended up happening is in Dragonflight, or rather, we have to go back to Shadowlands for this, right? In Shadowlands, when they added Chromie Time and they did the item level squish, they rescaled everything down. And back in Shadowlands Chromie Time, everything scaled up to item level 50. So when you reached level 50, which was the max level during the Shadowlands pre-patch, you were roughly item level 50 in leveling gear. And then I think Nyalotha gear, because we were still in BFA at the time, went up to like 120 something. So the cap for everything pre-Shadowlands was 50, and then Shadowlands started scaling after that. Now, of course, by the end of Shadowlands, we got to item level 300. And now, by the end of leveling up through Chromie Time in Dragonflight, through the changes, when they rescaled the item level again, you now go up to like item level 100 something. It's like 100 something, 200 something, I forget. It's within that range, right? And they also kind of rebalanced how item level scales at lower levels. So it actually scales much more aggressively, which in some ways is good, because what that means is your character is stronger at lower levels relative to how it was before, in like Shadowlands. So it actually makes leveling a bit easier. Unfortunately, while they did rescale heirloom item level and actual, like, green world drop item level, they were really, 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 really lazy when they redid the scaling in Dragonflight. They rescaled a few things, and then they just completely ignored like half of the items in the game. Whereas in Shadowlands, while there was a lot of things Blizzard did wrong in Shadowlands, one thing they were pretty thorough about is they covered like everything in the item level squish. They really didn't miss much. Initially, they missed like 1 or 2 items, and they were very quick about fixing that. In Dragonflight, they said, yeah, how hard can it be to do it again? Assigned an intern to it. This is speculation, right? But given how it turned out, pretty safe. And then they only updated a few values and left everything else in Shadowlands values. So what you end up happening is that now armor, including heirlooms, is scaling at Dragonflight item levels, but because enchants were just completely neglected in the Dragonflight changes, they are now still scaling on Shadowlands requirements, both on Shadowlands level requirements and Shadowlands item level requirements. And now because of that oversight by Blizzard, there's just a complete mismatch, and we get cases like this where certain enchants are simply impossible to apply. So, they kind of need to fix that because it's pretty bad. Really not great that certain items just literally cannot be used. Who knows? Maybe they do something, maybe they don't. Hello, Oxara Luna. Hello, Joshua B. Crofts. Hello, Zach. Good to see you. Zach, we had an incident on one of the streams last week when you weren't there, where some people decided to spam choice words in the chat. So I'm glad you were here, because it was definitely, just kind of unlucky timing that nobody happened to be around. So I just had to ban all of that on my own. But I am definitely glad that you are here today. I will need to sort that out. I should note that I did not get time during the week to put together a chatbot or like moderator bot thing. I meant to do that, ran out of time, is what it is. Definitely still planning on doing it. It's just one of those things, right, where at the moment, obviously, literally within the 24 hours after finishing last weekend's stream, I was putting together the world record speedrun attempt. I even say as much within the speedrun itself. It says you're a standard moderator now. I don't know if there's things I can change for that. Please start. Yeah. I think standard moderator is like the highest, it looks like. I think that's just a rename. Because, I can only remove your standard moderator status. I can't actually give you anything else. So I'm guessing that they added a level below standard moderator and then just made the regular moderator standard moderator. I have no idea. I'm assuming that's a back-end thing on YouTube. I have been looking into getting, a chat, robot moderator, whatever one of those things are. I don't know, for, commands and obviously blocking certain words that literally, why would anybody not have them auto-blocked? But apparently YouTube doesn't. But I'll have to do that before next stream. As I said, I was doing the world record speedrun and then another thing, and yeah, just ended up taking a while. Okay, so let me get this set up. Let me just quickly read through comments, and then I'm going to try to start the run. Oh, I see. Jesus. A few people. Jesus Christ. Do you want the Nyalotha BOE ring for the level 50 bracket? I won't be using it for this run, but if you have one, Chori, and you want to send it to me for any potential future 10 to 60 really fast speedrun attempts, maybe I'll use it. But it's up to you, obviously. Because I'm pretty sure those are worth a lot. So if you have a valuable BOE, you can just send it to me. Or you don't have to send it to me. I meant to say, you could just sell it, right? You do not have to send it to me, right? Just at that point, sell that shit, right? You don't need to give it to me. Okay, let's this. Let me just hold on. Which people would, whatever. Just trying to, okay, bear with me a little bit. I want to try to get this run set up as early as possible, and then I can start to read chat, as I go through. Why is my price, I usually have it from lowest, healing. I'm just going to try to get most of this done. I have most of the items I need. And unfortunately, one of the other things you'll notice is there is at least a minor slow mode enabled. So that is partially a holdover from the last stream, but all I will say without drawing attention to people who clearly desperately need it in life is that it seems that I will unfortunately still need to keep the slow mode in place for now. I wish that I didn't need to, and maybe later on in the stream, you know, I can think about disabling it because I don't like to have a slow mode on, but it is just kind of an unfortunate necessity. Especially when my attention is split and I'm not able to, like, immediately react to things said in chat. Because then we get situations like last week, which, you know, if you weren't there last week, count yourself lucky because it wasn't a fun experience for anybody. Let's see, alright. So I need my Darkmoon Fair quest items. Just go ahead and double check my list. So I have Captured Insignia, Soothsayer's Runes, and Moonfang's Pelts. Banner of the Fallen. I need Fallen Adventurer's Journal. And I have Captured Insignia, Mysterious Grimoire. Imbued Crystal. No shit. Are there really no imbued crystals in the auction house? Oh, well, that's fucking tragic. That's whatever. I don't know why, it is always imbued crystal that I seem to struggle finding in the auction house. It's the last day of the Darkmoon Fair, and I forgot to buy these items ahead of time. It's not really that big of a deal. In fact, I'm actually not even going to use the Moonfang's Pelt for this run. Just save my money on that. For just a generic rogue speedrun, it's whatever. Ornate weapon, and that should be everything. What I could also do is save the quest items until after I copy this character over to the PTR. Oh yeah, that's something I forgot to mention. So, sorry you had some toxic people. Look, it happens. Unfortunately, that's just the internet, right? You know, no matter what you do, you're going to have people who think it's hilarious, right? There's on Kasgrov. I mean, I could server hop, that would just take way too much time and then moving it over. Am I still playing hardcore? Not actively, no. And not necessarily because I stopped enjoying hardcore, it's just, you know, I said this last week, basically, but I got up to level 45, and I just kind of kept meaning to continue playing, and I just have not had the time. I've been way too busy doing other stuff because I'm finishing up my Wrath Classic guides for the ICC patch, the dungeon stuff, and once that's done, I pretty much immediately need to jump into the 10.2 guides, and who knows how long that's going to take. And then, of course, I need to start actually preparing for 10.2 myself, because, you know, as a raider, there's usually a lot of stuff that you need to do. Okay, I'm missing a decent amount of quest items. Grandfathered stuff, people who knew about the item scaling, put enchants on gear, yeah. And it wasn't one of those things where, like, I didn't even realize until it already happened, so I didn't scramble and put enchants on every item. There's, in fact, a few specific heirlooms that I still don't have enchanted. It's Boomkin and Caster Shaman heirlooms I do not have enchanted shoulders or pants for. So I have no, like, intellect pants or intellect shoulders, and I also don't have any, like, intellect leather pants and shoulders, because I never leveled a Boomkin before, so I never really thought to do it. It doesn't really matter, but it did mean that for the Boomkin speedrun, I technically had, like, 10 less intellect than I should have, roughly. Which doesn't really make a huge deal, but something worth noting, I suppose. You need Fern Beast's help for hardcore. Yeah, you are really invaluable help Fern Beast. Thank you so much for that. First thing I should do is... I'm gonna get my other two... What the fuck? I think I must not have clicked 29 to 31. Leather I have gloves, boots, I need bracers, and belt. So, belts, nimble climbers. Sure. And wrist. Bindings of the depths. Perfect. So that's that stuff covered, and then I have my speed gems that I'll need to put. In fact, do I use both? I think for low levels, I can probably... by this point I'll have flying. I think I'll just use Straddling Viridium, and then I'll use another agility gem. I really haven't been loving the second agility gem. I'm blind. Yeah, here we go. Agility... It's Leviathan's Eye, right? Yeah, Leviathan's Eye of Agility. I'll just throw that in there. This socketed. I think this is most stuff. I'm missing one or two low-level consumables, so bear with me. I know I haven't read a few messages in chat. Like, I will get around to everybody. Just, I want to make sure I have everything. That way I can start the run ASAP. I really don't want to wait super long for this one, because like I said before, it's a rogue speedrun. I have never done a serious rogue speedrun, and we know that they are slow, based on my, the little testing that I have done. Which means that it's kind of impossible to say exactly how long this will take. So I want to just get this show on the road ASAP. That way, if things end up taking a really, really, really long time, I have, well, actual time to do that. Okay, weapon runes. I have Shadowcore Oil. Yep. I need Dual Rider's Barding. I need bags, so containers, these, Azreef Expedition, I'll buy 4 of these. Then reagent bag, Chrono Cloth. Alright, that's that covered. Augment runes, I have both of them. I do not have Draft of 10 lands. That's just, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. One thing I will check is if any of my characters are close at all to being able to get a Paragon box for draft, and if they are, I'll just quickly do that, but otherwise I'm not even gonna bother, because, yeah, it's just a lot of time and effort for that. Let's see, healing potions, I can probably still get lesser healing potions times 10. Why not? Damage pots. Potion of the Tolvir I'm missing. Potion of the Tolvir. Let's buy just 20. Safe bets. Potion of Unbridled Fury I have. Potion of Phantom Fire I have. And yeah, that's that. Darkmoon Firewater I need. Alright, Darkmoon Firewater. 20. Mongoose. By 20. I have Ghost Elixir. I need Greater Flask of the Currents. Flask of the Currents. Another 20 of those. And Spectral Power I have. Alright, food, lemon herb fillet, yes. Bear tartare, yes. Alright, drums, fury, deathly ferocity. I have goblin gliders, I have gun shoes, I have XA1000s, I have speed pots, shimmer scale diving suits, swim speed potions, war scrolls, battle shout fort, that's all I need for these. And sanguine hibiscus times 5. And what else? I guess I can get the Darkmoon Profession items, why not? Red dye. Dye. Course. And then simple flower times 5. That is everything. Yep, that is everything. Alright. Let me just double check, make sure I didn't miss anything. Scroll, scroll, scroll. It is just the experience potions that I'm missing from my usual items. Is Darkmoon Fair up? Yes, Darkmoon Fair is up for one more day. Psionic Panda said, "Hello, Haraldin. I would like to inform you that Rogue does not have Force of Nature to help you level." Yeah, honestly, out of a lot of the different classes, Rogue could definitely use something akin to Force of Nature. Because it really needs it. It's definitely a shame it does not have that in its toolkit. What experience potion is there? There is Draft of the 10 Lands. Draft of the 10 Lands gives you a slight boost to your experience. Let's put that stuff in there. Sanguine Hibiscus, and that's just about everything. Okay, so the last thing I'll do, I did check Wowhead. There is an Honor-Bound Emissary up, which means that if any of these characters have very high Honor-Bound rep and are close to a Paragon box, I can very easily get 5 potions, but if they don't, then I won't bother. Yeah, so I just saw Infinic. Yes, there is it's just a 5-second slow mode. The only reason it's there is because if there is no slow mode whatsoever, then people can dump 20 messages in like a millisecond before I have a chance to react. Technically speaking, I could just put like a 1-second slow mode, but 5 seconds I think is still low enough that it's not going to meaningfully affect anybody's ability to chat. But if somebody does try to spam, it'll give me a little bit more time to catch that. Do I have enough time or enough reputation from the Honor-Bound Emissary to get that? I'm not sure if that would be enough. Let me check my Demon Hunter. I don't think 5k would be given by the reward. What is Force of Nature? Force of Nature is a Boomkin talent. Let Outlaw summon pirates instead of trees. That would be pretty cool. Like a little pirate crew cooldown that summons little pirates that tank for you. Honestly, I'd be down for that. Let's see if you'll be, yeah, 5 hours behind chat this run. Hopefully not. There we go. Yeah, my stupid, this Warcraft Rumble promotion is the most annoying thing ever. It sends you a million copies of this stupid Rumble purse over and over and over. Okay, what's my reputation at? Honor-Bound 5? This might be enough. Let me double check my warrior to see how far along it is. Spam protection for Mizzen, please? Yeah, I wish. I might just try the shit on my Demon Hunter to see if that's enough. Hell, I could even get an Honor-Bound contract or something. Just to see if that speeds things up whatsoever. You love getting mail for a mobile game you're never going to play or ever had interest in playing. Yeah, I should note, because I think I've only ever talked about this in my Discord and never on stream. Do not play Warcraft Rumble. It is cash grab garbage. And I'm saying that as somebody who played the beta and the soft release. So I will give Blizzard... I'm not going to give them any credit, but I will give the dev team behind the game some credit, not the company itself. The people working on Warcraft Rumble clearly have a lot of passion for the game, and a lot of like the core gameplay mechanics and stuff were interesting. And I say were, right? There was some potential there. And when I played the closed beta, I remember thinking, okay, you know what? This actually seems kind of decent. This might be a good game. And then the soft release happened, which, you know, anybody who got into the beta automatically got into the soft release. And I can tell you right now, it is just simply not a game worth playing. They took any potential that it might have had to be an actual good game and just pumped it full of microtransactions that would make Diablo Immortal blush. It's fucking bad. Do not touch this game. It's kind of depressing because, I don't know, I guess, like, maybe Diablo Immortal had some promise too. I genuinely think this game could have been good if they had actually just tried to make it a good game, instead of just saying, yeah, we're going to go for, like, everybody's money. But holy shit, it is just transparent greed. The moment you get, like, 30 minutes into the game, it's basically like, fuck you, pay money. Just do not support that whatsoever. I have seen some people say, well, I'm going to try it up until I hit a wall, and then I will stop playing. And you know what? It's fair. I guess I can understand wanting to give it a shot at the very least. I mean, hell, that was my opinion on it in the beta. Admittedly, I gave it a shot because, you know, this is what I do, right? So I wanted to at least, like, be able to test it to let other people know whether or not it was worth playing, right? And I can tell you it is not, right? But I really don't even think it's worth your time. Especially, I do want to give the very clear warning of, do not play this game, because not only is it, like, obviously super microtransaction heavy, it's also just predatory as hell, right? That much you can kind of expect from Blizzard at this point. Like, Diablo Immortal does the same shit, but you know those things from Diablo Immortal that everybody laughed at, where it's like, get this bundle now, 8,000% value, goes away in 24 hours, buy before it's gone. The game is riddled with that. It's all over the place, but it's worse. And it has, like, a gacha system in place, but it's not even, like, an interesting gacha system. It's just basically a, fuck you, pay ridiculous amounts of money to get a minor stat boost and watch this little number go up ever so slightly more. And that would be fine if, like, the game itself actually still let you progress, but the entire difficulty of the game is overcoming blatantly overtuned and unoriginal challenges that just require you to brute force it with stats. So, you know, some, like, I don't like to defend gacha games across the board, but I've said before, I've been playing Honkai Star Rail, and I've been enjoying that game, and one of the nice things about that game is if you just want to play through the campaign, you know, it's pretty fine. Like, you do not need to spend any money whatsoever. It's chill, right? There's the gacha thing there for people who want to, like, attempt the bonus endgame challenges, if you want to, like, unlock different characters and play around with that. But the actual game is good, and the actual game, you can just play through the entire thing without spending a dime. There is, like, no story or substance or anything to Warcraft Rumble. It is literally just, like, missions that get more and more difficult over time, and then eventually, you just hit a wall. And you either grind for a ridiculous amount of time, because the, like, regular amount of experience that the game actually gives you is absurdly low. It's honestly insulting, or you pay them, you know, an absurd amount of money to actually be able to make any meaningful progress. It is awful. Am I competing in the OTK mock? No, fuck no. Definitely not. Yeah. Not only do I have, like, zero interest in doing any sort of classic hardcore PvP stuff, but I wouldn't do any, like, weird, I don't know, streamer. I'm guessing it's one of those, like, you know, streamer tournaments where a bunch of people, like, just fucking make characters to kill off in Makaras or whatever for content. And no, that does not sound interesting to me. There's also been, like, a million different Makara tournaments already. I don't think they're fucking interesting. Honestly, classic dueling I don't really think is fun at all. Makara is, like, mildly entertaining to watch when there's a reason, but if it's just Makara for the sake of Makara, at that point you're literally just watching a classic duel tournament with, I would want to say higher stakes, but the reality is, if it's a tournament for content, there really isn't higher stakes, because everybody there is already only doing it for the content, right? If you're signing up, you're expecting your character to die, I would imagine, otherwise you're stupid. So anyone, you know, who is going in there realistically is already accepting that their character is dead, so it is just a generic dueling tournament, and you probably created the character for the sole purpose of potentially competing. Yeah, that doesn't sound interesting to me, both to play in or to watch, but, you know, to each their own, I suppose. Anyone can join. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, doesn't sound interesting to me. You think the prize is quite a lot of money? Who cares? All right. At that point, then I guess people are watching just because big number attached to it. Like I said, doesn't sound interesting. Moving on. Clash Royale is the same thing. Only the people that pay can compete in it, but it was fun when it came out. Yeah, so I actually, after playing Warcraft Rumble, I did a bit of research into Clash Royale. It wasn't something that I ever personally played before. I had a few friends in high school who played it, but like it wasn't one of those things where I actively watched them play it and I knew anything about it. I just know they had mentioned to me that they played Clash Royale. So I knew it existed. I didn't really know much of it, but then when I started playing the beta for Warcraft Rumble, I heard comparisons to Clash Royale, and I was like, maybe I should go look into this game to see what it's actually like. And I definitely see the comparisons, and one of the main things that I did start hearing as I looked into it is that it was very pay to win. The unfortunate thing about Warcraft Rumble, which is just kind of baffling too, is it's PvE focused, like player versus endgame, the computer, right? It's not even PvP based. So the reality of a game like Clash Royale, from what I can see, is because it is mostly PvP, obviously, if one person pays money, then everybody else is going to feel kind of forced to pay money in order to keep up. It's like an endless arms race, right? But while Warcraft Rumble does have PvP, Blizzard themselves advertise that as not being the main focus. And one of the other kind of more insulting elements of the entire game that really pissed me off is they tried to market it as it's the anti-whaling mobile game, which is just hilarious coming from Blizzard. And I feel dumb that I even believe they would even try to commit to that. And I think probably early on they were going to. But it seems that was more of a marketing ploy than anything, because when it became clear that there was zero hype for the game whatsoever, they just said, okay, we do cash grab stuff now, and then just completely dropped the facade of, we're going to try to do anti-whaling policies. One of the main changes, for the record, that they made with the soft release is they removed all of the anti-whaling measures completely. When does the speedrun start? When it's ready. So, stop asking. Right. Right, obviously, you know, I want to start the speedrun as quickly as I can. There are just things that I need to do. It's not a matter of, I'm going to start the speedrun next time. I'm doing prep right now. I'm trying to get experience potions, right? So, I'm not just sitting here doing nothing. We are doing prep work for it. Anyways. Yeah, so all of the anti-whaling features for Warcraft Rumble are gone. The game is just transparently greedy and filled with microtransactions. It is just not worth your time whatsoever. And one of the other problems where, like I said, it's just missed opportunity is they genuinely could have just made it so the PvP was super pay to win, and I'm sure a lot of people would have wailed on it, but they made the PvE, like, actually accessible to new players. But speaking as somebody who has beaten every single mission in the PvE mode, in the closed beta, I honestly got, like, completely stuck midway through the camp. Not even midway. I got, like, stuck a quarter of the way through the easy mode campaign. And when I say easy mode, there's, like, it's more of a regular mode, and then there is a optional hard mode later on. Technically, I have never played the hard mode. It was not available content when I played in the closed beta. They've apparently added it, but it's locked behind the entire normal campaign. So I beat all of the normal missions. I beat basically all of the content that was available within the closed beta version of the game. And I played it for like 3 hours on the soft release. And I hit a complete brick wall at like, I forget which mission it was. It was around like a quarter through the normal campaign. And it was like, I either need to start grinding for literal hours or I need to pay money. And honestly, I'm going to be real, most people are probably going to hit a brick wall much earlier, considering other friends that I know who also got into the closed beta, they didn't even get past, like, mission 10. They got to mission 10, hit a brick wall, and said, fuck this, I'm not going to spend 2 hours grinding just to play it. So, if you want to play it until you hit a brick wall, as I've heard a lot of people say, yeah, I don't even have close to enough experience for this, or reputation for this, do I? What is it? Honor bound? Yeah, fuck it. It's And I don't have enough war medals. Okay, we're just going without experience potions. In that case, I have everything. Oh well. We're missing 10% XP. I would have liked to have that, but it's not crucial. Rumble is on main WoW. I don't know what that means. Unless you mean they're advertising it on, like, actual World of Warcraft, which, like, yes, I'm aware they're doing that. Yeah, I don't know. The whole Warcraft Rumble thing is just... Oh, all I can hope with Warcraft Rumble is that it comes out and it gets just as bad, if not a worse reception to Diablo Immortal in terms of, like, the backlash. And I'm going to be completely honest, I don't think it's going to perform nearly as well as Diablo Immortal, because at least Diablo has, like, brand recognition. You know, technically they've slapped the Warcraft tag onto something that has nothing to do with anything Warcraft related. It is, you know, the characters and stuff, that the skin of the game is a Warcraft game, but at the very least you could argue that Diablo Immortal is a Diablo-esque game. So even though it was a pretty transparent cash grab, some people who like Diablo may have still been willing to pay money for it. I genuinely don't know if there's an actual audience for Warcraft Rumble. I think if it wasn't so transparently greedy, some people, like myself, would have been willing to give it a shot and, like, try it out. But, you know, obviously a game that I may have potentially somewhat enjoyed, I am now saying stay away from, because whenever you try to just siphon money out of your customer base, that's just fucked, right? But I think as a result, it's probably going to completely tank. And the only thing that I can hope is that Blizzard maybe realizes that at a certain point, if you are way too fucking greedy, you are just not going to profit from that. Who knows, though? Maybe I'm just going to have egg on my face, and it's going to end up being this ultra-successful mobile game that makes a ton of money, despite being complete fucking horseshit. But we can hope that there's some justice in the world, right? Who knows? Diablo Immortal honestly wasn't too bad of a game in spite of the cash grab stuff. Yeah, actually, and that's another... I can't believe I'm defending Diablo Immortal, but when I stopped playing Diablo Immortal, it wasn't actually because I hit a brick wall. I stopped playing Diablo Immortal because I got, like, a decent way through the campaign, and then I just kind of got bored, really. Like, I mean, honestly, I just did not find Diablo Immortal fun. I know some people who do play it, so there's definitely some merit there, I guess. There are people who I know who enjoy Diablo Immortal, and I can understand why that core gameplay loop may be appealing. But I stopped playing it just because I stopped having fun, right? You know, I was not enjoying it, and I gave up. But the game, I think, was actually fairly well balanced when I played it, in terms of, like, it didn't feel like I needed to spend money, and I was actually getting rewards at a decent rate. Now, I am sure that there would have been a point, probably much later on, where I hit that wall of, like, you need to spend money now. But the problem with Warcraft Rumble, and this is, I mean, kind of a designer issue, is they kind of punch you in the gut pretty early and say, you need to pay money. Now, early on, I think, and this is kind of like the fallacy that I went through, I'm like, oh, I just need to do a few quests. I need to do a bit of grinding to get past this wall. And like I said, I beat every single mission in the base campaign, and it required a shit ton of mindless grinding. And I did that in the beta because my point of view of it was like, okay, at that stage, you couldn't really pay. You could still kind of, even in the closed beta, pay to, like, get progress, but it wasn't completely pay to win. So my view of it initially was like, well, I think it's a game in beta, right? It's probably just not super well fleshed out yet. I'll cut it some slack. I'm assuming that they're going to have other ways to earn experience later on. So I actually continued powering through the ridiculous grind because I'm like, you know, this is probably going to be fixed with the initial launch, and I want to see the rest of the game to know if there is any merit to it. So I powered through all of that. I think this is what I need to send for that. Unfortunately, well, as you probably know based on everything I've said, that is not the case. In fact, it was even worse. Not only did they not fix any of the ridiculous grind issues that I ran into, all they did was add more grind and more ways to pay money. And when I say more, infinitely more ways to pay money to skip the grind. So it still has all of the same issues that I ran to in closed beta with more added on top of it, as if it wasn't enough. But now, if you have a credit card, you can swipe it to skip the grind. So it is still a ridiculously grindy game. And the grind is not even fun, right? Like, there is no fun, grindy content. It is like you have to fight overtuned, scaled up versions of the same missions that you've already beaten. And you can't even choose like which one to farm because it's all random. So there have been times where I will just randomly be given out of like my options for experience farming the 3 hardest missions in the game scaled up to a level where it is quite literally mathematically impossible to defeat it. And I just have to sit there and wait out a timer to get a new available thing of missions. Now that is one of those things where you would hope, right? Blizzard is smart enough to not on launch have mathematically impossible missions that literally prevent progress. But with the rest of the things that they've been doing with the game, the fact that instead of fixing any of the glaring issues with it, they just tried to focus on improving the microtransactions, I really do not have any hope for Warcraft Rumble whatsoever. I think it is pretty far gone at this stage, unfortunately. Anyways, ranted about that enough. I did just want to at least get that on a stream because I've talked about this extensively on my Discord. We're talking about Warcraft Rumble, the upcoming mobile game. TLDR, don't play it. It's a greedy cash grab. But yeah, I mentioned that on my Discord, but then I've still had a few people asking me what my thoughts on it are, so I want to make sure that I get all of that out there on a stream. That way, set the record straight, make sure everybody knows, and you don't have to, like, dig through the pins on my Discord to find my opinion on it. Let me just send this stuff over first, because that I won't use quite as much. Quest items next. Then this. Then this. As usual, you guess? Oh, for Blizzard being greedy? Then yes. Blizzard is being greedy as usual. Alright, that should be everything. They just made it to appease Tencent? Yeah. Alright. And real quick before I start the run, I'm going to go back and read just a few quick messages that I missed earlier on, because I don't want to fall super far behind. This shouldn't take too long. Let's see. It's a database fix that can be fixed in 3 hours tops. For the enchant stuff, yeah, you're completely correct, Oobler. It shouldn't be hard for them to fix the enchant problems. They just don't care enough, for sure. Which is why I'm pretty sure at some point I will need to just make a video talking about it and just bring attention to it, because unless enough people are putting pressure on Blizzard to make, even like you said, a basic database change, they're not going to do it. And they've let it sit here for 11 months completely unchanged, fucking over a lot of people who like to level alts, and I don't know, I guess we'll have to put some pressure on them to get them to fix it. Goose Comics said, I wanted to see how the questing in Mechagon goes from level 10+. You do not recommend. Yeah. Generally speaking, most of the patch zones are not worth questing in. It's an interesting idea, though. I've actually thought about, like, as a fun challenge, obviously, the only zone I think that scales at level 10 is Mechagon because it's part of BFA mainland, technically, and that scales as, like, part of the default stuff. I'm pretty sure the only, like, all the other zones start scaling at, like, 50+, like the patch content like Suramar, Nazjatar, etc. One fun challenge that I always thought would be, like, neat to try is being forced to level in one of those endgame patch zones as, like, the final 10 levels of the run. All I'll say is you may end up seeing that appearing in a certain challenge run format in the future, because I think it's a neat concept. But I don't know. I've never tried it, and I think, barely anybody has tried it, so it definitely is a cool idea. We'll see. And Kent Williamson, I've seen you typing already, but I just read the message where you said hello, so hello. PvP Chan said, hey, love your videos, very educational, helps you level your alts faster. I'm glad to hear that. Deku said, oof, Outlaw Rogue, my sympathies. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's what won the poll. I'll be testing every single spec eventually for Rogue. But, you know, we'll get around to it. Azure Pie said, Haraldin, thanks for that video about the crazy broken questline. Your friend and you started Friday afternoon at level 28, and about an hour ago you hit 70. Nice. That's pretty fast. As someone who enjoys leveling but hasn't played since the Scare Revolts patch, what's the rough time looking like at the moment for 1 to max? Depends. I mean, 1 to 10 hasn't changed at all. 1 to 10 is still like 15 to 30 minutes in Exile's Reach, depending on how fast you are. 10 to 60 also hasn't really changed much. I've gotten the time lower just by, like, slightly optimizing the routing. We've included dungeons. I don't remember if I already had that in the route by the time the Scare Vaults came out. So 10 to 60, like, in a speedrun context, is like 3 hours now, give or take. It was kind of already around there. Like I said, it's just minor optimizations to shave off a bit of time. The biggest change is my 60 to 70 speedruns have gone from like 3.5 hours to 1 hour 23 minutes is my current record that I got earlier this week. So the 60 to 70 time has been lowered a lot. And of course, you can find videos on all of that over the past week on my channel. My dad said, I'm working while watching reruns of Columbo, so you can't pay much attention. But if stuff starts to happen, shout out and I'll look. Thank you. Watching reruns of Columbo. Oh. At this point, Blizzard is just saving that fix to advertise it as a new feature. Enchant your gear with the professions of old. Oh, that sounds exactly like the shit they put in their marketing, yeah. If someone has intellect pants, does that make them a smarty pants? Oh, jeez. That really is a dad joke. Oh, get out of here. Brand new to the channel, been watching your 10 to 70 guide, been super helpful, thank you. No problem. I'm glad you found it helpful. How do you make gold? I do not farm, no. Usually, lately I've been just buying tokens when they're super high, because why not? But, I mean, technically speaking, I made 150k in poker last night, in terms of gold. 150k gold in guild poker. So, I guess that's one way, technically. I'm like, partially joking. But mostly, no, I sell carries, usually, whenever I need gold. Like, actually need gold. Zach said, I'm making steak and cheese egg rolls. Oh, shit. You're half AFK, just scream if something happens and you'll kick at your keyboard. Awesome. I appreciate you both. Let's see. I wish Rogue could use something like shadow clones instead of treants. Yeah, for sure. Remember the guy that was like, well, the restriction is stupid. If you're not going to take it away, you'll join them. Yeah, Infinite, that guy was obviously one of the trolls, right? See, that's what they do. The entire point is they're trying to basically manipulate the streamer who's like, oh no, I don't want people to be mad at me. I guess I will take away the slow mode and let people spam words in my... Like, it was obviously one of the people who was there spamming, you know, certain choice words that we don't want to name. And they were just trying to, you know, be manipulative. Unfortunately for them, I'm not a fucking dumbass, right? Is Lunara the rank 1 demon hunter? I've been bumped down to rank 2. So I think I'm still... Yeah, I have not played this character. I technically did bring it for Sark the other week because our Havoc demon hunter was absent. But I have not, like, actually rated on this character in, like, 3 weeks. And it's still rank 2 for Vengeance. So, yes. But I have lost the rank 1 spot. I have not been playing it quite as actively. It's like Candy Crush on steroids. Oh, yeah. With Blizzard's current track record, no, you don't have a phone. Exactly. Remember you saying the beta was enjoyable? Yeah, that's the thing. There was, like, admittedly, the beta was not, like, a fun game. I do want to be clear on that. I was being very generous because I went in expecting something that was Diablo Immortal, and I got a game that was inherently flawed but had some potential. But then all of the potential was completely crushed with the open release, and none of the flaws were fixed. So it was definitely by no means an amazing game, but it was a beta, right? So I was being a bit generous with my feedback on it. But it definitely did not improve whatsoever. You really do wish there was a solid mobile game? Honestly, I mean, I would recommend Honkai Star Rail. I think it is very fun. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I've been playing it like pretty much every single day for the past like 2 months. It's fucking addictive, but it's good. Like, honestly, main thing I like about it, there is this really, really, really fucking fun roguelike mode, and I am just easy to get into like any game if you just put any sort of good roguelike feature in there that is just endlessly replayable without like literally any sort of pay to win bullshit. And you know, for like some of the other modes in that game do like ask you to doesn't ask you to pay money, right? But if you want to get like the best scores or whatever, sure, you might need to like get some of the better characters. This mode is literally just like you pay no money to enter it. It's endlessly replayable. It has a lot of actual replayability in terms of like different builds that you can run. It's just fucking fun. Like, I played it a shit ton and I'm having a ton of fun with it. So I can genuinely recommend that game. It's very, very good. The little gimmick quests are worrying because it means Blizzard is doubling down in Rumble. So Blizzard has to double down on Arclight Rumble, right? And that's why I think they pumped it full of microtransactions. Because obviously, nobody was excited for Arclight Rumble. You know, it was announced, it was met with a very lukewarm reaction, and then they took forever to actually finish development on it. Apparently, because I was in their Discord for a while when I got into the closed beta, and I read, like, some of the things that the devs were saying. From what I've gathered, I guess they ran into some development issues where, like, the scope of the game was a little bit larger than they initially thought, and they had to, like, spend more time on it. So it wasn't supposed to take this long to release, that's for sure. But then it was kind of one of those things where as development, I guess, spiraled out of control and they realized that it was going to take them much longer to develop the game, and the hype, what little hype there was for Warcraft Rumble, just completely tanked. I think Blizzard kind of realized that the only way they were going to turn a profit on this game is by making it a microtransaction hell. And honestly, I don't even necessarily blame them for trying to promote it within World of Warcraft. It makes sense. Like, yeah, like, obviously it sucks given the nature of the game, because it's probably going to get more people to try it, but at the end of the day, as a company, that is their job. I fault them for producing a shitty microtransaction-filled mobile game. I don't fault them for trying to promote or cross-promote their products, especially when they are both related to the Warcraft universe. Like, there is an alternate universe, potentially, where it was a genuinely good mobile game, and it made perfect sense for them to promote it. It's just unfortunate that's not the universe we're living in. Trouble is nothing Activision will ever be anything but a predatory cash grab. Yeah, unfortunately. You're probably right, but I shouldn't have had hope in it, but early on I was at least like, yeah, maybe there's some potential. There wasn't. There's a good chance that Rumble is going to make a ton of money. Unfortunately, I think you're probably right. Yeah. But we'll see. Diablo story is over. They keep dragging it on. Oh, definitely. Yep. That definitely is just how franchises go, though. I mean, that's kind of the issue with World of Warcraft. That's partially the issue with World of Warcraft. Like, one of the issues with the story is, of course, you know, we've already beaten all the main villains, and now they just kind of need to keep making up new villains, new MacGuffins, and new lore to justify, like, new raids. That being said, there is definitely a good way to write, you know, brand new Aspal villains, and then there's the Jailer. So, yeah, not defending Steve Denuser at all there. It's still shit writing. But I do admit that with World of Warcraft in general, long-lived franchises like this, you do eventually kind of write yourself into a corner. Hasn't pay-to-win been the norm in the Far East for decades? It's coming to the West? Yeah, exactly. It's sad how companies are absolutely obsessed with everything becoming mobile, but it is what it is, yeah. Things like Rumble and Hearthstone would have been great additions to WoW, a side thing like pet battles. I still think that would be nice if they did that with Hearthstone, but yeah. You've never been ganked more? Oh, are you having issues today with getting ganked? That sucks. Suramar is 35 plus. Oh, interesting. Did not know that. Shadowlands for leveling is awful after they removed Threads of Fate. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Threads of Fate, I don't think would have made it. Yeah, Stick even said it at least made it an option, even if unpopular. I think it still would have been slow, but it would have been bad. You like my Honkai Star Rail character names? Yeah, true. So if I haven't already talked about how much I like the game, The character that we're doing this run on is actually named after a character from that game, so there you go. Definitely enjoy it. Wish it was Assassination, but you know, this won the poll. I will do Assassination and sub runs eventually. So I will say 100%, I'm going to be doing a Subtlety 10 to 60 run. That one will get it a full run. Assassination, it still very much depends. I'm going to have to kind of see and play it by ear. Depends on kind of how many changes it's getting. If I don't really feel Assass is too different fundamentally in terms of how it plays from sub, then I'll just do a 40 to 60 run. But if it is very different early on, then it'll probably get its own thing. You can make a lot of decent gold just leveling and playing the game, yeah. You pretty much point people to my channel when people ask how to level efficiently. I appreciate that. Umar said, looking forward to the speedrun. Your most recent video is very informative. You returned to WoW after quitting in BFA and got to 70 from 50 in 6 hours. That's very nice, yeah. You're running Black Temple, I assume, while listening. Nice. Trolls just want attention. Oh, my chat snapped to the bottom. Trolls just want attention. They don't care what they have to do or say to get attention. Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah, Harlden stream. Perfect for listening to while doing art. Awesome. Good to have you here, Daherg. Rank 1 Demon Hunter, that's so cool. Yeah, at least I can say that I have held the Rank 1 Demon Hunter position at a few points in the past. But, of course, nothing lasts forever. With any ranking thing like that, you have to repeatedly play to, like, grind new parses and stuff like that. Or new parses, or if you're doing M+, new score. And it's just, yeah, it's too much work. Like, I'd rather just start gearing up my Brewmaster, which my Brewmaster actually has, like, some pretty solid gear now. I got a Dragonfire Bomb Dispenser off our last Mythic Reclear. And I've just been having more fun playing my Brewmaster than, like, doing my 20th or whatever Reclear of Aberrus on my Demon Hunter, like, just to get a slightly better parse. It's just not fun anymore. I'm also just kind of obviously salty about Demon Hunter for the reasons that I've talked about many times. What is that chainsword? Yeah, it's from... I believe this is the one from Mechagon. There's one from Engineering, and then this one is, I think, from Mechagon. This is my Doomslayer transmog for, you know, people always ask what it's based on. The performance for Star Rail is awful on your phone. Yeah, my phone runs it pretty well, but I also just got a new phone. Because, like, my old phone broke, like, 2 months ago. So I just got a new one, and it runs pretty well on that. But it also, I played a decent amount on my PC, and it runs really well there, too, obviously. So, it's actually, yeah, it's the only mobile game that I've ever even been willing to play on my PC, because, like, I just enjoy playing it, and it's not, like, a generic time waster game. That Warlock Mog looks awesome. Which my Warlock Mogs? Well, it's missing half of its clothes now, because I just mailed off all the heirlooms, but yes. When I was playing this Warlock Mog, I based it off, it was a Chaos Dwarf Mog. And obviously the name of the character is a Chaos Dwarf Legendary Lord, so, you know, that should kind of give it away. You don't even know what it is, the Rumble thing? Oh, Blizzard will make sure you know, unfortunately. Worst timeline indeed. What was the phone game you mentioned called again? The good one is called Honkai Star Rail. The bad one is Warcraft Arclight Rumble. In fairness, with Void, WoW does have one last canon villain to fight. Yeah, but they've kind of completely undermined any threat of the Void when we already know the Void is, like, still created by whatever the fuck the first ones are. The lore is just so fucked now. This is why whenever people try to say, oh, well, the lore in World of Warcraft hasn't been completely ruined, it's like, literally the entire universe is robots. The Titans are robots. The Jailer is a robot. The Void Lords are probably just robots too, and they were all created by the first ones, who we know nothing about, who were just ham-fisted into the story by Steve Denuser. And now, you can't just, like, close Pandora's box, right? We already know that is where the story is going. So, like, sure, we can go fight the Void Lords, but suddenly fighting Void-infused robots, it doesn't have the same punch to it as world-consuming eldritch beings. Like, I don't know. It's just, they've kind of ruined any threat the Void could pose. Like, I've said before, I'm completely out of the story. Like, there isn't anything they can do at this point to make me care about Warcraft lore again, because they have gone past that line of no return. Right? You cannot come back from this point and make the story actually have stakes. It's too far gone. So as far as I'm concerned, if they put out good boss fights, I do not give a shit about the lore behind it. As long as the fight is fun, I will fight that boss and kill it. That's my stance on WoW at this point, right? But yeah, the lore is just a complete fucking clusterfuck. And it sucks because I was looking forward to the Void Lords as well. And then they just had to go and ruin all of that, so... yeah. You finally upgraded your first plus 20 key this week. Very nice. And you've completed 4 more. Now you just need Neltharis, Uldaman, and Neltharion's Lair. Well, those are definitely, I would say, the hardest 3, but I wish you the best of luck, Neo. Farak is a boring nothing burger. Completely agree. I have no interest in the Incarnates as a villain. Absolutely not. What's the sword in my Demon Hunter's main hand? This is one of the lightsabers from Zereth Mortis. Sass is very ass. It has no AoE while leveling. Ooh, that does not sound good. You wouldn't mind a raid where your goal is just to kill a random guy in their gang that's been killing town people. Yeah, I think something more low stakes could be nice. You feel like I thought fascism and mass murder was the solution to a future even worse fascism and mass murderer has been done too many times with WoW. Yes, exactly. Yes, Chinkcha, the gacha, so you can gacha. Yeah, I feel like Chinkcha is just the perfect character to use for, like, an Outlaw Rogue run, where, you know, you're using Roll the Bones. I don't know if Roll the Bones is technically what you pick, but I'm probably just gonna keep it, even if there is a talent that replaces it. But it was too perfect, right? I couldn't not use this. And I had the name, so I figure if I have the name, and I'm doing an Outlaw Rogue leveling run, I gotta use Chinkcha, right? It fits too well. When are the rogue changes coming? 10.2. Justin Siebold said, you finally finished a plus 20 mythic dungeon after only 9 days of playing WoW. Jeez. That's impressive. My leveling guides helped you a lot. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That is definitely a fast onboarding process. To stay number 1 forever, you'd basically have to be the villain from the WoW South Park episode. Yeah. You're trying a Space Marine Mog? That sword will help? Oh yeah, definitely. That would go really well with any sort of Space Marine Mogs. Have I dabbled into Classic? Yes, I play Classic quite a bit. I've played Hardcore and Wrath. I mean, I have a bunch of Wrath guides on my channel, but Hardcore I mostly just play for fun. I've streamed it a bit, but I haven't really made any Hardcore guides. Just something I do for fun. Feel like Warcraft has gone the Dragon Ball Super route where the entire series was about protecting Azeroth, and now the only real threat is if we don't kill this boss, the universe dies. Yeah, true. You assume that name would be pronounced kinky? Yeah, the pronunciation on, like, the Chinese names is definitely odd. But that's how it's said in-game, right? So, or in the game that it's based off of. Rogue changes, did they give it a raid buff? Brother, rogues do not need a raid buff. Like, if there's any spec that doesn't, or any class that does not need a raid buff, it's fucking rogues. They already have so much utility. Yeah, like, definitely rogues needed a little bit, of help, but, I mean, they're definitely not hunters, right, in terms of how hard it is for them to find a raid spot. And there's actually quite a few mechanics in Amir Drasil that really favor rogues. Like, there's so many places for Cloak of Shadows to be ridiculously busted. Rogue has had a raid buff the whole expansion with the Trophic Poison. There you go. Yeah, I forgot about that. So, easy. You thought it was the name of the weapons from... yeah, I've never seen Tokyo Ghoul, so I don't know. You would protect something like Pokepock instead of the whole world. True. Okay, final message I'll read and respond to before I start the run, because I'm almost caught up in chat. Have I tried New World? I did try New World when it first came out. I'm going to be completely honest, I have zero interest in trying it again. I have been told by a few people that it has improved, and the problem is, when people tell me that New World has gotten so much better, like, I believe people when they say that New World is so much better than when it launched. But I played New World when it launched. I got to max level in New World when it launched. Like, when I try something, I go all the fucking way. Like I said, I played that fucking shitty Warcraft mobile game. I beat every single mission just to be absolutely positive whether it was good or bad. When I tried New World, despite the fact that I, like, kind of got burnt out midway through, I still grinded my ass off. I played with Rapier Hatchet all the way to max level. I got max mastery with both Rapier and Hatchet. I actually really did enjoy leveling with Rapier. It was a really fun weapon, especially considering it was apparently really unpopular, and it was like one of the least used weapons, but I found the playstyle to be super fun. Hatchet was, of course, like ridiculously broken, and pretty much every single person played it. But yeah, no, it was one of those things where I was like, I'm gonna, at the very least, like, I tried this game, and I got into it, like, a few weeks late, because a bunch of people kept telling me to try it out. They were like, oh, you know, try it, you're gonna like it, blah, 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 blah. And I was skeptical, and then my dad, who works for Amazon, literally told me, I want you to play this game. I will buy it for you because I am curious how it is. Because my dad was getting, like, you know, he doesn't work for Amazon Game Studios. He works for AWS. But he was getting, like, emails, like, company-wide emails or something. I mean, he's in chat, right? He can explain more. But basically, offering him beta access or whatever for New World. So for a while, he had been interested in this game. He's like, oh, it seems like Amazon's making a game. You should try it. And then finally, he literally just bought it for me. He said, play this. I want to hear your thoughts on it. And I played it, and I streamed it, and I got to max level. And as MBMSK said, I'm sorry to hear that you got to 60 on New World on launch. Yeah. No, I got to max level. I did some dungeons, and then I did whatever that open world zone was, and like the I think it was Shattered Mountain, right? Shattered Mountain, and then there was like that big open world elite farming area underneath like the big mountain where you would go there to like farm items. And then I found out that like the entire endgame loop was just farming that zone repeatedly to get drops to improve your high watermark. And then I also found out that apparently like 2 weeks before, there was a much easier way to get drops to improve your high watermark, and people who got to max level early were able to benefit from that, and that I was basically going to be forced to grind for like 50 additional hours more than everybody else because I hit max level like right after they patched whatever the bug was that let people get really good gear early on. And I said, no, I don't think I will be doing that, and I quit. And I have not played New World since. And honestly, I really don't have any interest in playing it again. It's one of those things where, like I said, once I was in it, I was willing to see it all the way through to the end and just try it out just, you know, because. But it wasn't really a fun game, like, at all. There was really no redeeming qualities. Like, I kind of enjoyed playing with the rapier, like I said. It was kind of fun having, like, the little action combat, like, you dance around mobs, but it was so bare bones. And, you know, the general experience was really, 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 really boring. It's just not one of those games that I really have any plans to play. It's like, okay, so if, like, 5 years from now or something, New World is, like, in a Final Fantasy position, and literally everybody is saying, oh my god, this game is actually low-key amazing now. They have really, 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 really improved it since launch. Maybe when I am getting told, like, every single day by a different random person, you need to try this game, it's so good, then I will say, okay, fine, I will try New World again. But really, it has not hit that state. Every once in a while, somebody will mention, it's so much better now, but I'm skeptical. It had a long way to go. It was not even a finished game when I played it, right? You got to max level, should I send a ham to your widow? Yeah. People were duping items like crazy for 2 weeks on launch. Play New World helps pay for the mortgage. What? I don't even know what that means. You'll have to explain that dad joke to me later. Just because it's improved or better doesn't mean it's good now. Yeah. Anyways, okay, so now I've finally caught up in chat. I answered that question. We can hop into the run, and we will get started. Alright, finally. It only took me a little over an hour to start this one. Honestly, grand scheme of things, that is not too bad. And hopefully the run only takes me still, like, 5 hours. Right, so as soon as I take any UI action, I'll have to start the run. So I'll just start the timer now, and just go over here. Go. What's my favorite character to play? What do you mean my favorite character to play? Like, my favorite class in WoW? Are you saying out of the characters that I play in WoW, which is my favorite character? That's how I'm gonna choose to read that message, and it depends. What's the hour when YouTube gets cranky for streams? It is 10 hours. We should be fine. God, if it takes me 9 hours to finish this 10 to 60 run, yeah, that's gonna be a whole separate issue right there. So, I don't think we're gonna have any issue getting this in time for YouTube. The only question is, are we going to be able to finish this run before I die of exhaustion? Can I just fucking delete? Fucking hell, I hate this stupid Rumble thing. Now I have to manually delete it and delete the mail. Why does it send it to every single character? Oh, my dad's saying, it's not that complex. Amazon does well, your stock value goes up, and you can pay the mortgage. Fair enough. I suppose that makes sense. If it takes you more than 9 hours, then all hope is lost. Yeah, if it gets even close to taking me more than 9 hours, something has gone terribly wrong, and the stream will probably be done well before that's an issue. So I would not worry too much about that. Okay, fuck me. Why? Oh, my keylines are fucked. Okay, that. Hold up. Just action bars. For now, I'll just throw that there. I'm gonna queue up for a dungeon ASAP because I'm a DPS, so it's like low stakes if I'm not like putting out a million bajillion numbers. Fuck. 1 second. Something in my eye. I'm temporarily blinded. Okay, I think we're good. Have you heard of this new Warcraft Rumble game? Yeah, very funny. But yeah, so as for the person who was asking what characters I like to play, I'm assuming the question was with World of Warcraft characters. As I started to say, it very much depends on the patch and stuff. One thing I can very safely say is I enjoy playing tanks. That is pretty much exclusively what I play. I play tank characters. As for which tanks, I have played a lot of Vengeance Demon Hunter and Monk, primarily. But I have played every single tank at least a decent amount. But those two, Vengeance DH and Monk, are usually my favorite tank is one of them. I would say right now, my favorite tank that I've been playing a lot is Brewmaster Monk, so it is one of the two that I mentioned. But there have been times where I'm really enjoying Prot Paladin. There have been times when I'm really enjoying Prot Warrior. It just kind of depends. Wouldn't 9 hours be worse than my other Outlaw Rogue run? No. Tragically, no. My other Outlaw Rogue run was like 11 or 12 hours. The video was 7 hours, but if you watch the video, I had to like heavily edit it because you can't have 11-hour videos on YouTube. So, basically there were, I think I cut out the entirety of Gorgrond leveling on that character, just because at that point I was so exhausted that I'm just like, I'm going to do this like off the record, and I'm just going to continue the video after that. And unfortunately, kind of one of the issues with YouTube is when I said before that like 10 hours is the cutoff point, for streams, 10 hours is the cutoff point. I don't know why, but with streams, YouTube is like a little bit more manageable. With videos, if you even start getting close to the 10-hour mark, YouTube throws up so many issues. And I think like the initial version of that video, the fresh account leveling video, it was like 9 hours, 45 minutes, barely below the cutoff. And then what ended up happening is that video, like, it crashed at like the 8.5-hour mark while it was being uploaded to YouTube. So I trimmed it a little bit. It crashed again. And I must have spent, I think it was like 4 days straight trying to get that video uploaded to YouTube. And it would repeatedly crash every single time I tried to upload it. Crash, 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 crash. And it got to the point where I had to shave it down to like just over 7 hours. And then it finally worked. And I was finally able to get it uploaded. I'm also going to only... Oh. Wow, that was a very fast Q pop. I'm actually not going to turn in any of my quests then. I did not expect the DPS queue to be that fast. Should also note, if anybody wants to queue as a tank or a healer, would probably make the queue time a little bit faster. I'm not going to group with you because it is an actual speedrun, right? But, you know, maybe you'll run into me in the queue or something. And I still don't have all of my UI stuff set up, so we're going to have to play around with this a little bit. Put that there, put that there. Oof. Well, I hope this guy has these things under control, because seeing as how I have no AoE at this level, I can't really help with pulls at this stage. I also have a few consumables that I can and should be using. Let me... Here, Swiftness Potion. Looted Fell Orc Blood. Drums on there. Lemon Herb Fillet can get my food buff. Thermal Anvil goes over there for when I need it in the future. Yeah, let me just, let me focus on this real fast. I can read chat later on. I just want to make sure I get all this stuff set up. I thought I'd have a little bit more time before the queue pops. This was like a ridiculously fast DPS queue time. But I think we're good. And I might need to spend 1 talent point. Oh, fuck. I haven't even picked Outlaw. I forgot. I need to actually pick my spec. It doesn't matter because it doesn't affect queues. So what changes in Outlaw spec? What abilities do I get? Oh, the only ability you get is Blind? That's your only starting ability as an Outlaw Rogue? I feel like you should at least get, like, Pistol Shot early on. Do I need to spend a talent point on Pistol Shot? Where is Pistol Shot? Do I get it for free? Oh, it's automatically unlocked at level 12. That is so oddly specific. Yeah, I actually don't need Ambush, because that's a stealth-only ability. Stealth I can just put on Q. And then my stealth thing will be Ambush, Cheap Shot. Blind I'll put on Y. Slice and Dice I'll put on E. What else do I need? I need to apply poisons. I guess I probably just want to use instant poison, right? I'd imagine that's kind of the no-brainer pick. Because anything that deals damage for leveling purposes is just going to be my best option. You get Pistol Shot at 11. Of all the specs, Outlaw Rogue should be able to use guns and bows. Yeah. I think that would be neat. It would be a little bit weird, though. And I think at this stage of the game, giving hunters random competition on their main weapons would be a little bit trolly on Blizzard's end, but I could see that happening. For sure. Must have been a Bandicoot with how much it crashed. Oh my god. That is such a cheesy joke, Chories. But it's good. Forgot Rogue has no AoE for so long. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why, for context. So, for anybody who is, like, new to the channel or the runs and is not familiar with, like, you know, my history on discussing rogues and leveling, I have said for a very long time that I think rogues are the worst leveling class in the entire game. And I stand by that. That we're not going to, like, magically see that opinion changed within this run. It is a pretty safe opinion. The unfortunate thing is, I have looked over the rogue changes, and while I think the rogue changes coming in Dragonflight's patch 10.2 are good, like for endgame rogues, really aren't going to help much with leveling, unfortunately. It might a little bit, like it will definitely help somewhat, but it's not going to magically make rogues not the worst leveling spec in the game. If anything, rogues might be better than, like, the worst caster DPS options, but generally speaking, a lot of those options have better specs within that class that you can just level as. That's kind of one of the issues with rogues. It's just none of their specs are good for leveling, so you really don't have any good options. There's no thing that you can swap to that is suddenly very strong. How am I doing overall? I'm doing good, right? I'm a little bit tired. I didn't get a ton of sleep. I definitely got some, so I'm doing better than most nights. I think I got like 4 hours of sleep before starting the stream, so like I'm not dead. But I am a little bit tired. I'm still drinking my coffee, so by the time my coffee's finished, I'll probably be a bit more energetic. And I'm not, like, in despair at having to run the rogue. I think it's gonna be... Oh, fuck. This guy said 1 second randomly. Okay, well... should be fine. At the very least, low-level scaling, even if it is a rogue, I can one-shot stuff. I'm gonna be completely real, though, if he's just... That's not 1 second. So I'm just gonna keep pulling. I'm not gonna do aggressive pulls, but I'm gonna pull, like, 1 or 2 mobs at a time. Just keep it moving. Because definitely in the middle of a speedrun, having your tank completely go AFK is kind of like a disaster scenario. Where is the stealth mob? I missed a few messages when I started, though, so I'll scroll up. I'm just gonna hide back here. Okay, the tank has returned, so wasn't entirely sure. Wanted to play it safe. Temporarily blinded, good start. What time do I aim for? I mean, with regular... Is he AFK again? Okay, well... I'm gonna keep doing pulls of 3. Right, that's, fortunate. Is he back now for good? Use a lesser healing potion. What am I getting hit by? Hitbox in that mine must have been really large. Generally speaking, with like actual speedruns, like with real classes that aren't rogue, I aim for sub 5 hours. I think anything below sub 5 or below 5 hours for 10 to 60, I would consider a good run. Like an actual, like, yeah, that's a really good run. That's not to say, like, if you are just getting into leveling and you get like a 5 or 6 hour time, don't feel bad about that, because on your very first attempt, that's perfectly fine, right? When you're still figuring the game out, figuring the route out and stuff like that, it's understandable. And you may not be playing like a super duper efficient spec. For Rogue, I mean, I will be very happy if I get Rogue under 5 hours, but especially since I didn't have time to farm the 10% experience potions before I started, this is probably going to end up being, I would say, a sub 6 hour run. I would say would be a good estimate for me. I would not be surprised if it goes over 6 hours if things end up taking a really long time, but I will be happy if it is within the 5 to 6 hour range. I think that would be a good time for me. On a rogue, specifically. Because I'm effectively missing 10% experience, which does add up a little bit. But I'm also playing arguably one of the worst leveling specs in the entire game, so that is going to make things a little bit tough. But yeah, so that's some important context for maybe people who aren't super familiar with like all the leveling runs and stuff. Rogue is really bad, which is one of the reasons why I have held off on testing it until last. Initially, I was going to test it last because I wanted to, like, save effectively the best for last, the most interesting speedruns for last. Like, how do you level with the worst spec in the game? Where's this guy going? That's a really aggressive pull. Okay. I mean, kudos, I guess. It was completely unnecessary, but sure. I wouldn't mind this pull if I had any sort of AoE abilities to kill these Hellfire Familiars with. If I was like any other spec, this would be awesome. Unfortunately, I can only single target. And what do we get at this level? Definitely Blade Flurry, so I have some sort of AoE. Where is the ramp? I'm completely missing the ramp. Evasion, no. I think I need to take Cheat Death, right? Cheat Death is kind of like a must pick here. And then put Blade Flurry on. Let's see. So what does Blade Flurry do exactly? Strikes up to 5 targets, and then causes your single target attacks to also strike up to 4 nearby enemies. Okay. So I probably should have saved it for this pull. I thought he was pulling more. I missed that. But, oh well. And getting pistol shot will be kind of mandatory here. I'm still level 11, so still a little bit ways to go on that. I'm going to use a speed potion here just so I can quickly round up these mobs. And I'm out of energy. Great. Drums. Not that it was really necessary. That guy kind of died pretty fast. Alright, there's pistol shot. What is this? This is feint. On shift Q, I guess. Oops, shit. I almost left the group. I need to teleport out and then teleport back in. Do I re-queue with this tank? He said that was quick in all caps. Oh yeah, you can't see chat because it's, here. That's not what I want to move. He said that was quick in all capital letters. And he re-queued with me, so cool. Well, he may have gone AFK in the middle of the dungeon, but if he's actually re-queuing and I get tank queues, that's going to make this definitely a bit more efficient. Let me teleport out and do Darkman Fair stuff while I wait. I can do some Darkman Fair things, so let me go ahead, grab this. The important thing is, ideally, at the end of the next dungeon, I want to be just below level 15. So, Kidney Shot, that's something... you don't use it in stealth, right? Yeah, it's just a finishing move. I'm just going to put that over there. I'm probably never going to use it for leveling, but... just get the option. So, ideally, with a tank, this queue's very fast, and I don't need to turn in any of the other quests. I will, at the very least, go start the tailoring quest. I should also go ahead and put Grand Expedition Yak and that there. So I can just get this done, might as well. And then I could even, plant the flag. And then I just won't turn in the quest just yet. I'll wait on that a little bit. 11 hours at that point, you'd be like one of those withered orc things in Warlords, yeah. TPM Xavier said, you got your first Demon Hunter to 70 and leveled using the tank spec. Are you familiar with what changes in 10.2 DH will be receiving, and does that affect tanking very much? Yes. I play Vengeance Demon Hunter a lot. I am very familiar with the changes. Unfortunately, Vengeance Demon Hunter is dead. I am being a little bit over the top there. The changes Vengeance is getting are complete nothing burgers that don't actually improve the spec whatsoever. It is, across the board, becoming a worse spec in 10.2 than it is currently. And a lot of the other specs are getting stronger. The only reason that Vengeance may not end up being the literal worst spec, or worst tanking spec in the game next patch, is because some of the other tank specs are actually losing more than Vengeance is, relatively speaking. But Vengeance needed a lot, and it's getting nothing. So the changes are not good at all. If anybody tells you that the Vengeance changes are good, they have no idea what they're talking about, and they don't actually play Vengeance. They cosplay as a Vengeance main every so often, only in Mythic Plus dungeons, and don't actually play the spec in any real content, and don't understand how it works or what changes it needs. So, just to get that out of the way, because I always get that response. Just get into a CE guild that needs a Vengeance DH? Yeah. I mean, you know, it happens, right? Aksari, you hit the jackpot there. But to be fair, with the current state of the Demon Hunter changes, with the stuff that Havoc is getting, Havoc is going to be infinitely more desirable next patch. More so than they already are. And Havoc is already the best way to get your Chaos brand. So, right now, they're both like roughly comparable in terms of viability. Next patch, Vengeance is getting worse. Havoc is getting much, much better. So, yeah. It's going to be rough. Also, this queue is taking quite a while. Oh. Okay, that's all I had to say. Just say the queue is taking a while, and it immediately pops. Easy. Fine. Instant requeue? Are there any healers in the chat who want to queue for Burning Crusade Chromie Time dungeons? You finished leveling your rogue just before Dragonflight launch, but had already gotten it to 30 or so. You actually had AoE and didn't mind leveling at that point. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. You get 1 damage poison and 1 utility. Oh, do I? So, does that mean I can use crippling as well? Oh yeah, I can use both. Ah, okay, that's neat. Technically, you are allowed to use guns and bows as a rogue. Yeah, I mean for transmog purposes, but it's you can't actually like use it in your rotation, which is I think the main thing that people were saying. Let's see. Please do not compare me to anybody who has the last name Tate, please. First off, I've heard that comparison a few times. I do not hear the resemblance, but also I would rather not be called, like, anything related to Andrew Tate, because fuck that guy. Even if you're just saying, you sound vaguely like... Somebody already declined? What the fuck? That was, like, instant. Yeah. Fuck Andrew Tate, fuck everything he stands for, and I don't even want to be roughly compared to him. What? BFA dungeons? What is this? Why am I in a BFA dungeon? I queued for Burning Crusade. Hello? Is the tank queuing in BFA dungeons and maybe he started the queue right before I did? What the fuck? I think that must be what happens. Like, literally a millisecond before I pressed Q, the tank must have pressed Q, and I think he must be queuing for BFA dungeons, and I just didn't notice that he started it, not me. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I will say, any other BFA dungeon, I would have left immediately. Freehold is the literal sole BFA dungeon I am even willing to sit through, because it is actually decently fast. Here's the problem, though. Freehold is fast when the tank knows the route. No offense to this guy, but it doesn't really seem like he knew what was going on. So I have a feeling that we're going to be the rogue tank for this dungeon, and that might get me killed, and I am not looking forward to that, because then I lose my Darkwind Fair buff. But I'm going to have to play a little bit aggressively, and I'm going to have to try and lead the tank through the pulls, because otherwise this is going to take forever. And I do not want this to be the fabled 9-hour speedrun. And one of the ways that this turns into a 9-hour speedrun is if I start fucking doing BFA dungeons. Jesus Christ. This run is cursed. Man, this run is cursed the moment I started it as an Outlaw Rogue. Let's be real. This run was never going to be anything but absolutely cursed. Can I blind this guy right as he does... if he did heavy backhand to me, I could have blinded it. Okay. Would be nice to have some sort of AoE. Do I have any talents I can spend? I can. Okay, I definitely need energy regen rate. And what else could I spend? I think I need to get evasion ASAP. So I definitely can't take evasion right now, but I can take, actually, let's take Crimson Vial energy reduction. Pulled already. Not actually bad, honestly. Kind of want him to pull fast. Okay, apparently my Lust was still on cooldown. Okay, hold on. Let me read this for a second. What is the point in a pistol shot right now? It's 40 energy, it deals 52 damage, and gives 1 combo point. Sinister Strike does more damage, it costs slightly more energy, but it has a chance to double hit. And that gives me extra combo points. So I think I just don't press pistol shot right now. Now, I'm well aware that Outlaw gets better things later on that make pistol shot worth pressing. At the moment, this is just a strictly worse button. Look, I guess I can take it. or keep it on my bars just so I can do ranged pulls like this. When I'm running towards a mob, I can use it, and it is still worth it. Yeah, so somebody said when it procs, yeah, obviously I don't have the proc yet. I'm not saying that a pistol shot is worthless in general as Outlaw. I'm well aware that there are things that make it worth using later on. I'm just observing that at this low level, pistol shot is actually just a strict downgrade from Sinister Strike. Yes, a lot of people saying you only use it with the proc. I get it. I don't think I get the proc. I definitely don't have the proc yet, but I don't even know when I get it. I think, just line that. I did not mean to get hit by that. Hold on. Follow me. Follow me, please. Okay, if he follows me, then this could be fine. Oh. I hate how that roof works. It's so janky, you just slide right off it. Alright, we got the fucking jumping thing. Yeah, when do I get the proc? Proc is... Yeah, it's a talent then. Chat, I just got here. Why is he in a BFA dungeon? Oh, man. If I could have to deal with that now. I don't want to be in a BFA dungeon, trust me. It's the last place I want to be. I can use Blade Flurry. Okay, Blackout Barrel is not on me, it's on this guy. And probably don't need to use Lust. And... You had a sneaking suspicion, though you weren't sure if you missed some wild tech. Oh no. No wild tech is going on here. This is, just very unfortunate. Follow. Now, I'm doing my best to make this worth doing. I forgot that, yeah, in the original version, some of the NPCs become friendly. Makes this a little bit better. Where is he going? No! Why are you going that way? Oh. Okay. Well, this is scuffed. And yes, I know that this is like a good Mythic Plus route, but that's not what we're supposed to be. Fuck it. Whatever. We needed to clear that one pack I killed anyways, yeah. Doing the fucking M+ route, apparently. You need percent in the normal dungeon? Yeah. Oh boy. At this point, I honestly think it's still faster to go the other way, but... where? Okay, buddy. Come on. Follow. Follow. Okay, we're pulling extra. Alright. You know what? At this point, I'm gonna cut right through the middle. Right? Okay, come on. Just gonna sneak right through the middle. Might as well. It's the new tech. And do we dodge the patrol? Wait, where is the patrol? Is there no patrol on normal? Okay. Is he going to... Real question. Is he going to pull extra stuff, or does he know that you can just walk forward? Ah, he knows. I... God damn it, dude. I'm gonna scroll up and read chat. Have I tested Throne of the Tides yet? I'm gonna test Throne of the Tides tomorrow. I've been pretty busy, so I haven't had time to test it, but I've heard very good things about it, yeah. So I'm looking forward to testing it. Me and a few of my guildies were planning on doing that at some point. You once had a tank AFK for nearly half an hour, and he got enraged when you pulled without him. Yeah, a lot of tanks are very entitled. How much gold do you spend on that character in consumables, and all for one go at a 10 to 60 run? I don't know. I mean, as I've said, you don't need to spend even remotely this much gold. The entire point of like a speedrun like this is to test it with like the absolute perfect conditions. Like, obviously, if you're just leveling casually, you don't need to put in all of this work. Blade Flurry needs to go back to being a toggle. Yeah, that's how I remembered it being. So, I wasn't sure. This is just Chromie time. You can't do time walking until level 30. And I won't be doing time walking within this run. Time walking is so good this week. You hit 30, ran 4 time walking dungeons, and then did the WAD intro. Yeah. Definitely worth it. The reason I'm not doing time walking in this run, I should note, is, while it is worth doing, this run is going to kind of be split into 2 parts. I'm doing the TBC dungeons just because the Alliance route is much slower without it, and I kind of want to showcase Outlaw Rogue before and after the changes. So we're going to be doing TBC or plus Freehold, Chromie time dungeons, and then once I'm finished doing these dungeons, and I'm probably like level 25 or something, then we'll swap over to the 10.2 PTR and continue the run there. Can just copy the character. And that way we get to test the upcoming rogue changes. And we'll be able to directly compare and contrast like what it was like before and what it's like after. So I figured that was like a nice way of being able to do dungeons at the start of the route and, you know, being able to compare the performance of Outlaw Rogue. That said, if I did time walking, then I wouldn't be doing the PTR until like level 45 or so. And by that point, I think it's more important to like actually showcase the new changes because that's what a lot of people want to see. You know, one of the things that inspired these rogue runs in the first place is to see the new 10.2 changes. So that is what I want to focus the run on. But I think it's fine to at least do some early stuff in live servers. Follow me. Alright, are we going to pull anything extra? Or are we aware that we can just backtrack? Moment of truth. Oh, so far so good. Aha! They made it. Brilliant. You always type BRB using bathroom to get your Q to pop faster. True. Say Bugatti real quick. Oh, what is that for the stupid? Yeah. Now I understand that. You can run straight to the end boss. Yeah, in theory. Look, here's the thing. If I was the tank, I might try doing that. I am well aware that it is possible. But I am currently the top damage in this group as an Outlaw Rogue. That is not a good sign. I'm pretty sure that if I tried to do that, I would just fall over dead. So I am not going to try and do that. That sounds not great. At least, honestly, this was not too bad. This was, as I said, if it was any other dungeon other than Freehold, I would have noped the fuck out of here. But Freehold is at least kind of fast. I'm going to try and, like, be the person to re-queue very quickly, though. If the queue takes over... No, that's not what happens, Soldier Heart. I know what you're referring to. When it throws you into other dungeons, you have to explicitly say, it'll give you a pop-up that says, the queue is taking a while, join other dungeons. And it takes exactly 5 minutes. It's not 3 minutes. So the queue was only at 4 minutes. It was not at 5 minutes. And also, there would have been a pop-up, and I obviously would have declined it. There was no pop-up. So that is not what happened. What happened is, we can look, right? If we look at the tank. Actually, I think he's just queuing for random shit, right? But I'm 99% sure that the tank queued for a BFA dungeon. Especially because if you're not in Chromie time, BFA dungeons are the default. So, like, if it threw us in a Pandaria dungeon, I would say maybe that's what happened, because the odds of him randomly just queuing us up for a Panda dungeon is low. But the most logical explanation for a BFA dungeon is just the tank queued us for it. Okay. I initiated the queue this time. Oh shit, I got Harlan's loaded dice. Perfect for an Outlaw Rogue. Okay, somebody declines. Now, I kind of want the tank to re-queue, so I get faster tank queues. That also explains why the queue time took so long. Well, motherfucker, if you're gonna decline the queue, then fucking leave the group. This is so annoying. This guy declined it, but then instead of just leaving the group, he Hearthstoned out of the dungeon. What is this, classic? Then leave! Fucking hell. There we go. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, and because this guy took forever, the fucking tank left. God damn it, I hate people. I fucking hate people. Oh, okay. Well, at the very least, since I am barely below 15, now I can actually queue for a TBC dungeon. And now we're just going to sit here and read chat. And I especially need to get the sub 15 queue this time, because otherwise there's a chance that I immediately hit Escape from Durnhold and the run is just so over. I'm not letting that happen. So I will wait out the 2 minutes that it takes. Let's see. Think you couldn't have met him then? No, I absolutely could have. Yeah, so to be clear, the full explanation of what I think happened. That tank was queuing for BFA dungeons because, you know, obviously I don't know for sure, but based on everything we saw, he is likely a brand new player. He is probably not using Chromie time because I don't think the game explains it to you super well, and it kind of tries to railroad you into BFA, even though it is technically an option now. So he's probably just following along with whatever the game throws at him. Because BFA is the default queue that new players are presented with, he probably queued up for that. Because literally nobody wants to do BFA dungeons, it probably hit 5 minutes for him. He got the pop-up, this search is taking a while, search for other dungeons. He pressed yes, then he got into my TBC dungeon, and then right as I was about to press enter queue, he pressed enter queue, but he pressed it on his BFA dungeon queue, and I didn't notice, I hit accept, and that is most likely what happened. And because, you know, he was queuing in BFA dungeons, he's able to queue the group up for it. Just like, even if he is outside of Chromie time, I am still able to queue up everybody within the group, including him, up for TBC dungeons, as long as that is an option from me. Let's see. And don't worry, you can still two-chest your speedrun. Yeah. And honestly, I don't think the tank intentionally was doing the Mythic Plus route. He accidentally did a Mythic Plus pull, but then as we saw, he kind of immediately just ran around. It just so happened that pull happened to be very close by, so I think he just autopilot ran into it. Nice, okay, Ramparts is good. Gay Paladin. What a name. That's an interesting one. What can I spend for talent points here? I have one more rogue talent point. I'm going to take Shiv and just go down to evasion. And I can take... Let's put Shiv on 6. I don't know how many buttons I'll end up needing. Ro wants everyone to experience the epic gameplay of pig catching. Yeah. Yeah, so, to be clear, because a few people were asking just, you know, why don't you skip to the last boss? Guys... Let's be honest here. I am not going to be able to solo the last boss as an Outlaw Rogue. If it was like an actual pre-made group, obviously yes, I'm pretty sure you can skip to the last boss and get completion. I was just trying to make sure that we at least got everybody to follow along, but I already like came somewhat close to dying on like a 3-mob pull. I would not be able to solo Harlan's Suite, especially without like actual tools at my disposal. So... Well, I technically speaking, if I was a tank, could have just run straight to the end boss and told people to follow. I was not about to try to convince the random tank in my group, hey, you can skip these bosses. If you follow me, trust me, it'll complete the dungeon. Willing to bet it would not have worked, because he was very clearly a new player, and I don't think he would have understood what I was trying to explain. So, I ate the 2-minute time loss there. At that point, you already don't want to be doing freehold in the first place. It's not ideal, so I'm not going to try and, like... you know, hyper-optimize that by trying to convince a new player tank to go like the speedrun strat. Just take the L and queue again. Hello, Robert Salmon from Australia. Appreciate you stopping by the stream. So many people said, skip to the last boss, skip to the last boss. Oh my god. You don't get Fan the Hammer until like 20 points. Oh, really? Ugh, that is yuck. Hopefully they've changed that with the 10.2 stuff, but I don't think they have. I'd be willing to bet. No time walking? Yeah, the only reason I'm not doing time walking is, as I mentioned, because I want to do the 10.2 PTR stuff. And obviously, if I'm on the PTR, I won't be able to do time walking dungeons because, duh, there's nobody else on the PTR. Or, well, there are, but there are people testing, you know, actual dungeons, not low-level dungeons. Your rogue is a Tarn named Spooky Steak. That's a nice name. Good thing you can tank up to level like 35 pretty safe on any class. Maintaining Slice and Dice is probably still a DPS increase. Is it? You think? I don't know. I really don't think it is. Maybe on bosses, I could see that, because I'm actually getting enough auto attacks, but the reality is, like, if I had used Slice and Dice there, I mean, it would have fallen off before the next pull. So, you know, even Watchkeeper Garglemar died kind of instantly, so, like, I can try using it here, but I don't know. Maybe. Percent of melee damage you're doing is going to be huge. Fair enough. I mean, it's a consideration. I mean, not really, though. On a longer boss fight, maybe. That's why I said. Like, on a pull like this, I guess we can see, right? So I'll put up Slice and Dice. There. It's up. Now I'm going to use Blade Flurry, Sinister Strike, and we're waiting. Waiting. And out of range. Sinister Strike. Alright, so let's look at the damage. Okay, melees actually did a decent amount. I'll give you that. Yeah, maybe. That said, I also was missing combo points for my Blade Flurry, where if I had had a Blade Flurried Eviscerate, it's possible that would have done more damage. So, anecdotal evidence, right? I will give you that melees did more that pull than I expected them to. I still think using it on Eviscerate would have been better, though. These mobs just don't live long enough for that. Always keep Slice and Dice up. Yeah, things are very different at low levels. You can't apply higher level mentality onto this. I can do melee here. Like, this is a case where I actually think it probably is worth using. But on, like, pulls like that where everything's dying almost instantly, like here, yeah, melees were like a big chunk of my damage. But on things where, like, the mob dies in one hit, I don't really think it's worth it. But there I will give you that, yes, Slice and Dice is probably worth it. That is a fair point. What expansion do you queue before level 30? Burning Crusade, as you can see. What buffs are essential for XP? Check out my leveling consumable guide, and that'll tell you everything you need to know. Is the heirloom sword with a chance to proc extra attacks good? No, it is not. The proc rate on this, where is it? I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it got, like, absolutely gutted. It gives basically no stats. It doesn't even have Agi on it. It's not good at all. What's the fastest 10 to 60 class? Druid. Alright, there we go. Slice and Dice. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. For bosses like that, I definitely see the potential. That was the healer requeuing. Yeah, I'll requeue as soon as I turn in these things, so I'll take it. Actually, that way I can just not accept the queue until we start. I just hope it doesn't hit Blood Furnace again, because that would kind of fuck me over. We'll see what the tank does. Okay. Oh, the tank accepted it. Nice. How much time do consumables shave? No, not a lot. Somebody declined it? The fuck are people declining it? Oh, why somebody randomly declined the queue again. Yeah, the experience buffs don't really shave off that much time. I kind of discussed this within my consumable guide, talking about which ones shave off a lot of time, which ones shave off a little time. Generally speaking, they are extremely minor, and you do not need to worry about it. If you watch my guide, I will tell you all of the ones that you actually should worry about, that actually matter, and the ones that you can safely ignore unless you're really trying to go for a super fast speedrun. For Prot Warrior, would it be best to just use time walking right now to level? I already have a video out within the past week talking about the best way to level right now. So go watch that. Here, I'll link it because a few people are asking. So I'll just link the videos. Just because it keeps getting brought up. So, here we go. Leveling consumable guide. What the fuck? Who is declining the queue? Am I getting trolled right now? Okay. Hold on. Well, they keep requeuing, but this stupid mage is just going to keep declining it. Keeps declining. Just get out of here if you're just going to keep doing that. Okay, did we get the queue? There we go. Is the mage looting the question? I mean, he should have been doing that during the actual dungeon. Nice. Alright, well, this was one of the 2 dungeons I needed. Perfect. Yeah, I figured it was the mage, but, like, at that point, either speak up and say that, and say, hold on, I need to get the quest items, but he was, like, actively trolling us by accepting and then declining before it popped. Like, just fuck off with that. You know, at that point, you're wasting 4 people's time for no reason. So that's just kind of a dick move. Yeah, so that's the leveling consumable guide, and then earlier this week I posted this video, time walking leveling guide. There you go. So those are the videos that I'm talking about. I linked them in chat. If you were unable to find them, you can watch those, and they should tell you everything you need to know about those subjects. And they are pretty short, too. The leveling consumable one is obviously like 20 minutes, because, you know, it's a lot of information to cover. The time walking one is 4 minutes. It's pretty straightforward. There we go. Appreciate the share. You weren't 100% sure which one. No problem. The healer was number 2 DPS in the boss. Yeah, low-level scaling is fucked. It's not even their fault, right? Like, at low levels, healers should be doing the most damage. It's really dumb. Oh my god. I got clapped for a second there. That was spooky. Yeah, so, if you want to see healers doing ridiculous damage, and you have yet to watch my Shadow Priest / Holy Priest speedrun, go check that out, because... basically, I think the first dungeon I got was this one in that run, and I just basically held W through the entire dungeon, pressing Holy Nova and one-shotting basically everything. And at low levels, scaling lets you do really, really stupid stuff like that. So, yeah, healers doing top damage is really not surprising. Am I going to test it off stream? What am I going to test off stream? Neo, can you elaborate on, because you said, are you going to test it off stream, sad face? I am not entirely sure what that was in reference to. Are you talking about time walking leveling? Because that was the only thing that I think I mentioned I wasn't going to be doing on stream. But I just meant that as, like, I wasn't going to be doing it, period. Like, within this run. And, I mean, as you can see in that video, I've already tested time walking leveling and literally made a guide on it. I think they were talking about Tide. Oh, Throne of the Tides. Right, yeah, no, I'm not testing that. I mean, it's one of those things, right, where I did PTR streams, right, and I appreciate everybody who showed up to, like, the PTR dungeon testing streams and raid testing streams, right, but they did not do well. So, I'm still going to test it, because obviously I need to make dungeon guides, and, well, I like testing that stuff. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to run it on my own time, but no, I'm quite honestly, I'm not going to do a stream for something, especially when it's not going to do well. Because, like, as we all know, right, one of the problems with stuff like that is the way YouTube works, is if I have, like, a video or stream that performs poorly, it actually just hurts my channel overall. So, what I have said before, you still really enjoyed, yeah, and I know, like, Oksara, I know you were there, and a few other people were there, and like I said, I appreciate everybody who showed up. It's just one of those things where I can't do it if it doesn't perform well. So what I will say is, I have considered in the future for streams like that, which I know are not going to perform well, but I know some people may want to watch it anyways, I might stream it on Twitch. Don't hold me to that, I'm still thinking about it, but I've been, like, toying with the idea of potentially doing that, because I think that way it, like, doesn't affect YouTube at all, but people who want to watch it can still watch it, and that way I don't need to, like, be super anxious and worried about, like, okay, I need to do, like, all the stupid SEO bullshit before the stream starts to make sure it, like, does well in the algorithm, because, like, that is one of my least favorite things about whatchamacallit, that's one of my least favorite things about, like, starting a stream, is having to, like, put all the tags and whatever and fucking stuff. And, like, you gotta do it, right? That's literally part of the job description, right? But if I was streaming it on Twitch, then I could just not give a shit, right? I just turn on the stream and whoever wants to watch it watches it, and I don't need to worry about it at all. So I've thought about doing that. I'm definitely not going to do that this weekend, so, like, you know, that will not be happening tomorrow. But I'm just saying, for stuff like that in the future, that is a possibility that I may start doing. Like I said, don't hold me to that, because I'm not 100% sure. You'll never complain about more content, but you won't be upset. Yeah, I appreciate understanding, because obviously it is just a difficult position. Obviously, I like doing the raid testing and dungeon testing, and as I said, I'm doing it anyways. So for me, I'd love to be able to stream that and have it, like, actually perform well, but it's one of those things where if it's not going to, then it's just a better use of my time to not do it. And I think one of the other issues is, if I'm doing a YouTube stream, a lot of times when I do raid testing, right, the way it works is, like, I just ask a few of my friends, we hop on the PTR, and if we have, like, 4 people, we just pug one random person and then start the dungeon. And it's like, okay, cool. You know, we're just running the dungeon now. And then maybe one person leaves, we pug a few more, and then, like, an hour later, one person joins in or something like that. And then every once in a while, maybe somebody's like, hey, I need to go, like, walk my dog or whatever for, like, an hour. Can we, like, do more PTR dungeons then? And if I'm just, like, doing testing in my own free time, it's like, yeah, sure. Who cares, right? And then I just do something else for an hour, and then when we have people that do more dungeons, we do more dungeons. The problem is, if I'm live streaming that, I basically kind of need to keep going, and I can't just, like, take an hour break in the middle of a live stream, so I kind of need to do them all back to back to back to back, which puts pressure on me to make sure I have everything planned out ahead of time. And also, if we only do, like, 2 hours of testing, well, 2 hours of testing is perfectly fine if I'm just trying to get footage for a video and just testing for fun. But if I'm only doing a 2-hour live stream, well, I generally like to do ones that are much longer than that. So then it would be, like, a lot of effort to, like, get the stream set up with, like, as I said, the SEO bullshit and making the thumbnail and stuff just for a 2-hour live stream. So it's a lot of investment for something that, you know, wouldn't be worth the time. But, you know, all that to say, as I said before, I think the Twitch thing is potentially a long-term solution. I would just need to get that more set up. You could stream it in your Discord as well, like an event night. It's not a bad idea, but I probably wouldn't do that, only because one of the things that you need to consider for this in particular is, well, I'm going to be completely real. I would never do that, but there's 2 reasons. One, I definitely wouldn't be able to do that for this type of run, because obviously, by nature of the testing runs, I would have to be doing it with my friends, right, for the testing thing, so we would be in voice together, and, you know, obviously I can't be in, I mean, I could technically be in 2 Discords at once, but it wouldn't really work out well. So the other solution I posed is a much cleaner one. The other reason is, I do not think I'm ever going to do, like, event live streams like that in my Discord, just because the reality of a Discord thing like that is, I mean, I suppose I could do it in a channel where everybody is muted, but, like, think about this. The unfortunate reality of something like that is we've already had people saying, "Oh my god, that guy got mind controlled and is now blasting us." Can I blind him? Because I don't want to die, but I also don't want to kill him. They almost just fucking killed that guy. That would have been bad. So yeah, think about it like this. People already come in here and type choice words in the chat. And at the very least, it's just in the chat, and if somebody says something bad, I can just delete their message and ban them. But if somebody just dropped into, like, a Discord channel that I was in and dropped, like, you know, a certain word that ends with an R, yeah, that would be very bad. Very, very, very bad. So, I cannot have that happen. Yeah, it would be like what happened on the last stream, but like 50 million times worse. Wow, I'm already level 19. Getting pretty lucky with the dungeons. Darthillian, what you said, rearrange some of the letters. And yeah, that's what people were unfortunately spamming in chat the other day. Not like actual people from the stream. It was, just got raided by, I don't know who, some random person, and they were trolling. Yeah, Blood Furnace is fast. Fuck it. I'll do this dungeon. That's kind of a bad joke, but I'll let it slide. Just don't let it get any further than that. I understand. I get the joke now. That's kind of bad. Just no further than that. Rip Gay Paladin almost died. Yeah, that was almost very tragic. Let's see. I did miss a few things. Damn dude, that secret questline you posted is insane. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, admittedly, I did clickbait that video pretty hard, but I think it's one of those things where it's pretty good clickbait, right? Because it's actually a really kind of insane secret questline, and I mean, I would honestly say it's fair to call it secret because I didn't know about it until like 2 weeks ago. So if it's something that I genuinely didn't know about for the first 4 months of its existence, and it's that strong for leveling, I think it's a pretty accurate title and thumbnail. So I am okay to clickbait whenever I think it is like justified clickbait that is accurate and like reflects what the video is about. And yeah, I think it was a pretty fucking insane questline. If your girlfriend finds out you spam the other one, she's gonna come hit you. Yeah. Definitely don't want to have that happen. Right. Yeah, I wish I had Blade Flurry up more often. Hello, Jose Lugo. Good to see you. You went from 67.5 to 70 in 28 minutes. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. If it's accurate, then it's not clickbait. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where, like, look, I wish that I could just have very basic thumbnails that just, you know, give generic information on the video. Where is this Demon Hunter going? He's a little bit lost in the sauce here. Like, I wish I didn't have to make thumbnails like that, but I do kind of, like, take pride in the fact that if you look at a lot of my videos, if they are just generic, standard videos that don't have, like, any really interesting information, I never try to make my videos seem like something they aren't, right? And one of the other things that I hate, right, is whenever people put, like, insane exploit for leveling or something like that with no information. Like I said, this secret quest line gives insane experience. That already narrows it down pretty heavily. I have the quest itself in the thumbnail, right, with, like, all the information on the experience, right? I have basically as much information in that thumbnail and title as I can possibly fit, you know, with the space that you can fit a few words and, like, you know, a one image thing. And I try to provide as much context for it as possible. What I really can't stand, the clickbait that I personally hate, is when it's like blatantly trying to make it so you have no information about what you're clicking on, and it's like, this is insane! Exclamation mark, question mark, with like no context, a random thumbnail that tells you nothing about the context of the video. So a lot of those I just don't click on because I'm like, it's probably bullshit, right? And honestly, I think it's kind of a bad way to clickbait because the reality is very few people will actually click on those videos. Like, there are some exceptions, right? But a lot of people are just going to look at that and say, it's probably dog shit, right? Probably not worth my time. And maybe it actually had really useful, really great information, but nobody's going to know because they're just going to say, well, this is just obviously clickbait. But by providing like enough information that you can see I'm talking about an actual subject in my video, the way I see it, most people look at that and go, oh, okay, maybe there is something here that I'm unaware of, because I have no idea what that quest is in the thumbnail that he's showcasing. So maybe there is some secret quest line that I don't know about. And it's a 2-minute video, right? That's the other thing. I don't fucking pad shit out to 8 minutes when it doesn't need to be 8 minutes. So 2 minutes is really not a large ask for people to find out about something that's going to let them level up in a ridiculously fast time. So all that to say, I think it's pretty fair. But I do wish that I didn't have to do it, but I think I do it at least in an ethical manner. It's the way I like to think about it. Yeah, so Goose Comics, I will say, Archvalder, he's one of the only ones that I'm like a little bit fine with, because I think Archvalder definitely does do a little bit of the clickbaity shit that I said, right? But I do think with Archvalder there is at least enough good information in there that it's like, okay. One thing that I do think he does a lot, though, which, you know, whatever, like, I get it, even though I don't like it, and I don't like to do it myself, is he will definitely put insane leveling exploit on something that is just extremely mundane. Like, the whole, what was it, the Noble Garden thing, or whatever, it was one of the exploits where, like, you had the pet that would eat the rabbits to give you, like, trickle experience. And that's one of those things where I watched the video, and I went like, huh, that is actually somewhat neat. Like, it's not actually a good leveling method at all. It gives terrible experience, but, like, that is kind of one of those things where I go, that's kind of funny that it works like that. But I'm pretty sure he did put, like, insane leveling method or passive leveling method, like, insane passive experience, when it was a pretty mundane trick that just makes you go, huh. So, that's one of the only things I don't like about it. The reason why I, generally speaking, give Archvalder a pass is because, at the very least, his videos have actual information. There are a lot of people who will literally just go insane leveling experience, and then their video is just, did you guys know that right now, with Turbulent Timeways, you can get 30% additional experience? Like and subscribe for more tips like that. And it's like, okay, wow, thank you. That was so insightful. I am glad I clicked on this video, right? So that's the type of shit that I really dislike. Archvalder clickbait's a little bit too much for my liking, but credit to him, most of his tips are at least actual information. Whether or not their usefulness is as good as, you know, maybe implied, I think is a little bit, you know, something else to discuss, but he at least doesn't, like, give you nothing. So there's that. Yeah, I think it's fine. He's half right when it's insane XP, but it's not great XP for hour. It's 100% a troll, and I love it. Archvalder's vids are basically all ads for his Patreon. Yeah, that's kind of one of those other things where I get why he does it. I think Archvalder, out of, like, a lot of the other YouTubers, has more of a reason to link his Patreon than others, because, like, I get it. A lot of the shit that he puts out is probably going to get patched immediately. I still don't like it. You guys all know my stance on, like, paywalling information. Not really something I'm a huge fan of, but I do think it is, like, there is a world of difference between Archvalder and Azertharian, for instance, right? Like, paywalling stuff behind a Patreon so that Blizzard isn't able to patch it is one thing. Still don't like it, but it's understandable. Paywalling information and then blatantly misinforming people who are getting your information for free off guides, that is completely scummy, and that is why people like Azertharian I have no respect for at all. So there are varying degrees of that. But, yeah, it's still, you know, one of those murky waters, I would say. Thank you, brother, for all the hard work on making guides and streaming. No problem. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Mike P. Let's see. In before Bellular rant? That's whatever. You know what? I'll give Bellular credit. At the very least, the last time he made a clickbait leveling video that had absolutely no information, he credited me. So, like, one of my complaints that I had before is that he blatantly ripped off my leveling guide and then he didn't even mention my name. This time, he blatantly ripped off my leveling guide, but he at least shouted out my channel. So, fine. Like, at that point, I don't really care too much. Still a little bit salty over the Dragonflight pre-patch one, but at least, you know, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones on that one. I still just, yeah, definitely one of the channels I was referring to with that whole, you know, nothing burger video on did you guys know there's an experience buff going on right now, and that's the extent of the information. Yeah, Bellular is definitely guilty of that, which, yeah, you know, it's a mega WoW channel. What can you expect? I can't really be too mad about it. It is what it is. Okay, let me, at this point, I'm going to use... What the hell? Oh, those are cloth. For a second, I thought that was leather. I'm going to use these bags. Nice, got boots. That's one I needed. Fuck, I got 2 pairs of boots. Alright, well, that's real helpful. There's one more. I got shoulders again. Alright, well, that... You know, those kind of fucking suck. Alright, I'll re-queue, and while I sit in queue, I can do the Darkmoon Fair buffs, and then we can start doing Elwyn Forest. I can actually go turn on War Mode now, which is one of the reasons why I left the queue there, because I have to go turn on War Mode anyway. Oh, Dusk Bunny was in that group. Oh, I did not realize that you were one of the people in there. Well, thank you, Miss Dusk Bunny, for helping with those. Honestly, I left partially because I wanted to go turn on War Mode right now, but I also left because at that point, I was probably going to start getting repeats. Like, I considered leaving the moment it hit Blood Furnace because I had already done it, but I figured Blood Furnace is fast at least, so fuck it, why not? The group was good. So I stayed for that one, but I think most people were a bit under-leveled, so I was going to start getting repeat dungeons, and that would have been inefficient, so... But I appreciate you, you know, queuing into me and then, you know, making those dungeons easier. Thank you for that. What race is this tune? This race is a Void Elf. Oh, you were the healer. Wait, so you were gay paladin? Oh, nice. Well, good choice of name. Okay, let me, hold on. I missed a few messages before, so I'm going to quickly scroll up. And just, read a few of those messages, and I can hearth, because I need to get back to Stormwind to turn on War Mode. This is truly the golden run. Starts by blinding himself, tank AFKs, gets abducted into BFA, people mass leave. Oh yeah. This run, honestly, overall, despite the bullshit that we've run into, really not terrible. Especially for a rogue speedrun. Like, 1 hour for 10 to 20 is... It could be better, but it's honestly pretty fine, all things considered. I definitely want hit and run. Probably Weapon Master here. And what do I want? Yeah, whoa, definitely that. Yeah. Okay, take evasion. Take... I need to take Shadowrunner, for sure, and Cloak of Shadows will be nice to have. I probably will take... Unless, do I need this? Enemies disabled? No, it's probably not super necessary for leveling. And I'm gonna take Shadow Step, so yeah, I will take Shadowrunner and Master Poisoner to get to the next section. Take Adrenaline Rush, put that there. Take Cloak of Shadows, put the Cloak of Shadows there, I guess. And Here, I'm gonna teleport to the Darkwind Fair again. Actually, no, wait. I'm not gonna teleport to the Darkwind Fair. I should probably get the dollar on Hearthstone. For this run, I actually think I'm gonna need it, so I'm gonna head over there and start grabbing it. In fact, I could probably use Gunshoes here to shave off a bit of time, since I'm not taking Darkwind Fair. Do you remember what quest ends the secret quest line? I think somebody already answered that in chat afterwards. But yeah, the final quest in the secret quest line is the one within the actual thumbnail of the video. So I guess if you check that, that's another way to see it. Yeah, so I should note another thing that I forgot to mention when answering Navix EU's comment earlier about the heirloom sword. They completely gutted the heirloom sword on retail. I forget when they did it. So, fun fact about Battle-Worn Thrashblade. It used to be ridiculously powerful. And then there was a bug in the Warlords of Draenor pre-patch that was causing combat rogues to one-shot Siege of Orgrimmar bosses with the Battle-Worn Thrashblade heirloom. And I think you had to use the heirloom and the regular Thrashblade at the same time. And with like one of the new abilities they got, it was literally causing an infinite combo. And what would happen is you would pull a boss, everybody's game would freeze, and then like 20 seconds later, the game would unfreeze and the boss would be dead and the rogue would also be dead. It was wild. I got to see it firsthand, and I'm glad I did, because it was one of the funniest exploits. I don't know if I would call it an exploit, but one of the funniest bugs, I guess, I've ever seen. I guess if people actively were using that, then it would probably be an exploit, but I know a lot of people had that happen accidentally. They didn't mean to trigger that. But ever since then, the gloves, or the blade has been nerfed into oblivion, and it's not really usable. However, on Classic World of Warcraft, we still, of course, have the pre-nerfed version, because like I said, that nerf... Yes, I know. You can stop saying in chat. I'm well aware. Yeah, it's got a memory leak. For whatever reason, the memory leak has started happening very consistently in Legion Dalaran. I don't know why, but as of, like, this latest patch, it happens almost all the time when I go to Legion Dalaran as well. Which sucks, because Legion Dalaran was where I used to set my Hearthstone, so now the memory leak has randomly extended there. Now, one thing I've noticed is the memory leak happens more often when my view distance is higher. So I've started turning my view distance down really low, but as you can see there, so I did it right before I started, or right before I restarted the game. Do I prefer playing endgame? Yes, I am a cutting-edge raider. So that is definitely what I prefer doing. And that is what I played this game for. Leveling is a side hobby that I do for fun. It is not actually why I play this game. But yeah, the memory leak is annoying. Let's see. Yeah, I missed definitely a decent amount of messages. But yeah, so on Classic, I don't know where exactly I cut out. Basically, what I was saying before I cut out is that on Classic, do I do full mythic raids? Yeah. If you go back to the start of the stream, I showed my characters. Usually people ask about it. So, you can see my Demon Hunter. Currently rank 2 for Vengeance Demon Hunter. Though I'm honestly no longer even playing it, so I'm just kind of sitting on that, and now I'm playing Brewmaster. Remember the old Ret Paladin Sealbug in Dragon Soul? I didn't raid in Dragon Soul, so no, I don't remember that. I was very young in Dragon Soul. Definitely before I was actively raiding. But yeah, the Heirloom Sword is very good in Wrath Classic, because that is pre-nerf. Oh, you're fucking joking. The moment I fucking... Oh, man. I'm gonna be real, boys. This run is cursed. This is really cursed. My guild does not sell mounts, no. I play tank. I main tank at endgame and everything. There's still, obviously, getting Old Hillsbred Foothills to brick your run, like, on the very first dungeon after you hit level 15 is definitely... yeah, the problem is, if I leave it, I'm fucked, right? So, the problem is, if I leave this dungeon, that's a 30-minute queue, and... I don't know. I mean, this really sucks, obviously. But I can't really leave. So, what I need to do is... kill the first boss and then leave, so then I only have to wait a little bit and I at least get some experience from it. Death Knight under level 55? What's the question, Modali? I don't know what the question of Death Knight under 55 is. Yeah, there are no... Well, technically there is a mount for Mythic Sarkareth, right? Because the Mythic version, Mythic drops a guaranteed version of the fucking whatever mounts, the little dragon riding recolor thing. So, technically, but, like, there's no specific Mythic mount, but people do actually sell Mythic Sark. But my guild does not sell Mythic Sark. We're not high enough to do Mythic final boss sales, right? But we comfortably re-clear every single week, so. What are my highest Mythic Plus keys? I don't really push Mythic Plus that much. I did plus 20s and then I stopped. I'm not really big into M plus dungeons. Honestly, I just haven't really been enjoying the last few seasons. I still do them for gear, right? Like, you know, I farm them every single week to fill my vault, or at least I was when we were actively still progressing. So I do a lot of Mythic Plus to, like, farm gear and obviously to get my portals and stuff, but I'm not one of those people who just, like, slams their face into plus 20 or higher Mythic Plus keys all day, every day, just to push score. I honestly just don't find that fun or interesting whatsoever. Your group. What about... Oh, yeah. This is not classic. This is retail. Death Knights have not started at level 55 in a very long time. Yeah. Is the tank AFK? Or... Oh, the tank is the one who's behind. Fuck. Oh, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm just the tank now? Yeah. It has been quite a while since Death Knights have started at level 55. Obviously, in Classic, they still do, but, you know, different game. Maybe should have stayed with Gay Paladin? Yeah, at this point, I'm regretting leaving. It's karma for leaving Gay Paladin. You never played Retail? Ah, yeah, Retail is very different from Classic. It's basically a completely different game. Is Brewmaster an easy tank to pick up? No. I would not say so. It depends on your definition of easy to pick up. Brewmaster has a relatively low skill floor in the sense that you can kind of play Brewmaster very incorrectly and still kind of scrape by on it, just because Stagger is a very broken mechanic. But you won't be necessarily playing it well just by, like, playing it a little bit. Brewmaster does require a decent amount of practice, I would say. That said, I don't want to deter you from playing Brewmaster, because I personally feel that when you understand Brewmaster, it is a very fun thing to play. I love Brewmaster. But it is definitely not one of the more intuitive tanks to pick up. It's also, at the moment, it has the most buttons of any tank by a very, very, very large margin. And there are only a few buttons that you can reasonably drop from your rotation, and they will make you worse. It is not one of those cases where, like, oh, you can run a build with slightly less buttons and it's only a very marginal downgrade. No. The unfortunate reality of current Brewmaster is it requires a lot of fucking buttons, and a lot of them are actually quite important. So, it is...
easy to get into at a very basic level. If you want to actually learn how to play it, it is, I would say, the hardest tank to learn at the moment. But once again, don't want to deter you, because I think it is very rewarding once you actually learn how to play it. Not only is it very strong, but it is, in my opinion, extremely fun to play to boot. So, would definitely recommend giving it a shot. You love playing Guardian Druid? It's so intuitive and easy? Yeah, honestly. I mean, that's why a lot of people like Guardian. Guardian Druid, it is pretty easy to get into. There's not like a ton that you need to understand, and it gets good numbers, and it's pretty tanky. So it is definitely a strong option. How many level 70 tunes do I have? Too many. Way too many. I don't even know. I've stopped counting. Way more than I will ever need. Right? I have like 3 of every single tank class. And I definitely do not need that many. But, I mean, the reality is, like, I already used to level, like, a lot of characters just in a vacuum before I started doing, like, a lot of the speedrun stuff. But ever since I started doing speedruns, and especially ever since I started doing these testing runs, where I'm just leveling a random character up to 60 just, you know, to test it out, I have gotten so many random level 70s. But yeah, I do not need, like, any of them. Brewmaster only feels strong once you have gear/stats. Honestly, not really. It depends on what you define as strong. Shit. Alright, I'm alive. I wanted to at least turn in the quest for the experience and then get the hell out, and I managed to live. I do have a Shadow Word Pain on me. I almost misclicked and died there, but cheat death OP. Yeah, so I still have 7 minutes on this. Can you make a guide on playing a level 70 Brewmaster? You tried playing it and died trying to tank an elite. I have thought about it. Do I ever play Classic? Yes, I play Classic a lot. Just look through my channel. You'll find a bunch of Classic videos. Yeah, I've definitely heard that Guardian is getting gutted pretty hard in 10.2. I have a lot of friends who play Guardian, and none of them are happy about the changes. So, that is definitely a bit unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. But, at the moment, for right now, Guardian is still pretty good, but unclear how long it'll stay that way. That dungeon is a curse? Yeah. Glad I managed to get out of there. Oh yeah, Kubazniak asked that a few times. Yeah, so no, I played Classic when it first came out. In 2019 Classic, I played a Prot Warrior, and I got to level 60. I tanked Molten Core, and then I got bored, and I stopped. Then I played again in TBC. I played a Feral Druid tank in TBC. I tanked everything but Sunwell. I did the first 2 bosses of Sunwell, but I never really managed to find a consistent enough guild. Like, I joined a guild that was doing Black Temple and stuff, and they kept saying, oh, we're going to do Sunwell, we're going to do Sunwell. And then they just never did, because they kept having roster issues. So I never ended up getting around to tanking Sunwell, which is a shame, because I wanted to. I could have technically spent more time, because I did get in, like, fairly early, like, right when Sunwell came out. So I had a few months that I theoretically could have spent trying to find a guild, but I forget what happened. I think it was like, yeah, Season 4 of Shadowlands came out around that time. So it was like, I could either actually, like, really play Season 4 of Shadowlands, or I could, you know, try to find a guild just to finish off Sunwell, which was the only TBC raid I hadn't done up to that point, and I chose to do Shadowlands instead, obviously, because retail is still the main game that I play. So I did everything else in TBC Classic, though, and I had fun. Honestly, I think Feral Druid tanking in TBC was pretty enjoyable. I was not a huge fan of Prot Warriors in Vanilla. I mean, it is what it is for, like, the time period, right? I didn't hate it, but it wasn't something I was, like, actively, thoroughly enjoying. But I actually thought Feral Druid tanking in Classic TBC was pretty fun. I liked it. And then when they added fresh servers to Wrath Classic, I made a new Paladin on Naladath, and I got to level 70 before Wrath Classic came out. I joined some random guild on that fresh server, and I played a Prot Paladin, and I raided Nax, and then that guild obviously fell apart and that server died, so I moved my paladin over to Mankrik, where it currently remains, and then I joined a guild and I did all of Ulduar, all the hard modes and stuff like that. And then when TOGC came out, I did all of the TOGC hard modes. The only thing that I haven't done in TOGC, which, like, honestly, I don't really care enough trying to find a guild to do that, is the Deathless, literally Deathless 25-man hard mode. So I've done 50 chest, but I haven't gotten, like, the Black Warhorse or whatever. But honestly, at this point, I do not give enough of a shit to try and find a guild just for that one achievement. And then the guild that I was in up until, like, about a month ago changed their raid times, and it conflicted with my retail guild, so I wasn't able to keep raiding there. And I haven't been raiding in Wrath the past few weeks, but I will probably try to find a new guild to run ICC with, because obviously, at this point, I've done everything else in Wrath. I might as well do ICC. You're a tank for life? I like tanking. What can I say? It's every single game, pretty much what I play. It's what I enjoy doing. You missed the exciting part, the setup. Oh, yeah. Really exciting, all that setup, huh? But yeah, I tank in pretty much every game I play. It's just what I enjoy. I have fun with it. But yeah, so right now I'm playing a prop paladin. I've been leveling up my blood DK on Wrath Classic slowly over time. But it's still like 72 or something. I haven't, like, really finished it. I think, honestly, I'm gonna wait. Like, when is Alterac Valley weekends? I don't know when the next one is. I don't know how to check whatever that is. Whenever the next Alterac Valley weekend is, I'll probably do that. I think I meant to level on one that was, like, semi-recently, and then I barely missed it, because, like, I wasn't paying attention, and it was, like, during a week where I was really busy. So I'll probably just wait till that, and then level it up through Alterac Valley, because, like, it's pretty nice. The nice thing about Alterac Valley is, like, it's really chill, and I don't really want to spend a lot of time leveling on Classic. I'm going to be real. So I usually just do that. That way you can get Honor Gear at max level, which actually does help you out a little bit getting into early dungeons. Like, I have seen people recommend doing similar things for retail. Oh, if you level in BGs, you get full Honor Gear the moment you level up. And it's like, yeah, but for retail, that isn't actually helpful, because it's so easy to get, like, a brand new set of starter gear that's better than PvP stuff. Whereas in Wrath Classic, PvP is actually better than a lot of the entry gear that you would be able to get otherwise. So, definitely like doing that for Wrath leveling. Do you ever have a problem finding a guild to tank for? Yes and no. So it definitely is difficult finding tank spots. But I'll be completely honest, at a certain point when you have enough of a history as a tank, it's pretty easy to get spots, as long as there's one open. Right? Like, the guild that I joined recently, I had, up until that point, very little experience tanking in Classic. Like, obviously, I had tanked in TBC, but I was joining a guild that had already full cleared all of the Ulduar hard mode stuff, and I was coming in under-geared, having done 0 Ulduar hard modes, and looking to join, and all I had done so far is Noxeramus. My little ALEXA just made a noise there. Whoops. But of course, you know, when I was able to show that, like, I've been tanking in actual World of Warcraft, like, retail WoW for literal years, and I have rank 1 parses on multiple characters and multiple cutting edges, at that point, like, I think most guilds are smart enough to realize that if you're good at retail WoW, you're probably also good at Classic WoW. So they were willing to give me a trial just based on that, and then, of course, I kept my raid spot after the first night, right? So it's pretty easy if you know what you're doing. But I will admit, it can be difficult to actually find a guild that needs a tank in the first place. But at a certain point, like I said, if you have enough experience on a tank, then the moment you find an opening, it becomes pretty easy to just convince them, like, that you're worth taking. Tiny tip, grab the linen cloth quest from the smith guy. He can drop 1 item from the quest. Yeah, but I'm not going to be going back to Goldshire. I know what you're talking about. I'm not going to be doing those other quests. It's not really worth it, right? At least with the current iteration of the route. Now, one thing that I have considered is for super serious speedruns, there's kind of this weird thing where do I want to put this? Let's put this on Shift T. For super duper serious fast speedruns, I actually think the rest of Elwynn Forest is potentially worth routing in. Purely because a lot of it is bad due to travel time, which at low levels, you know, is hard to come by. And I remember I actually had theory crafted a route years ago that included like all of the Elwynn Forest quests, and then almost immediately after I theory crafted it, Cracked Radnack's control gem got nerfed, and you were no longer able to use it while leveling, and that route went out the window. However, nowadays, Cracked Radnack's control gem has been unnerfed, and you can use it again for leveling. So I haven't really gotten around to retesting that route to see if it's still efficient in Dragonflight, because when I initially theory crafted it, it was all the way back in Shadowlands. So I'd have to try that out and play around with it. But it is possible that and we're talking literally just in like really super duper fast speedruns, Elwynn Forest might be efficient if you had a bunch of Cracked Radnack's control gems that you were using to like zip around and get from point A to point B ridiculously quickly. For casual leveling, the other stuff in Elwynn Forest is not fast because there's just a lot of back and forth travel time. It's specifically with Cracked Radnack's when you can effectively negate that entire downside that it becomes worth it. But since that is something where, like I said, it is only applicable to speedruns and not to like casual runs, I really haven't had much of an incentive to get around to it, because even if it ends up being as fast as I think it could be, it's not the type of thing that I'm going to include in my guide, because telling somebody these quests are only worth it if you have 3 Cracked Radnack's control gems is like, nobody's going to be doing that for just casually leveling up and all. That is purely speedrun material. But we'll see. One thing that I might do at some point with that is I might do a level 1 to 70 run, because I believe one of the key selling points of that route is, since you can start doing it at level 5, it would actually mean that the human starting zone, and by extension Elwynn Forest, becomes significantly faster compared to Exile's Reach. So that would actually shave off a lot of time in the 1 to 10 range, and one of the reasons why I've said before I actually don't like doing 1 to 70 runs, or even 1 to 10 runs, is because I find the 1 to 10 process very boring. Because for a while, Exile's Reach has just been the clear, fastest method. But now, if there's more creative routing open with the addition of Cracked Radnack's control gems, well, that's a different story. And now maybe I can start doing something spicy starting at level 1. We'll have to see, though. I'm not doing this anytime soon. I have a lot of other projects I need to work on. But could be fun to try doing a 1 to 70 route, or at least a 1 to 60 run at some point like that. 1 to 70 is definitely a big ask, but I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. Did not mean to press gun shoes, but alright. Let's see. You hate leveling and forgot how much until your brother wanted you to level in Wrath? Yeah, leveling in Classic is definitely a very different experience than leveling in Retail. Absolutely. Alright, so that's it for this section. I think I can probably re-queue for dungeons. The only question is, what do I do next? I think I do WAD intro next, probably. It's like the most efficient thing. So I need to abandon Heroes Call Zengermarsh, abandon Burning Crusade. Here we go. And yeah, I can re-queue now. You're going to stick with DPSing, but you love leveling and doing dailies, etc. and tank specs, so you can AoE pull a lot. Yeah, it's very fun. Do I think Classic is better than Retail? I think they're different games. I think comparing them 1-to-1 is a little bit difficult. I think... So, honestly, I think by modern standards, I honestly do still think Retail is a better game. That might be a bit of a hot take. Though, I think if we're comparing them for their time period, I think classic versions of the games for their time period, no brainer, are better games, right, relative to how good of a game Retail is now. That's not really controversial whatsoever. I'm well aware that a lot of people still personally enjoy Classic, and I enjoy playing it, But I think for me, while I enjoy playing Classic still, I still have more fun playing Retail overall. The content in Retail, just generally how it plays, is more enjoyable to me than playing Classic. That's not to say I think Classic is a worse game. Like I said, I play them for different reasons. To me, Classic is like a chill game that I play for fun when I'm just like, you know, bored and want to like grind some levels or whatever. And I play Retail when I want like fast-paced dungeons or raids or something like that. And I enjoy doing fast-paced dungeons and raids and stuff like that. It's why I like to do Mythic Raiding. But it is... please don't be Arcatraz. Botanica. I'm kind of getting bricked with these dungeons. Okay, because I am still missing so many really good dungeons, I will do this one. But I'm kind of getting shafted here. We're missing Underbog, we're missing Akanai Crypts, Manitombs, Sethek Halls, Mechanar... yeah, there's a bunch of dungeons that I haven't gotten yet. I'm getting kind of fucked here. So, this is definitely not an auto-leave. But it's not super great. I've said before, Botanica is like the worst dungeon that I am still willing to run through. Because it's not bad, it's just somewhat inefficient. And it looks like the tank is actually kind of shredding, so that actually makes this a little bit more bearable. If the tank is actually doing damage, and I'm not going to be hard carrying the group. Because that always kind of makes this a little bit frustrating. Classic is a better RPG, Retail is better as a game. Yeah, Classic is a better RPG, that one without a doubt. I mean, Retail at this point is not even an RPG anymore, really. It is barely still an actual, like, what we would define as a role-playing game. It is effectively just a raiding and dungeon simulator, which, like I said, I enjoy. So that's fine, but definitely for people who actually enjoy, like, the role-playing game elements, at this point, Retail has gone so far away from what they enjoy. Which, like, I empathize with that. Like, I understand that there are a lot of people who, yeah, did play World of Warcraft for those reasons, and wish that it was more towards that. But, at the same time, I don't really think you can ever go back on that. As you already have Classic, right? So, like, I think if you enjoy those elements, just play games like Classic. But I've seen a lot of people advocating for Retail to return to, like, an RPG playstyle, and I don't know, I just don't really think that would be good. At that point, you'd be alienating the current player base in the hopes of maybe bringing back some people who, let's be real, are probably still just going to play Classic anyway. So I think at this point, it's pretty safe to say that people who enjoy the RPG elements are going to play Classic, people who enjoy the raiding and dungeon elements are going to play Retail. I happen to enjoy both, but like I said, for different reasons. So, I still play Retail, I still play Classic, I just, you know, I don't play them for the same reasons. And that said, I do actually enjoy raiding in Classic, right? But I enjoy raiding in Classic more so from, like, a sightseeing perspective than, like, a, oh my god, this is, like, you know, heart-pounding, adrenaline-pumping action, right? You know, it's fun to, like, see what the raids were like that I was, like, 10 years old when they came out and actually get to experience them. But it's not, like, something that I actively play for, like, super serious fun. With the exception of Cataclysm, which is why it always pisses me off when people are like, oh, Classic should never go to Cataclysm. Cataclysm killed Retail. Oh, I don't want to have Cataclysm Classic. It's like, well, I actually really am excited for Cataclysm Classic, and I am going to play the shit out of Cataclysm Classic when it comes out. Because I have heard so many stories about how those raids were actually hard, like, from people who aren't Classic Andes, from, like, people who I actually raided with over the years, who said, like, oh yeah, the difficulty curve from, like, ICC to Blackwing Descent and stuff was massive. And having looked at, like, some of those fights, it's definitely not, like, Retail Mythic raid levels of difficulty, but it looks significantly harder from a mechanical perspective than anything in Classic thus far. And I think that's going to be really fucking cool. So I'm very excited to try, like, Firelands, Blackwing Descent, all those raids, because I didn't start raiding until Mists of Pandaria. So Cataclysm raids are kind of like the earliest actually difficult raids that I never got to experience. And I really, really, really want to try those. So I'm very excited for Cataclysm Classic. And I hope that it actually comes out and that it doesn't get, like, you know, canceled because there's so many classic Andes who are just, like, vehemently against it, for literally no reason, even though they already have their existing version of the game. How would you recommend getting into raiding if you're really new? Baby steps. That's really all I can say. Don't try to jump into Mythic raids as a brand new player. It's not going to go well, right? Baby steps, you know, start pugging raids, find a guild to, like, run normal with, then eventually find a guild to run heroic and AOTC with, and then eventually, when you're really comfortable, then you can start looking for Mythic guilds. And don't jump into, like, a cutting-edge guild. Jump into a guild that's just doing, like, casual Mythic, get your feet wet first, get some Mythic experience, and then try to get into, like, a cutting-edge guild. Because, yeah, if you try to just dive into the deep end right at the start, you're, of course, going to have a bad time. It takes some getting used to. And that wasn't even my experience in raiding in, whatchamacallit, cutting-edge content. Like, I didn't just immediately dive into the endgame stuff. I did exactly what I just described. I took my time, right? I, like, kind of went up from different guilds. Like, I started off doing normal raids in Mists of Pandaria. And guild is definitely way better than pugging. Long-term, definitely find a guild. Yes, that's correct. But early on, before, like, you actually find a guild, I would say join a pug or two early on. I'm not saying, like, exist in pugs at the start, but it's definitely good to at least try out raiding in a pug first before you ever join a guild, just so you can understand what it's like. What the hell? This Demon Hunter just said, "Man down, where ya from, brother," in all caps. Is this guy, like, singing a song or something that I'm unaware of? Forget pugs, go right away into normal heroic guilds. Yeah, see, personally, I would not recommend that, but, like, you know, you're welcome to do that if you want. Gee, what am I dying to? Is it that, like, poison dot? Because I don't think I was in these puddles in the ground, unless the hitbox is just really misleading. Either way. Do I tentatively know which tanks will be good next patch? It's too early to say for sure. So I know you said tentatively, so I do, of course, I gotta give the disclaimer. Too early to say for certain. Right now, there is a very clear divide between 3 tanks and the 3 other tanks. And within those subsets of 3 tanks, it's hard to say which will be the best or the worst or whatever. But we can very safely say that within, like, those categories, they are either the top or the bottom. That is Brewmaster, Blood DK, Prop Paladin. Those are going to be the top 3 tanks. Currently, with current tuning, with, like, the way Amir Drasil is looking, and this is, I'm talking rating, right? I'm going to be honest, I don't really care about Mythic Plus. Every single one of the tanks will be able to clear plus 20 dungeons to get portals, and that is all I care about. If you're pushing, like, super high-end score, I don't fucking know. What is killing me? I have no debuffs. What? There's nothing on the, like, I'm just getting rotted out by nothing. What the fuck is that? I don't even know. Man, this dungeon is jank. Okay, that guy got fucking spanked. Hold on. I'll continue answering that after I'm sure that I'm not going to die from air. Because what the fuck? Rotted out, but it must, yeah, I mean, it's obviously a scaling issue. That one's a no-brainer. But I don't even know what was hitting me, right? Like, at least if I was standing in something, I would be like, wow, that thing is scaling really high. If I had a debuff on me, I would have been like, wow, that debuff ticks for a lot. I had no debuffs on me. I was not standing in anything. I'm just getting rotted out by nothing. That's what was so surprising, where I'm just like, what is going on? Somebody use Between the Eyes here. Between the Eyes, I'm pretty sure does... Okay, it does not do more damage, but it increases your critical strike chance. And it costs less energy. I guess it's probably worth using one Between the Eyes before your next one. Or your next, like, dispatches. Whatever. I'm gonna leave this group and hopefully get better dungeons on the next one. Fuck, I hit level 25, so now I have even more bad dungeons diluting my pool. Yeah, this run actually may have been completely cursed by that freehold into other shit. No. This will be tragic. Check details damage taken. You know what? That is a good idea. What was I taking damage from? Literally nothing! What? It's just blank! I took 2.2k damage from nothing! God, retail look like trash. Brother, I'm doing a TBC dungeon. That's classic shit. What do you mean? Obviously, scaling issues aside. Like, it's doing fucking Botanica. Yeah, okay. So, fucking even Details doesn't know what I was taking damage from. God damn. Alright. Skill issue. Yeah, apparently. Fuck. At least I'm not crazy, right? Like, you know, maybe he was gonna say, you know, oh, you were taking damage from the obvious frontal directly beneath their feet. No, it's just fucking air. I'm just dying to nothing. The rare damage type, nothing. Yeah. My god. Wait, was it... Hold on, let me make sure it wasn't even blocked by OBS so you can actually see it. I think it fucking was blocked by OBS. Yeah, here, let me move this just so you can see so I'm not crazy, right? Damage taken, yeah. I don't know if it was showing or not, but here you go. Like, I moved the timer just so you can see. Yeah, it literally fucking no damage logged on Details, and I was still getting blasted. Oh, Sithek Halls? Why do you hate me? Literally the worst dungeons. Game. Well, on the plus side, you like this dungeon? I fucking hate this place. On the plus side, this is another dungeon that you can very quickly kill the first boss and leave, so I'm gonna do that, but, like, I'm gonna be real, if the next dungeon is not good, I'm just gonna say fuck TBC dungeons, and we're gonna swap this over to the 10.2 PTR earlier than expected, which I guess isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is going to make this run take a hell of a lot longer, which, that would be very unfortunate. Shadow Labs is definitely pretty bad, yeah. The only thing that is not bad about Shadow Labs is that you can leave it early, because two of the dungeons are turned in two of the quests are turned in at the start of the dungeon, and there's a very fast first boss. That is the only redeeming quality of Shadow Labs. The rest of the dungeon is terrible. So, and one of the other things I've always said about Shadow Labs is if you are tanking Shadow Labs, it is not too bad. This dungeon is very, very, very heavily dependent on how good your tank is. Because if your tank is unaware and they're not doing the pulls correctly, and then you get, like, packs coming in from the side, like so, it can quickly spiral out of control, but more importantly, the trash from Blackheart the Inciter onwards can be really, really, really sketchy with a tank that doesn't know what they're doing. So, that is the scariest part. Like, if you're a tank and you're doing proper pulls and picking up ads and, you know, interrupting the shit and not, like, killing your group, it's not terrible, but if you're a DPS, you are completely at the mercy of your tank knowing what they're doing. I take Grappling Hook and pretty much only have one option here, and that is Deft Maneuvers. And then here we take Shadowrunner and Master Poisoner. Once again, really no options there that were super enticing. And now I get the worst mobility spell in the game, but I mean, it is a mobility spell. So. The Gay Paladin's curse strikes again, yeah. Really is a curse at this point, god damn. Yeah, like, I could, and I should note, for the question earlier about, the tanks, like, I could get into detail on why each tank is, like, better or worse. I mean, Brewmaster and Blood DK should be pretty obvious. Prop Paladin is obviously already in a pretty good spot at the moment. I think that's the only one maybe I should explain, because I know a lot of Prop Paladins are dooming pretty hard about the fact that their tier set's pretty bad. And I will say that out of the three, Prop Paladin is maybe the... I won't say the weakest, because it's not weak, but it is maybe, like, not the strongest. Like, Blood DK and Brewmaster are both looking very nice for the next patch. Prop Paladin is still looking very good. It's just one of the reasons why Prop Paladin, I think, is going to be very strong, why a lot of people think it's going to be strong, is a lot of the fights in Amirjasil very heavily favor Prop Paladin utility. Like, there are a lot of good cases for Prop Paladin utility to be super good on a lot of those boss fights. Like, invaluable levels of good. So, there's almost a case to be made that on certain fights, no matter what tank you're maining, you are probably going to bring at least one Prop Paladin just for, like, spell warding and shit like that, and just cheese mechanics. Hard to say for sure. It's possible, of course, that gets changed and they make it so it doesn't work like that, but we've already seen in Aberrus a lot of mechanics that get completely cheesed by Prop Paladin immunities, and historically that has also been something they're very good at. And there's a lot of fights in Emergicil where that's already something you can do. So presumably it'll work, and Paladins are also already in a pretty solid spot aside from their tier set bonus, which, like, we can hope that the tier set bonus also gets improved so they're not nearly as bad. I shouldn't say nearly as bad, so they are stronger than they currently are. So the tier set isn't nearly as dog shit as it currently is. Because, yeah, the tier set kind of sucks at the moment. That definitely is a problem. And then, you know, there really isn't much to say about the other ones. Like, Brewmaster and Blood DK just look strong. Blood DK definitely still has some issues, it's worth noting, but I think Blood DK is historically just a good tank, right? You can never really go wrong with Blood DK. It's just a question of, is it just an okay tank, or is it like the most broken tank in the game, like in Sepulchre? And Blood DK is still, of course, in that position where the worst it can be is good, and Blood DK is getting a very powerful tier set, and they are the only tank that will get to use the Legendary. And, I mean, that counts for something. Now, the only question with the Legendary is because we still don't know what the acquisition will be, it's unclear if, like, for early progression, the Legendary will play a factor. So for people like me who are more concerned about, like, you know, the first few weeks, because obviously I'm doing Mythic Progression literally day one, right? I'm not, like, in the Race to World first, but I still do, like, Mythic Progression at the start. So that, it does matter to me whether or not the Legendary will even play a factor. Because if it's one of those, like, you can't even get the Legendary until, like, the 20th week of the tier, well, then it basically doesn't matter at all for Mythic Progression. It would still be nice, though. So I would say if you're one of those people who likes to stop playing at the start of the patch and then come back later, Blood DK is definitely going to be pretty good, because there's no way the Legendary isn't at least powerful, right? So I would say that is definitely good. That is the only kind of unknown, because we still don't know how we get it. But assuming it is obtainable fairly early on, and to the point where it's, like, actually something that you'll have for the final two bosses of the raid, that can make Blood DK ridiculously strong, assuming the Legendary is even remotely powerful. But it probably will be. What else? Yeah, and then, so those are, like, the top two tanks. Brewmaster, there's really not much to say. Brewmaster's just good. Tier bonus is good. Brewmaster's already really good. Yeah, it's just is what it is. And obviously you want a monk buff, and while Mistweaver is getting some slight changes, it's still unclear if Mistweaver is going to be a strong option. It's probably just going to be a nice, like, bring one if you want a ton of throughput option. Maybe not, like, insanely meta. So, and it's also, let's be real, not a very popular spec. So for a lot of people, you won't even have a Mistweaver regardless. And Windwalker is kind of getting shafted again, as usual. So there's just a lot of things going for Brewmaster. It's just a good tank, as usual, though. That's Brewmaster, like, every single tier, right? You really can't ever go wrong with it. So let me open the bags to see if I got any new items. I did get gloves. That is actually one of the slots that I needed. So that is nice. I need to refresh my food buff. There we go. What heirloom weapon am I using? Brawler's Razor Claws. Windwalker is your favorite spec? Hey, I like Windwalker too. Don't get me wrong. I think it's, yeah, see, I fucking hate Grappling Hook. It goes on cooldown, and the animation goes, but because it clipped through terrain, you don't actually get the effect. It's such a fucking horrible ability. I hate Grappling Hook so much. But, what's it called? Like, I like Windwalker too. It's just unfortunate that Blizzard does not share that sentiment. They have been kind of shitting all over Windwalkers for quite a while, unfortunately. At 10.2, will Rogues be good PvE Mythic Plus? I have no fucking clue. I don't play Rogue. Right? The reason I'm doing this run is because I never play Rogues. We're testing it to see how good it is, because as I've said, historically it has not been a good leveling spec. I am the wrong person to ask for anything related to endgame rogue stuff. Favorite tank ever? Legion era Vengeance Demon Hunter. If we're talking like, you know, across all versions of design, definitely Vengeance Demon Hunter in its Legion iteration was the best, the most fun tank I've ever played. Close seconds, and that is like, I would say marginally number one. Very close seconds, Warlords of Draenor, Blood DK, and Brewmaster Monk. Warlords of Draenor had some amazing class design. I would say across the board, WoD had my favorite tank class design. I loved Breath of Sindragosa Blood DK. WoD Brewmaster was just a joy to play. I adore it. I still like Brewmaster now, whereas like the Blood DK changes they made after WoD ruined Blood DK for me. I can no longer enjoy that spec at all. I still play it sometimes because it's kind of needed for like a lot of fights, but I do not have fun with it. But definitely the WoD version of Blood DK was just infinitely better. It was so good. Do I need any other consumables? Most of my consumables are at 30, so I don't need to worry about that just yet. The grapple hook over there. And I'm just gonna... gun shoes. I'm not gonna need these gun shoes for like another however much time, so I can go ahead and do this now. And then we can jump in Goblin Glider. Make sure I don't fuck this up. And I can re-queue in 5 minutes. You love Devastation Evoker? Yeah, Devastation I've heard is pretty fun. I'm not a big fan of casters. I don't hate Devastation. Just not casters aren't my thing, but I would say out of all of the Evoker specs that I've tried, it is definitely the one that I find the most fun. Hasn't Windwalker been shafted since the beginning of Dragonflight? Windwalker has been shafted for like the longest time ever. Windwalker has been kind of shafted pretty heavily for a while. The last time Windwalker has even remotely been good was Sanctum of Domination, and even then, Windwalker was only brought to like a select few fights for its very special niche at like destroying AoE mobs. And of course, people still play Windwalker. That's not to say you can't do good with it. We're talking like meta viability. Meta viability, Windwalker has been kind of out of it for a while, but it was at least solid back in Sanctum of Domination. Was the last time it has been like a genuinely viable option, and only for specific fights, which that has kind of been like a design problem for Windwalker for a while now. You're playing Blood DK now, it's kind of fun to learn how to be self-reliant. Yeah, that's the only fun thing about Blood DK, like you don't need to rely on a healer at all. That being said, like once you get really good at every tank, you kind of are self-reliant. Like, Blood DK is the easiest tank to be self-reliant with, so it's definitely a nice one to learn with. But, like, Brewmaster can actually be extremely self-reliant if you know what you're doing. But it requires you to play Brewmaster very, 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 very well. It is very sketchy. I mean, I posted a few videos at the start of Dragonflight when I was testing the, like, some of the beta dungeons, and there were actually a few times where my entire group wiped to overtune mechanics, and I ended up soloing the final boss as a Brewmaster. It's pretty ridiculous when you know what you're doing. Last time Windwalker was the top 3 DPS spec was 7.3. Yeah, that sounds about right. I forgot the exact time, but it was quite a while ago, for sure. It's been a very long time since Windwalkers have not gotten the short end of the stick. What role class spec do you play for Mythic Progression? I play a tank. So that's the thing that you need to understand about Mythic Progression. As a tank, you play a role. You do not play a spec. Now, as for what specs plural do I play? Generally speaking, I mean, as a high-level Mythic tank, you need to be able to play all of them at least decently well. Generally speaking, more realistically though, for like most people, if you know how to play 2 or 3 tank specs pretty well, like that will get you covered. The best 2 to learn are Brewmaster and Blood DK. Like I said, you know, they're going to be good in Emir Drasil, almost certainly. Whether they're going to be the best 2 tanks is hard to say for certain now, but they are going to be good. That much we know for sure. They are partially because they are almost always good. Unless something really, really cataclysmic happens, like Blood DK's got kind of fucked over this tier in Aberrus, but generally speaking, they are a very strong option, and Brewmaster is almost always a strong option. So if you want to tank like Mythic raids, if you only learn 2 specs and you learn Brewmaster and Blood DK, you're honestly pretty set, right? Those are really the only 2 tanks you need, because 99% of the time when I'm looking for a guild, those are the 2 tanks that I see popping up the most in terms of like, this is what we need. Which is why, you know, for years now, I've almost always kept my Brewmaster and Blood DK up, because if I ever need to find a new guild, I'm like, all right, you know, I know for a fact some guild out there will need a Brewmaster or a Blood DK. To be clear, not saying I am looking for a new guild. I quite like my current guild. I'm just saying from a perspective of, you know, if you are trying to get into this and you're trying to look for, you know, tanks that guilds need, then those are 2 very, very, very good options. That's not to say the other tanks aren't, right? It's just, they are, like, those are always 2 strong options. Like, for me, I normally play Vengeance Demon Hunter and Brewmaster Monk. Vengeance Demon Hunter is, like, I would say the bottom-most tank in terms of what guilds usually need. Why do I play it then? Well, because I find it fun. But what ends up happening a lot of times is I will try to play Vengeance Demon Hunter, I will find that it is just really not great this current patch, and then I will switch to my Brewmaster because it's actually good, and I still enjoy playing Brew, so... I'll just play something that's fun and that's meta. But I have also kept my Blood DK up if needed for quite a while now. And currently, in preparation for next tier, the 2 tanks that I am looking at are Brew and Blood DK. I have at least Mythic rated, like, I've done Mythic progression with every single tank spec at least once, though some more than others. Like, I've tanked many, 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 many tiers. Most of my cutting edges are with Brewmaster. All of my cutting edges are with either Brewmaster or Vengeance Demon Hunter. So those are the 2 that I've completed every single tier with. Back in Legion, I tanked Emerald Nightmare and Nighthold as a Bear Druid, and I've played it as an alt on and off since then, but I've never actually really mained it since Legion. Bear Druid is fun and stuff to, like, do leveling runs with. Like, played it a lot for leveling speedruns. Fuck. I meant to pull that mob. How am I gonna do this? I can get back up to it. It's not too bad. Oh, no, this guy's killing it. Come on. There we go. Got there in time. Yeah, so I've obviously played Bear Druid a lot for leveling speedruns. Haven't played it as much for, like, endgame content, just because I don't really find it to be quite as fun. Protection Paladin is one that I've played once or twice for raid bosses. It's one where sometimes you bring it as, like, a utility bot for specific boss fights. So I've prepared my Prot Paladin a few times. I might have said Retribution by accident. I meant Prot. I prepared my Prot Paladin a few times. The only time when I've actually mained Prot Pally is Battle of Dazar Lore. That was the only tier where I played it. I mained it for like a good chunk of the tier, and then I actually swapped to Vengeance Demon Hunter for the end of the tier, the final few bosses. And Vengeance actually wasn't good, but it was one of those where, like, I joined a group of friends, and fuck, I'm hitting my keybind for the ping button instead of my grappling hook. Yeah, Vengeance Demon Hunter was not good per se, but I was good at it, and I was raiding with friends, so they let me play Vengeance because they knew that I'd be able to at least kill the final boss with it. It was fun. I liked it. And what else? Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior is one that I've mained on and off. I did main Prot Warrior for the entirety of... Actually, yeah, I take that back. I did get one Cutting Edge with Prot Warrior. I got Cutting Edge Sylvanas with Prot Warrior. So that is the only non-Brewmaster Vengeance Demon Hunter Cutting Edge that I got. And that was the only full tier where I played it, but Prot Warrior is another one of those where sometimes in, like, specific boss fights, it's pretty good. So there have been tiers where I've, like, brought my Prot Warrior to individual bosses, for actually a decent chunk of Season 4 of Shadowlands, which, like, obviously it's not a full raid tier, but it, like, kind of counts. I actually did play Prot Warrior for that, just because Necrolord Prot was actually quite strong at that period of time. And we needed a warrior buff because our warrior was, like, on vacation for 2 weeks. So my guild at the time asked me to play Prot for those 2 weeks, and I forget how much progress I actually got done while playing my Prot, but, like, I did well with it. Necro Prot was pretty good back then. Is Prot Warrior good enough to level to 70 without issues? Oh yeah, every tank spec is good enough to level to 70 without issues. In fact, I would say every tank spec is really good at leveling to 70, if not the best spec. I would say Prot Warrior and Fury are probably roughly equivalent in terms of leveling speed. Fury at higher levels will definitely pull ahead. At lower levels, I actually think Prot will be faster than Fury for leveling. It's really not bad. It's pretty good for leveling. No new consumables at this point. I'm still only 28. You never remember rogues being bad at PvE? Yeah. Rogues are definitely, like, not at their best at the moment. Like, there's a reason why they're getting a rework in the next patch, for sure. But they are still good. So that's the thing. Like, at the worst, rogues have been, like, in this kind of position where they're not an auto-include 3 of or something like that. Rogues have never been just, like, outright really bad. That said, you know, I know a few rogues who will give you some absolutely cooked takes saying that rogue has been, like, never good or whatever. So there are definitely some rogue doomers out there, but in actuality, like in, you know, reality and not rogue doomer land, it is pretty much always been a very strong DPS spec. So if you main rogue, you're almost never upset. Partially just because they have ridiculous utility. So their damage honestly has never been atrocious, but even if their damage isn't absolutely top tier, usually you'll be able to find a spot in a raiding guild because rogue utility tends to be pretty strong. Draenor intro quests again, you just can't even if they're good XP. I feel that. I mean, they're so mindless, right? Like, they're really good XP and they require basically zero attention because it's pretty linear, so I never really mind it that much just because I don't need to focus. So generally speaking, whenever I'm doing Draenor intro quests, I can just focus on reading chat and it's, you know, more chill and stuff. In reality, Outlaw, because the way its damage profile works, has almost always been meta in M+, and you've wanted at least one in Raid this X-Pack. Yeah, I mean, M+ is a different story. I wouldn't necessarily say you've always wanted Outlaw in Raid. Not to say that it has been bad, but, you know, in a raiding environment, other rogue specs have chances to shine. I'm pretty sure, let me check damage rankings. Is Outlaw currently top? It might be. But they're definitely, at least outside of Mythic Plus, have been more viability for the other rogue specs. Mythic bosses, 95th percentile. Outlaw is actually top at the moment. Yeah, okay, there you go. So, yeah, Outlaw right now is definitely the highest. But, honestly, Assassination isn't too far behind, and I would imagine if I checked, right, if I look at, like, a pure single-target boss like Rashok, yeah, Assassination is decently far ahead on pure single-target. And then if we look at something like Sarkareth, which has intermittent cleave, Outlaw pulls ahead, unsurprisingly. So it looks like with the current state of rogues, at least right now, before patch 10.2, if you really want to play a rogue in like a raiding environment, like at its maximum potential, you would need to be playing multiple specs. Which, honestly, that is just not really a surprise for any sort of pure DPS class. That's just kind of how it goes. Next patch, rogues are gods. No. Not necessarily, Victor. I think you're kind of being blinded a little bit by the hype. So, rogues are looking good next patch. The thing that you need to be aware of is that currently, on the PTR, there is a bugged trinket that heavily favors rogues. So, a lot of the damage numbers that you're seeing coming out of Outlaw Rogues, because I know what you're talking about, right? I've done dungeons with Outlaw Rogues. If you actually go to some of the Mythic Plus testing dungeons I streamed a few weeks ago, you can see a lot of those runs that I did with an Outlaw Rogue who was doing ridiculous damage. Because of the bugged trinket that they have right now, yeah, Outlaw is stupid broken. Please be Underbog. Yes! Okay. Alright, now we're cooking. And the tank immediately left. Alright. Look, it's still a good dungeon that I don't have. Still better than nothing. Alright, it could be worse. Unfortunately, at this point, now that I'm not, like, low level, scaling is going to start to kick my ass, so I'm really not going to be able to do much in these dungeons, but it does look like at least there's a Windwalker who is going to be doing a lot of damage, so maybe we can kind of keep the ball rolling before the tank gets in here. But I'm going to need to heavily eat between pulls to keep my health up. And get Elixir of the Mongoose. What casters do I think will be good? I'm not a caster player. You're asking the wrong person. I don't know, like, everything, right? Like, I have been following roughly some, PTR testing stuff. I mean, Hunters technically don't count as casters, but they are ranged. BM Hunter's looking pretty good. Boomkin is looking pretty solid. Warlock is always good. Mage is always good. Shadow Priest is looking good. Really, with casters, it's pretty straightforward. Like, is Warlock, not nerfed into the absolute fucking floor, which, I don't think it ever has been? You're probably going to bring at least 1 or 2 Warlocks. Is Mage looking pretty good, which it almost always is? You're going to bring 1 or 2 Mages, probably. And right now, same thing as always. Mages are looking good. Warlocks are looking good. Now, as for which of the Warlock specs or which of the Mage specs you're running, I don't know. That is something that changes on a week-by-week basis depending on the latest tuning patch, to the point where I don't play Warlock, so I don't follow it. I could not tell you. But I can tell you that the classes as a whole are definitely looking strong. And, like I said, BM Hunter is good, and Shadow Priest is looking solid. So if you are a diehard Shadow Priest main, I've seen them doing pretty good damage in raid testing, so, something to look forward to, I guess. And, oh yeah, Evokers. Evokers are Evokers, right? They are the new hero class, they are broken. Og got, pretty heavily nerfed, but I'm pretty sure it's still ridiculously broken, just because, Og is already so far ahead of everything else that it doesn't really matter if it got nerfed. It's still insane. So, there's that. I think Devastation's pretty good. Why are we pulling extra shit? No. That is not the way. This is the random hub. Can I rank specs on kissability from least kissable to most kissable? Well, Og Evokers are in the bottom of that list. I don't know who's on the top, but sure as shit ain't Og Evokers. That's all I can tell you. That is the extent of that tier list that I'm willing to rank. Let's see. I missed a few messages. Chat is moving decently fast today, which, is a blessing and a curse, right? Always good. I like to see that, but it does mean that I need to, I struggle to read every single message. It's rough. So if you sent a message much earlier, I normally tell people not to resend because I'll get around to it. But for days like this where, it's a pretty active stream, feel free to resend a message if I missed it, because there's a decent chance that I may not just get back around to it. So that does help. And apologies, I'm trying my best, but of course it is difficult. All right. Let's see. Agree on WoD class design. Expansion is what kickstarted your alcoholism because all the classes were looking so fun. Yeah. What do you think are the safest DPS classes that almost never get owned by Blizzard? Yeah, that's a good question. I kind of just answered that, but it was basically mages and warlocks. If you play a mage or a warlock, you will almost always have a raid spot. I genuinely cannot remember the last time they were bad. I think... no. Almost everybody else. Rogues are also a pretty safe bet usually, but the thing about rogues is, there have been times where rogues were okay, but you only brought, 1 rogue. Mages are almost always stackable. There have been very, very, very few times ever where you only wanted 1 mage. It has happened, but it's, like I said, incredibly rare. And even then, they weren't bad. It wasn't bad to bring more. Warlocks, I genuinely cannot remember the last time where you didn't want 2 or more warlocks in your raid. Generally speaking, the trick with warlocks is being able to find enough people to play them to fill the raid spots that you need to have filled with warlocks. Because since they are so high in demand, almost every single guild wants a ton of them, and obviously not every guild is able to find good warlock players to fill all of those spots. So it's a challenge. But honestly, if you are very good at warlock, you will almost always have a raid spot. I don't think there is a single class in this game that I have like seen more in demand across every single guild I have literally ever been in than Warlocks. I don't think I've ever been in a guild that was like, yeah, we have enough Warlocks, we don't need to recruit Warlocks anymore. They're almost always recruiting Warlocks. Every single guild in this game. Let's see. Nicholas Jackson said, I need to watch a guide. You were doing time walking on your brew, and your health was like 10% full, back to 10%, feeling like a DPS while tanking. Were you doing low-level time walking, Nicholas? Were you doing, like, level 30, Brewmaster? Because obviously, any sort of low-level stuff, you don't have your full kit, right? So it's never going to feel the same tanking something without, like, a full kit compared to, like, tanking something when you actually have all of your stuff online. But if you are max level, that's a different story. You're level 43. Oh, yeah, then that explains it, right? At that point, that's not watching a guide. That is literally just what it's like to tank time walking dungeons on a low level character. Speaking from experience, I tried to do I didn't try to do an actual run, but I just tested it for fun. A Guardian Druid, like level 35, I did Cataclysm time walking last week, and that was my experience as well. And I know what I'm doing, right? I've done dungeons before, and I was still getting my cheeks clapped. That's just time walking dungeons. There's nothing to do with how you're playing. So don't feel bad about that. The Underbog Frenzies are supposed to despawn, but I think I can just swim faster than them. Warlocks have been in demand since Classic, even back in the day, and now as well. Yeah. That is like the one situation where Grappling Hook is actually really good. Like that one little, very niche situation that you'll encounter almost never, but, you know, whenever you do need to jump off a cliff and then immediately grapple to higher ground like that, that is the one use case for Grappling Hook. Anyone here play Kultiran? How do you like them? I've played a few Kultiran characters. The only race that I have 0 characters for is Mechanome. That's the only one that I have not played at all. Kultiran is good. They are not like one of those races. I mean, at the end of the day, right, if you're not Mythic rating, play whatever the fuck you want. Like, don't pick your race based on racials, pick your race based on what you think looks cool, I think is always good advice to have. But even when it comes to racials, Kultiran are not bad. They are, I would say, their racials are better for tanking, relatively speaking, than they are for DPS, because they have, like, a really nice survivability racial. It's like Shrug It Off or something. I forget the exact name, but it's pretty good. And Kultiran is also pretty nice for professions, because they get a bonus to every single profession. So there are, like, other races that are more specialized in specific professions, like, Dark Iron Dwarves, I think, get +5 blacksmithing and, like, faster craft speed, which is pretty nice. But if you aren't really sure what professions you want to go with, Kultiran gets a bonus to every single one of them, but admittedly, it is a smaller bonus than the more specialized races get. But it's definitely, like, a solid set of racials. Haymaker is also, like, a bit of a weird racial. It's not bad, but it's definitely not, like, the easiest one to use efficiently. A lot of times you just won't really get much value out of Haymaker. It's, like, I would say a fairly weak racial, but it's not completely useless. Like, there are some racials. I remember I went through every single racial in the game a while ago on stream, and, like, talked about which ones were good, which ones were bad. There are definitely some real stinker racials out there. Kultirans do not have them. Kultirans have solid racials, but they also don't have anything that's, like, Omega broken. Mechanomes have great bonuses? Yeah, that's kind of one of the sad things about Mechanomes. They are atrocious to look at, but yeah, they've got some pretty good racial bonuses. That said, I think the only reason I'm, like, comfortable not playing Mechanome is they don't have, like, the best racial bonuses in the game. So the way I see it, if I was gonna re-roll to play, like, a meta race, which, honestly, for a Myrdrasil, I might have to. On my Monk, at least, because Dwarf is just so broken. Dwarf is still broken, and Blizzard continues to design content that makes Dwarf broken, which annoys me. It's like, they know that Stoneform is a ridiculously overpowered racial, and yet they keep adding removable bleeds to, to bosses that, like, can be cheesed with Stoneform, and it just further pushes Dwarf into being a ridiculously overpowered race. So with the current state of Emirdrasil, I'm probably going to have to play Dwarf for certain fights. Not have to, right? But oh, fuck, the tank left. All right, well, I'm out of here. But yeah, with the current state of Emirdrasil, if you want to, like, you know, actually survive a lot of the boss fights as a tank, and you don't have any way to deal with bleed yourself, like if you're not a paladin, honestly, even paladin should probably still be dwarf, right? It's just such a ridiculously broken racial. Like, you just kind of gotta go dwarf. It's just too good. Enduring Brawler is good. Fleet-footed. And then what do I go down here? Group Between the Eyes and... Wait, hold on. What talent am I looking for? Half-cost use as a pistol shot. I know the talent I want, I just forget which one it is. Now generate 1 additional combo point. Quick Draw is good. Oh, yeah, it's Fan the Hammer that I want. Oh, man, I don't get that till much later. Eh, fuck it. Quick Draw's good enough. Coultier and Blood Decay feels great to punch the shit out of something. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I'm going to re-queue for one more dungeon. The moment I get a bad dungeon at this point is when we swap to the PTR. So, we're just waiting until the dungeon queues are dead, and then we can make the switch. Alliance has dwarf racials and Horde has goblin racials, perfectly balanced. Yes and no. I would say... So, one of the other things you need to consider is, well, yes, goblin racial is strong. Goblin racial is only strong on a select few specs, and evokers have kind of heavily devalued the contribution of goblin racial. Are you kidding me? How is that line of sight broken? I fucking hate this ability so much. Grappling hook is so fucking bad. But, what's it called? With rescue, you no longer need to be a goblin. Now, obviously, if you're like a priest, being a goblin definitely helps, for sure. But, I don't know. Like, now that you can just get a rescue, it really isn't that important. Like, it's going to go back to being important, like, if Evokers ever... After Dragonflight, obviously. Blizzard's not going to let Evokers be bad for the entirety of Dragonflight. We all know that. So, if after the expansion is over, Evokers end up being, like, Windwalker Monks, and they're, like, really bad or something like that, and you don't have the ability to rely on rescues, then maybe Goblin Racial starts being impactful again. But the problem right now is if you already have so many Evokers in your raid, because, like, you know, most raids are stacking the shit out of Evokers because of how strong they are, you almost always have enough rescues to save your wheelchair classes, and that means you don't need Goblin Racial, which means you could just go Dwarf, and Dwarf Racial is broken on everything, not just specific classes that don't have, like, special abilities. Every single race in the or every single class in the game gets value out of Stone Form. It is a broken racial. Honestly, it needs to be nerfed. I don't know how you nerf Stone Form. Like, I mean, I know how you nerf it. You stop it from removing boss abilities that just do ridiculous amounts of damage and save your raid so much healing required. But I don't really know exactly what that nerf would look like in a way that makes Stone Form not suddenly completely worthless. I think it would definitely need to not be able to remove, like, boss mechanics, but, like, then do you let it... Yes! Yes! Alright. We're still alive. I got another good dungeon. Crazy thing is, there's actually still multiple different things that I could potentially hit to keep the streak going, because I missed so many good dungeons early on in this route that there is a lot of room for the RNG to get caught up. Dwarf is best for Mythic Plus? Oh yeah, almost universally. I'm pretty sure that if you look at any single top Mythic Plus comp, any class that can be Dwarf, so like not Demon Hunters and not Evokers, obviously, any class that can be Dwarf, almost certainly on any top Mythic Plus group, they are going to be Dwarves. Dwarf is stupid overpowered. Some of them may be Dark Iron dwarves, but I'm pretty sure most of them are going to be regular dwarves. But like Dark Iron is almost the same power level. Where is this guy going? That is not the path. Okay, so this guy doesn't know the dungeon. Great. Yeah. Dark Iron Dwarf is close, but they are, like, utility-wise, they both offer the same. Damage-wise, Dwarf is stronger. So, considering they both provide the exact same thing. Demon Hunter, Dwarf when? Night Elf sometimes. Well, I mean, Night Elf, obviously, if you're playing Demon Hunter, Night Elf is only ever meta when it's a Shadow Meld meta. And every single person then runs Night Elf, and you use Shadow Meld to cheese mechanics. Generally speaking, the value of Shadow Meld as an individual is not very high. And there are, in many cases, alternatives, right? So, yes, you're technically not wrong that Shadow Meld does technically have a place in the Mythic Plus meta, but generally speaking, it's an all or nothing with that. Either the entire group can cheese with Shadow Meld, or, you know, if only one person has it, you know, they just run whatever they can. All elves should be demon hunters. They should let void elves be demon hunters? Yeah. Oh, I see what that was in context to. Yes. I think that would be good. Honestly, I would not be opposed to that. I think Nightborn DH could be pretty cool. I just want more variety, honestly. Because you're probably still going to run Night Elf or Blood Elf, because they still have really good stuff. Like, Void Elf, the thing about Void Elf is Void Elf actually doesn't have terrible racials, but it's not for tanks. So, Void Elf racials for, like, casters are actually quite strong, but I think, and definitely not for Havoc Demon Hunters. Like, the two things that make Void Elf really good is, Void Elves have, which one is it? I mean, these two racials are fine. Honestly, Chill the Night is whatever. Entropic Embrace is just a free damage buff, which is solid. But that's like, you know, your standard run-of-the-mill racial damage buff. Nothing much there. But they have Spatial Rift and Preternatural Calm. These are the two key racials that make Void Elf very good in specific cases. Because Preternatural Calm is your spellcasts are not delayed by taking damage. For casters, if you are in a position where you would be getting your spells delayed, this is obviously invaluable. It's something that you cannot get anywhere else, and it is very, 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 very good. Now, that being said, the amount of situations you'll encounter where that is useful are not super high, but where you will actually get benefit out of it, you will get a lot of benefit out of it. So for casters, it's very nice. And then, yeah, Goose Comic said Spatial Rift is pointless for Demon Hunter. That's what I mean, though. That's why I said, while it would be cool to have Void Elf as an option, you would not actually run Void Elf Demon Hunter as like a meta thing, because while Spatial Rift is very good, not only do melee DPS not really need it quite as much, but also Demon Hunter is like the one class in the game that absolutely does not need to be a Void Elf. But Spatial Rift, like a great example of where Spatial Rift is very, very good is, actually, I know a few people who went Void Elf Hunter on Razageth. Because Hunters, technically speaking, Hunters could solo the Razageth pushback if they, like, time their disengage perfectly, but they lost a lot of damage with it, and it was quite hard to do. I actually think pre-nerf, are you serious? Did the tank just really fucking say BRB 3 minutes in the fucking middle of the dungeon? God, like, if... I mean, it might be an emergency, so, like, I'm not going to judge, but, like, if you know that you need to AFK, don't fucking queue for a dungeon. That's annoying. And obviously, now I need to keep pulling, because I'm not going to sit here and lose 3 minutes because the tank just decided to go AFK. Of course, we've had 2 AFK tanks in the same run. It's actually really unlucky, and it's one of the reasons I fucking hate doing dungeons as DPS. Alright, I'm gonna need people to help, though, because these polls are pretty fucking spooky, especially as a rogue, right? Do not have the best survivability. Gay Paladin's Curse again, yeah. Here, oh, fuck. I'm just gonna vanish here. Fuck it. I was not risking that. I got stuck in terrain. I did not get my LOS pull off correctly. I'm not gonna risk potentially dying there. Pull this Cobalt Serpent back. But yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, so hunters running the Void Elf racial were able to completely negate the Razageth winds. And for that reason, I know a lot of hunters who ran it. I think it was good for casters as well, but a lot of casters needed other racials, but like hunters didn't gain like an insane amount of damage by running specific racial abilities. So for them, running Void Elf like wasn't actually much of a damage loss. So there have been cases where Spatial Rift isn't just nice as a mobility tool, it actually lets you cheese mechanics entirely, which is pretty useful. So it's definitely a pretty nice racial historically. There have been lots of use cases for it. But yeah, it obviously would not be good on Demon Hunter. That is, goes without saying. But I still think it would be cool to have the option. Honestly, Nightborn on DH could be interesting. That ghost, when it changes targets, is always spooky. I also, the moment this ghost fades, I'm going to refresh my food buff. There we go. Got it. And I have evasion, so I can just evasion tank this. Yeah, I still have slice and dice up. Nice, I got stunned, but I'm still in evasion. Easy peasy. And now we do the final boss without the tank. Like, honestly, who needs tanks? You know what I'm gonna do? Cloak of Shadows. Does this work? Oh, it works! Okay, Rogue Utility OP! Okay, I can't... it's gonna fade before this next one. I actually need to LOS this. Actually, it doesn't hit that hard. I don't know if I would get fucked by scaling. It's possible that it would one-shot me. We're chilling, though. Oh, the tank just came back. Well, yeah, I didn't really need your help, buddy. Opinion on Enhancement Shaman. No strong opinions. I mean, they're fine. Obviously, I really like having Wind Fury sometimes. That can be nice. I don't personally play an enhancement. I've already done a testing run with it, so if you're curious on my opinion for enhancement as far as leveling goes, you can just watch my run that I did, 10 to 60 enhancement run. But for endgame stuff, it's good. It's not like the most amazing spec ever, but it is a strong spec and it brings good utility, so it, generally speaking, has a raid spot. Enhancement Shaman is usually good as a 1-of. In rare cases, it's sometimes very good as a 2-of as well. But Wind Fury Totem is very, very powerful. Just wait until we get range DH. Void Elf range DH will be amazing. I mean, it would be cool, but honestly, no, it would not really be any different. Because it's not necessarily just the melee component of Demon Hunter, it's double jump, right? Like, Demon Hunters could completely negate the Razageth knockback because they could just jump back on the fucking platform. So, they wouldn't have needed, like, the Void Elf racial in that case. And Razageth's mechanic was, like, also very specific, and I don't really think we're ever going to see something quite like that again. So, I don't really think there'll be too many opportunities like that again for Void Elf to be uniquely situated to help certain classes cheese that mechanic cheese. I've gotten pretty shit RNG with these bags today. But I did hit level 30, so it actually doesn't matter, because I can just equip my BOEs. So that will help out a little bit. And I can also start using Ghost Elixir. And Potion of the Tolvier. Right? Yeah. And that's... Oh yeah, and my War Scrolls. I can start using those. I'll put Abyssin Healing Potion here, just because I won't need to use the other one at all. I believe that's it for now. I'll just use War Scrolls, and then we can talk to Thalen and start this. Doesn't Time Walking start at 30? Yeah, I'm not doing Time Walking. I'm doing Chromie Time Dungeons. But yes, Time Walking does start at 30. Let me scroll up a little bit. You can skip over the circle at the Dragon Boss with Void Elf Racial. Oh, can you? That's actually quite interesting. I did not know that. I know you can, like, double jump it and other stuff. So Demon Hunter feels awesome on the Dragon Boss. I think this is probably... Wait, Shattered Halls. I've never gotten Shattered Halls as part of a leveling run. Is this good? Wait, there's 4 quests in here. That's actually quite nice. Do all of them give normal quest XP? 4K, 9K, 4K, and then what was the other one? It was How to Save a Life, One Last Favor, Omog's Warcraft. Can I abandon... Where is Shadow Labs? Fuck. Shadow Labyrinth, abandon all. One Last Favor. Yeah, they all give regular quest experience. Yeah, I've never gotten Shattered Halls because this is like a very late dungeon, right? You don't get Shattered Halls until actually 20. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't seen it in any runs then yet. I'm gonna try it just because since I've literally never encountered Shattered Halls in Chromie Time TBC, I'm kind of just curious to see how efficient it is. Normally, I would say it's not, but here's the thing. I'm playing a rogue, which means I can pick the lock on that door. And we also have a Guardian Druid who's doing ridiculous damage. So, yeah. I mean, actually, I think... I'm not entirely sure if normally Shattered Halls would be good, but considering OP Guardian Druid tank, I can pick the lock to skip the really annoying Gauntlet, and it gives 4 dungeon quests of experience. This actually might be a good dungeon. Huh. It's a shame, then, that I never get it. Yeah, this... Okay. I mean, it's impossible to really evaluate whether or not this is good or not, because the Guardian Druid is just massacring everything, which, you know, you love to see it. But as a result, hard to say. I'm going to go ahead and just unlock this ahead of time. I'm going to pick lock, Rogue OP. Just go straight ahead. Yeah, so the Guardian Druid's level 24. I assume he's running, like, enchanted heirlooms. Oh, he's actually missing... Wait. Wow, he doesn't even have full enchanted shit. And he's actually doing that much. Must just be scaling being real fucking weird. But also, this is kind of why I always say Guardian Druid's, like, ridiculously overpowered. This guy doesn't even have full Bis. And look at the amount of damage he's able to do. Like, imagine if he had enchanted stuff and, like, you know, actual crafted gear and whatnot on top of all this and consumables. Because, yeah, he's not running consumes, right? Yeah, all he has is Dark and Fair buff. So if that's how much a completely unbuffed Guardian Druid who is missing a ring is able to run, like, it's crazy. What do I need to do here? Gather a Fell Ember. I'm actually glad they pinged that because I've never done this dungeon and I've never done the quests in this dungeon. So I probably would not have noticed that. Yeah, this actually may end up being pretty fucking good. Have I done a lot of theory crafting for the talent builds? Yes. Admittedly, I'm kind of winging it with the Rogue run because I didn't really have a chance to talk to any Rogue players. And one of the other things is, while I did look ahead at what, like, decent Outlaw talent builds are, part of this run and, like, the main thing is going to be looking at the changes on the 10.2 PTR. So it would be kind of pointless for me to ask what people think about current Outlaw Rogue talent builds when the highlight is going to be trying out the new stuff. That said, I usually do a lot of my own theory crafting. But generally speaking, if it's like a live server run, obviously we're on live servers right now, but if I am doing a full 10 to 60 only on live servers run, I will usually consult with like some people I know who play the spec before I start the run. That way I can get their opinion on like what's good, what's bad, etc. I have played Outlaw a few times before though, so I technically already did that. Like when I did my fresh account run on Outlaw a few months ago, I talked to Kojiyama, who, at the time, he was one of the Rogue Theory crafters. Unfortunately, he has stopped playing WoW. I think he still does work for the Rogue Discord, but Kojiyama is awesome. Love that guy. And at the time, I was raiding with him when I asked him about it. So I asked him for his opinion on like Rogue leveling builds, and he gave me some good insight into that. So I still remember most of what he said, and up until now, Rogue hasn't changed. So I'm kind of still going off that information he gave me back then. And then I'm going to kind of theory craft my own shit for the PTR, because obviously there's not really a lot of information on that right now. But we'll see. Yeah, see, there's really not a whole lot I can do to contribute at this stage. I have limited AoE on a 30-second cooldown, and there's a Guardian Druid in the group, so, you know, I'm basically just getting carried. Which, you know, it is what it is. My details is on damage taken, is it? Oh, fuck. Okay, well, the Guardian Druid's still doing a lot of damage. You guys saw nothing. Fuck. Yeah, I may have forgotten to swap that back. How long ago did I swap it to damage taken? That was when I was showcasing the thing in Botanica. Oops. Look, I mean, I was kind of correct. He's still doing a shit ton of damage, right? Like, he's still doing a lot. I'm gonna do the speedrun without time walking? Yes. Yes, fuck, he's still top damage. Alright. So, you know. It wasn't as insane as I made it out to be, because, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely the Disc Priest here is contributing more than I expected, and honestly, I'm contributing more than I expected. So go me! I'm actually doing roughly half of the Guardian Druid's damage. Which, that's the thing though. See, if it was any other tank, I would have genuinely been surprised. I probably would have realized it was on the wrong thing. But this is Guardian Druid we're talking about. Like, I looked at those numbers, and I thought it was damage taken or damage done, and I genuinely was like, yep, that seems about right. That's Guardian Druid. Like, that is just how good Guardian is. Like, I looked at those numbers, and I thought, nothing unusual here. His Guardian can actually just pull that much damage relative to other people. I was admittedly a little bit surprised that with his gear level, he was able to do that. And I'm like, damn, you know, this guy's kind of cracked. But, you know, he's still top damage even with that. So I rest my case slightly. Someone drummed? I used drums. Yeah, that was intentional. So, you know, like, nice little time save. And we're just gonna refresh my Darkmoon Fair buff. May as well. Can't hurt. The Gang Paladin curse affected my details, yeah. Alright, we can re-queue again. Ended up getting, like, you know, an 11th hour streak of good luck with dungeon queues. That was actually really fucking good. Now, honestly, I still think we had, like, the absolute perfect comp for that dungeon. We had a healer priest who was doing a lot of damage, a guardian druid who was doing a lot of damage, and I'm a rogue, so I can pick the lock and skip that section. So it definitely was, like, well-suited to make Shattered Halls very good, but I think that actually is a pretty good dungeon. Like I said, that is the first time I have ever encountered Shattered Halls. I don't know why. It's so hard to find in random Chromie time queue, but I've never seen it before. But I guess we can add Shattered Halls to the list of dungeons that are pretty good and worth doing. Leveling is giga-cracked if you get carried by a time-walking twink. Yeah, but, like, I mean, that's boosting, right? You know, obviously everybody knows that exists. It's not even faster, like, than actual, like, solo questing when optimized, but it is also just boosting. Oh, fuck. Can I... I'm stuck in a cutscene. I can't... These dungeon queues are way too fast. Yeah, I'm willing to enter. I think I still carry my progress over. Oh, Steam Vault. Oh, this guy has the name Astrogoth. I actually banger name. I wish I encountered this guy while I was leveling Drazoath. That would have been sick. Got Astrogoth and Drazoath in the same run. Yeah, I'll send him a whisper. Love the name. And he's a Dark Iron Dwarf too, so, you know, he knows what's up. Let's see. I definitely missed a lot of messages there. Hold on. Let me scroll back. I saw a few that I meant to respond to, and obviously, while I was reading that other message, a lot of people were memeing on me, so chat moved really fast during that. Yeah, I know I missed the fucking thing. Best use of Haymaker you've seen is the boss with the dogs in Brackenhide to punch him into the traps. That's pretty good. There are definitely ways to, like, you know, get around that mechanic without using abilities like Haymaker, but I can see that being, like, a nice clutch moment. That sounds pretty cool. Let's see. You made a Dark Iron Monk for Brewmaster, you're only level 15. Is rerolling Dwarf worth? No. Dark Iron and regular Dwarf are both, like, almost, like, exactly the same. Like, you can't go wrong with either one. And like I said, this is super min-maxy, right? Like, we're talking, it barely matters even being a Dwarf unless you're doing high-end Mythic Plus and rating content. But the thing about Dark Iron Dwarf especially is Dark Iron Dwarf has the exact same utility value as a regular Dwarf. Regular Dwarf just does slightly more damage. And we are talking very, 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 very slightly. To the point where it is infinitely more worth it for you to just improve your rotation and just get better at, like, you know, pressing the right buttons. Because, I mean, everybody almost universally can always stand to improve at that. Then switching between Dwarf and Dark Iron Dwarf. Hell, even just Dwarf as a whole. No, wrong way, buddy. Hold on. Okay, he got it. I don't need to type. I was worried. Because if he went the completely wrong way, that would be kind of awkward, but no, he's got it. I don't even need to let him know. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I'm just going to Cloak of Shadows. That way, I think I have Threat on a few of the casters, so that way, the melees will still deal damage to me, but Cloak of Shadows, I think, saved me a bit of damage there. And I refresh Slice and Dice. It's going to be nice when I actually have any ability to do AoE, though I really don't think I do. I think, honestly, it's just Blade Flurry, right, that lets me do AoE damage. I have, like, very few other abilities that actually cleave. So, yeah. Chubby Fat said, long-time fan here. When your dungeon queue pops, you have a timer underneath it to see how long you have to react to it. I believe that is DBM. I could be wrong. I don't remember. I've had it forever. So it's one of those where I don't remember exactly which one it is. I just know I've always had it. And apologies for my GTFO here, but it's going to keep yelling over and over. Because this is like just... Lightning Cloud is covering, I think, the entire room. But it's still gonna blast me in the ears for it. You have to click that. Yeah, you don't need to do anything special to set it up, though. I'm pretty sure if you have DBM or Bigwigs or whatever, it just automatically happens. It's like part of the basic default settings. High Mountain Tauren is the best horde race because you need it for fishing. I honestly, yeah. In terms of, like, what it is absolutely best at, High Mountain Tauren is definitely up there. I would say Blood Elf is unironically, like, the best horde race, keeping in mind that there are a million alliance races better than it. A million is an overstatement. But if we're talking, like, horde races that provide valuable utility that other ones don't, Blood Elf's AoE Mass Dispel, obviously, like, OG Blood Elf Racial and, like, Wrath of the Lich King and stuff, and all the way up until Legion, was super broken. So, like, Arcane Torrent, the original version, is so fucking powerful. It is still good. It is not as strong as the AoE Silence that we used to have, but there are definitely a lot of cases where having a Mass Dispel without a Priest is pretty nice. It's very, very, very useful. Like, Broodkeeper Diurna was a great example last year, where you really, really wanted either priests or blood elves. So I think cross-faction rating wasn't, like, default until after Vault of the Incarnates Prog, I want to say, right? Like, they experimented with it at the end of the tier, but it wasn't, like, in full swing until later. Or maybe I'm, like, completely misremembering. But I know that, like, you kind of needed to have priests for Broodkeeper Diurna to get rid of the debuff on the ads, but we had, like, only one priest, and we just rotated Arcane Torrent Dispels, which made that fight a hell of a lot easier, so Blood Elf is definitely good because of that. Honestly, a lot of the other Horde races are not the best. The only one that really comes to mind is Troll. There are a lot of specs where Troll Racial is just so ridiculously powerful for them, specifically like Unholy DK, but it's not everybody. It's only if you like really, 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 really need haste. Like a lot of haste. And that is where Troll Racial is good. So, not necessarily universal, but if you do like haste, then you're probably going to want to play Troll. Outside of that, yeah, nothing really comes to mind. I think Orcs are, like, decent for pet classes because of commands. Let me, like, I just pull up a race list just so I can remind myself, like, what there is. Races, oh yeah, Tauren is, like, okay. I think the problem with Tauren is like a solid damage race for people who like crit. The problem is now that you have cross-faction stuff, pretty much unanimously, whenever you want to like re-roll to an optimal race that like values crit, Dwarf is just better because Dwarf also benefits crit classes. So in, I think, every single case, classes that like Tauren Racial like Dwarf Racial even more. So it's good, but it is almost strictly outclassed. And War Stomp is just not a very good racial. War Stomp is okay, it's not bad, but it's just it's like a low impact stun that in many cases just, fuck, nobody pulled the other one. I should have been watching for that. I got first. Second, nobody got. Yeah. I'll fucking get it. Rogues have good mobility. That's one thing they're good at. You can wait there. I'll hit. That's... I blame myself. I mean, I should have been watching for that. I was distracted. Reading chat. There we go. Hello, Medi Batimit. First time watching live. Just wanted to say you're a legend. Yeah, I'm a real... Fuck. Look, this is why we have Shiver Scale diving suits and swim speed potions. For situations like this. What a fucking message to read while I walk off a fucking cliff. God damn it. Thank you for the compliment. The undeserved compliment. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't keep looking at this racial list without distracting myself, though. Yeah, I would say High Mountain is also just generally speaking good. High Mountain, Orc, Tauren, Blood Elf, all good word races. And I should also note, because it was brought up earlier, the only reason I'm not doing time walking is specifically so we have more time to test on the PTR, and if I do time walking, then, you know, I won't really be testing this class much in the PTR. In fact, honestly, after this dungeon, I'm going to requeue once, and even if it is a good dungeon, then I'm going to stop requeuing after that. I kind of expected to hit a bad dungeon at some point. Honestly, Steam Vaults isn't amazing, but it's not bad enough that I was willing to drop it. Maybe I should have just stopped here, but, like, Steam Vaults is fine. We'll see, though. Spell Reflection. That's only... Yeah, it doesn't affect melee attacks. I don't think Between the Eyes would have reflected, but either way. Teleport out, teleport back in. Did I not? Hello? Teleport out? You cannot teleport out of the dungeon while in combat. Alright, well then I will vanish. And what the fuck? It's literally impossible for me to be in combat. I am in stealth. What? Okay, this dungeon is broken. Okay. Well, that sucks. Stealth increases your movement speed with that talent, right? I'm pretty sure it's actually an increase. Yeah. Wait, I wonder, could Rogue have picked the lock on that final door? I didn't even think of that. I don't think it can. On that, the Steam Vault door, I'm pretty sure it can't. but I could be wrong in that. Yeah, and for the record, I see some people saying XYZ is good for PvP. I was talking purely Mythic Plus and raids, obviously. That's generally the only thing I care about, right? What class is fastest? Druid. Hurled more like hurled in because you hurled yourself off that cliff like it was going out of style. That's an interesting one. Okay, so I do carry over my progress from the previous quest. That's nice. Let me scroll up a little bit. What is the best way to get to 35 for time walking? I mean, just follow my guide, right? My guide's there for a reason. Somebody asked, am I intentionally... I completely whiffed those shots. Oh, God. This is what happens when I try to read chat. Am I intentionally dodging time walking to do a run without turbulent timeways? No. I mean, I already explained my reasoning, but... I mean, I guess that's a nice benefit. Like, we get a one-to-one comparison, but I've already done a lot of one-to-one comparison runs, so... It's really more so just so I can see more of the PTR stuff. Honestly, after this dungeon, though, we're just swapping to the PTR. I'm kind of hoping that it bricks anyway, so I can swap now. We'll see, though. Did you know with 4 stacks of... Yeah. I know. It's, I literally have a video about turbulent timeways. So, go check that out if you want to know how to actually make it fast. Spamming time walking dungeons is still not fast, even with the buff. You get the buff, and then you go and do anything other than time walking dungeons. Which, that's what my video covers, but it gives some more explanation on exactly how to do that, like, properly. But, let's see. Do you know of a website that tracks the current Dream Surge buff? I do not, but I wish there was one. I think early on, a lot of people press the main cannon trigger. Interesting. So if you leave the quest midway, it bugs out and it doesn't do the final RP. Wait, that's actually huge. Because I don't think that cutscene is skippable. Is that a time save that I just accidentally discovered? Because, okay, hear me out, right? I'm pretty sure that the cutscene where... Phelan says, "That's it! I've gotta run it, let's finish this." I think that's unskippable, right? And that's like 5 or 10 seconds. So what happened there is I got quest completion, and I was able to hop out and click the button, but it didn't play the cutscene, because I got 33 kills in the first time, and then I got the rest of the kills before, but it looks like the tracker for the quest and the tracker to trigger the cutscenes are actually different. So, in theory, what you would want to do is get just enough kills to not trigger the very first URL cutscene. Like, I think it triggers at 30 kills, right? So you get like 25 kills, and then you hop out, hop back in, right? That way you're not losing any RP, I think. I think that would be a time save. And then that way you just do the exact same thing again, and the amount of time it would take to jump out and jump back in, if it lets you skip that final unskippable cutscene, in theory, that's a time save? Huh. I don't know for sure. It is possible. Like, this is still theoretical. I cannot remember for certain if starting the thing is what triggers the first cutscene. Because if you are if you have to jump out of the chair and jump back in, and it triggers another cutscene, then effectively you're losing the amount of time you would save. But I'm pretty sure the cutscenes don't trigger when you hop into the chair. I'm pretty sure it only triggered the URL cutscene again. This is one of those where I'd have to go back and rewatch my footage just to be sure. But that could be... I mean, this is like... We're saving peanuts, right? But it's still exciting to actually find a new time save in the WoD intro of all places. This many runs in? Completely accidentally. So I've had people ask me before, how do you find like time saves and stuff? Usually shit like that, right? You do something honestly, on accident, or some weird thing happens that causes you to make, like, a deviation in your usual routing, and suddenly you go, wait, hold up. Is that a time save? And then you, like, test it and figure out if it actually is a time save, and sometimes it is. Like I said, I'm not certain this is, but I actually think that may be, like, a 5 or 10 second time save, which, yeah, like, over the course of a, 3-4 hour speedrun, not the biggest, but every second counts. And honestly, it's just exciting getting a new save. Mechanar. Holy shit. Wait a second. I've actually gotten sick RNG these past few dungeons. Alright, I may have gotten fucked early on. The funny thing is, I still have not gotten Mana Tombs. Mana Tombs is definitely one of the best ones. But this is fine. Oh my god, this guy's cranking. Beer Knight. Does he have fully gemmed and enchanted stuff? Well, he has full heirlooms, but no enchants. I mean, still, it's a Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid level 21. Oh yeah, he's gonna blast. Yeah, it is kind of a blurst run. Honestly, after the starting RNG, I was like, pretty sure this was going to be an absolutely abysmal run with terrible RNG, but so far so good. Now, that said, it's going to slow down when I can't rely on dungeons, because, obviously, once we start doing solo questing, we also have a Holy Priest that is one-shotting everything. Alright, yeah, this is correct. Do I have an heirloom guide? No, because heirlooms are bugged. I plan on making an heirloom guide eventually. Right now, heirloom enchants are not working properly, which means that it is not actually possible to get the best enchants. And as a result, any heirloom guide I made would be inherently unhelpful, because I would basically just be telling you, these are the best enchants. Also, by the way, you can't actually use them. Yeah, now you want to keep going forward, buddy. How would I rate the Dragonflight DLC? I've never heard an expansion called the DLC, though I suppose it is technically true. How would I rate the Dragonflight DLC out of 10? This is probably going to be harsh. 6.5. 6 or 6.5. Somewhere in that range. It's definitely... Dragonflight is one of the expansions of all time. It's not bad, which is why I definitely would give it above... Like, Shadowlands was a 1, honestly. So... maybe Shadowlands was like a 2 or a 3 by the end of the expansion. Dragonflight is definitely a big step in the right direction, for sure. It's by no means perfect, and it's not even close. And I like, for context, I'd probably give Legion like an 8, 8.5, something like that. And, I don't know. Like, hell, I would probably give WoD a 5 or something like that, because WoD, for all its faults, was actually fun. So... I don't know. Maybe 5 is a little bit too high. Maybe 4 is more accurate for WoD. But yeah, I think Dragonflight is a little bit overrated by a lot of people, in my opinion. I think it is fine. Obviously, I am enjoying playing it. Hell, I played Shadowlands, and like I said, I would give Shadowlands like a 1 or a 2. But it's definitely not perfect. A lot of people are like, oh my god, it's the best expansion ever, or oh my god, it's like better than Legion, and it was never those things. I've seen a lot of people refer to it as the most fun expansion that nobody's playing. And while I think that's like an interesting way to describe it, I also think it's inherently misleading, because it implies that Dragonflight has a lot of potential, but like, really isn't able to keep people's attention. And no, I mean, the reason people aren't playing it is because it's just not that good. Right, more people are playing it compared to Shadowlands, but I think a lot of people are like, they look at Dragonflight and they're like, well, this is better than Shadowlands. Like, we all know that. So therefore, it has to be a good expansion. And they're like, well, then why is, like, nobody playing it? Why are the numbers tanking and a lot of people are quitting due to boredom? Well, it must be because there's this weird thing where it's so fun, but nobody really connects with it. But no, it's just frankly a mid-expansion. That's really all it is. Like, I've seen so many people try to do that, like, mental gymnastics. It is just a mid-expansion. That's it. Which, it's not bad, right? I would rather have a mid-expansion that still has good raids and dungeons, which is what Dragonflight is, than an expansion like Shadowlands, which is just fucking miserable to play. Like, Dragonflight doesn't punish me for playing the game. And you know what? That's all I can really ask for from this game. That's it. Like, I just want to be able to do the things that I enjoy, have fun doing those things, and not be told to fuck off. And like, oh, you want to keep playing this piece of content? Go grind a bunch of ridiculous bullshit that you have no interest in. That's what Shadowlands and BFA did that made them horrifically bad expansions. Dragonflight lets me do raids and dungeons without overly punishing me and forcing me to grind a ton of bullshit. And that's good, right? That's really all there is to it. But it's not an amazing expansion. The story is pretty awful. Sorry if you like the story. It's not good. It's better than Shadowlands, but that's a low bar. The world design is fine. Like, the zones are visually pretty, but, like, that only gets you so much. I don't know. I think frankly, the dungeons that came with Dragonflight are really not that great. I don't really like many of the Dragonflight dungeons, if any. The nice thing, though, is Blizzard at least was smart enough to do this new Mythic Plus season style, which I actually do very much enjoy. Because I like having, a mix of dungeons and every season feels fresh. So even though a lot of the Dragonflight dungeons were kind of misses for me, it still lets me enjoy Mythic Plus because I like doing all of the older dungeons and having something new to do. And while Avarice and Vault, honestly, were not some of my favorite raids of all time, I didn't hate them. So, yeah, they're fine. That's kind of why, like I said, nothing really jumps out to me as like, yeah, this expansion does this really well. It does a lot of things okay, and like I said, that makes it a bad expansion. That's not bad, though. It's the wad of talent redesigns. Actually, fair. That is the one thing it has done well. I actually really like the new talent trees. I think out of all of the things in Dragonflight that I can sing the praises of, the new talent system is actually really fucking good. That is true. I still, as I said before, I think WoD class design as a whole, it was better in WoD, but I think the talent tree system is pretty good, and I think the bigger thing for the talent trees is its impact on leveling has been phenomenal. So, in terms of endgame stuff, I mean, we have all the same issues for endgame talent trees that we always do, or endgame builds, where there are cookie-cutter builds. Pretty much everybody runs the same shit. A lot of specs have completely rigid builds where there's, like, zero variety and stuff like that. That's just MMOs and generally talent builds in general. You can't really expect much different. There are enough decent utility choices that I don't hate that aspect of it. What it does allow for is a lot of customization while leveling, and more importantly, it allows people to pick the stuff that they want while leveling instead of, like, before. And honestly, even in WoD, this was kind of an issue for certain specs. If your spec just didn't get good AoE until a much higher level, you were just kind of fucked, right? Obviously, Outlaw still has that issue. As we can see here, the biggest issue of Outlaw is I cannot do AoE until once every 30 seconds, and even then, it's super lackluster. And that does not feel super good. What is Ravenous Ravens? Oh, that was the other quest. Alright, so I'm going to turn in this quest that I was just doing, and then we are going to copy this character over to the PTR. So I just need to do a few more trees, and then we can copy over to the PTR and check out the new talents. And because it is a testing run, and, the PTR swap is purely for testing and not for, like, an actual part of the run. Like, I included the time it took me to swap to the PTR in, like, the Guardian Druid World Record, because in that case, it was actually something I was integrating into the run. We're doing this purely for testing purposes, right? So I will stop the timer just when I do the swap, just so we can get a better idea of, like, what an actual rogue leveling time would look like. Of course, I will restart it once we have fully swapped, right? But in this case, I think it is probably fair to stop the timer. I mean, it's my rule set, right? I make it up, so, doesn't really matter, but I think most people would agree it makes sense. So that's what I'm going by. And one more tree to mark. Alright. And one of the reasons I should note, I haven't really gone into Outlaw leveling builds, like, in super detail and I've just been kind of picking talents is because I already know the key thing is going to be looking at what the talents are on the PTR. So I will, before we continue the run, stop and take a moment at those talents and kind of go over what I think is good and what I think is bad, just because, I mean, that is like kind of the entire point, right? Okay, so here we're going to exit game, and then, the screen's going to go black. Ooh, spooky, but, we'll get it fixed in a second. I need to open up the PTR and then copy over my character, etc., etc. I should also note, I don't know if somebody's like, if the person who pinged me is watching the stream. If you're just mentioning my name in Discord, you don't have to ping me because then I get a notification for it. I can also delete this character. I just use that to get the thumbnail shot. Copy account data. Like, if you, so for, here we go, for game capture test. So if you have, like, a direct question for me on my Discord server or something, feel free to ping me, that's fine. But, like, in this case, somebody said, I'm gonna try that quest line that @Haraldin talked about yesterday in Thaldraszus. Like, at that point, you don't need to ping me, right? Then I just have to look and go, oh, fuck, and then it, like, distracts me. If you are in chat, don't worry. The timer's... Oh, fuck, yeah, you're right. I should stop that. Thank you for reminding me. I'm not, like, upset, so if you are in chat right now, the person who pinged me, like, don't feel bad about it. I'm just saying that for future reference, right? You don't need to ping me if you're just mentioning my name, right? Because then I have to stop and look. A Demon Hunter casts Darkness. Yeah, I mean, you guys are used to it, right? If you're playing Demon Hunter. Okay, hold on. While we also get this set up, let me quickly read a few messages that I missed. Because I'm obviously going to spend a decent amount of time. I can, since I started the RP, right? Oh, no, I'm on the Quick Fist quest. Since I am going to take a little bit of time to go over the talents and changes and stuff like that, that's going to require some time. And I want to make sure that I don't fall completely far behind in chat, so I'm just going to take a moment, since the timer stopped anyway, to quickly catch up. Yeah, I should say for Lola, what you said about the Dream Surge tracker, I believe it is not fully random, and I believe it is actually region-based. I've had some people tell me that the Dream Surge buff is sharding-based, and I've tested that thoroughly, and I've found no evidence that it is. I believe it is entirely region-based. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it is, like, within a set server block or something, but every bit of testing that I've done has at least confirmed that it is not sharding based, and that across multiple characters that I've looked at, it is the same buff across my entire region. I've not managed to find two different versions of Dream Surges up at the same time on North America. I don't know if somebody has. If so, let me know. I'd love to know that. But I believe it is region based, in which case, in theory, it should be possible for there to be a Dream Surge buff tracker for North America and Europe, but I also do not know of one. In fact, I was looking for one, and I could not find one, because it would have really saved me a lot of time in my testing runs. It actually would have shaved an entire 2 minutes off the current world record that I posted, the 60 to 71, because I had to go and check for the buff to plan my route. So I would definitely love to find one of those if anybody knows of one, but as far as I'm aware of, there is currently no way to check that. Okay, let me grab belts. Yeah, I don't need, because it's the older stuff. Also, it looks like this salvage creative goods thing is bugged. Whatever. That's weird. I've never had an item like that, which you just cannot open it. It just does not work. Weird. Anyways. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit, read some stuff. It's one of the X-Packs of all time. People like that one. That's how most time saves are found, completely by accident? Yeah, exactly. WOD leveling is good, but this quest is so dumb story-wise. You're supposed to be up against the threatening, overwhelmingly powerful army, but right in the intro, you slaughter them by the hundreds. Yeah. The WOD is definitely a weird one. Honestly, modern WoW storytelling has always been a bit hit or miss in that regard. So I think broad strokes, WoD and Legion still have good stories. BFA is when they like fully jump the shark. Broad strokes. But there are a lot of little moments that you can pull out of both WoD and Legion. Hell, I mean, even MoP, if you look hard enough, though I think MoP, almost everybody agrees, was a much better story. But especially WoD and Legion, which still had overall, I think, good stories, there are definitely moments you can pick from where you're like, that is not good. And I think it's definitely... WoW has always kind of tried to have its story take a backseat to its gameplay mechanics, which in some cases is okay, but there are definitely quests like that where they overdo it a little bit. WoW just got here and you're level 35 in the Rogue. Nice work. What are you looking forward to in patch 10.2? Honestly, I don't know. I haven't really looked super heavily into the rework stuff. I've like glanced over it, but that is kind of one of the entire points of this stream. We're going to be looking through the talents, seeing what changed. One of the reasons that I split it in half is because now that we have a solid understanding of the weaknesses of Outlaw Rogue, we can take a look at the talents in a second and clearly see, ooh, this change really helps with XYZ. So that is kind of one of the reasons I did it this way. After doing 100 WoD intros, every millisecond counts. WoD intro is amazing for XP, but unhealthy for your brain cells. True. Once you finish getting to 60, are you ending the stream? Only ask because you got to leave for about 2 hours, and you enjoyed leveling while my streams are going. Well, the recording will always be here, so if you want to level alongside the recording, you can definitely do that too. I will probably, yes, be ending the stream after I hit level 60, just because I don't really have anything else planned for today. The stream already started kind of late, so we started around 3 p.m., and it's right now 8 p.m. my time. And this is already, like, decently late for me, where, like, you know, try to start getting stuff. And I have 4 Wrath Classic guides that I need to have finished by Tuesday. I have the 3 new dungeon guides and the new Titan Rune dungeon guides that I need to get done. And I would like to at least have 1 or 2 of those posted tomorrow, so that I can have 1 posted on Monday, and then the Titan Rune Dungeon Guide posted on Tuesday, and I'm not, like, crunching them together at the last second. Also, I want to make sure I start early, so if I run into any delays, I have time. So definitely, I need as much time as I can get tonight to finish the work on those, so no bonus, like, post-leveling run stuff. It's just going to be this run. But we still have a good 2-3 hours left in this run, I'd say, especially because we're, you know, stopping the timer for a second to, you know, talk about the talents and whatnot. Let's see. Start of Dragonflight was fine. First raid was meh. Second raid was fun until it wasn't, and now it's just meh again. I think that's a good description. Yeah. Arcane Mage Ring one-shotting every mythic boss was neat. Yeah, that was something for sure. The only thing you actually like about Shadowlands would be Castle Nathria. Outside of that, man, the expansion was awful. Yeah, Castle Nathria, I think, on average was a good raid, but I would say Castle Nathria, if we're talking all raids all time, was an above average raid. I do not think it was like as amazing as some people describe. I think you can pick out individual bosses and say like Denathrius was a very good end boss. Yes. I think a lot of people overrate Sludgefist. I think a lot of people overrate Council of Blood. Zymox was pretty hit or miss, but then I actually think Shriekwing was a fantastic first boss. But I think like Nathria as a whole was pretty mid, and it was heavily carried by a lot of very good bosses, or a few very good bosses. And then, like, Council of Blood, I don't think was amazing, but I don't think it was bad. It was a boss. And Sludgefist was at least good. Zymox I actually liked more than most people, but I know, like, some people who did the really bad seed jobs absolutely hated Zymox, which I understand. Sun Kings was terrible. Altamore was meh. Altamar was kind of trash. I didn't like it. And then Hungering Destroyer was just a garbage boss. Hungering Destroyer honestly killed the raid for a lot of people. Like, my guild didn't get stuck on Hungering Destroyer, but it definitely took us more pulls than it should have, and I know a lot of guilds that died to Hungering Destroyer. For its position in the raid, it required way too much weak aura bullshit and, like, assignment stuff. Like, that was a lot. I don't hate the boss, but it was definitely way too early in the raid for that type of fight. What was my favorite X-Pack? Probably Legion, in terms of the one that I enjoyed the most, like, when I played it. I think MoP is arguably the best MoP is, I would say, the best actual X-Pack. and it was my second favorite. I just didn't play Mop enough for me to consider it my favorite X-Pack. Let's see. They need something to play, so they're playing Dragonflight. I mean, yeah, like, hey, if there was another MMO that did all the exact same things that WoW did, but better, I would be playing it. But WoW rating still, scratches an itch that a lot of other MMOs don't scratch. Also, before I forget, I kind of forgot to mention this earlier, but whatever. But, don't forget to like the stream if you're enjoying it. That always helps, with algorithm bullshit. I usually like to remind people earlier on, but I forgot this time, but oh well. Give Chris Metzen the wheel and we're going to the moon. Chris Metzen can't save the story. The story is too far gone. I ranted about that at the start of the stream, though, so I'm not going to rehash it. If it's a 6.5, where does it lose the 3.5? I think I kind of already explained that. Honestly, I think 6.5 is maybe a little bit more generous. I think, personally, I would actually rank Dragonflight closer to a 5.5 or just a 5. That being said, I recognize that there are certain parts of the expansion that a lot of other people enjoy a lot more than I do, and I think that is worth something. But my personal enjoyment is somewhere around a 5, and Shadowlands is like a 3. Or, no, Shadowlands is like a 2. BFA was like a 3. Ironically, I would put WoD at 4. I would almost say I enjoyed WoD more than Dragonflight. But I acknowledge I am very much in the minority there. I was just one of the few people who happened to do challenge modes, and I think challenge modes made Warlords of Draenor a very fun expansion, if you actually played them. So I'm discounting my own personal experience a lot there. But I think I kind of went into a lot of the detail of where I think it loses the points. That's why you don't care about getting portals to Dragonflight dungeons and multiple tunes. They're forgettable and you have no desire to go back to them, yeah. I mean, I like getting portals just cause, but yeah, I know. You don't think Dragonflight dungeons are the best, but you do enjoy them? Yeah, I mean, they're not the worst dungeons ever. Brackenhide Hollow is. Brackenhide Hollow fucking sucks. Honestly, yeah, like, Brackenhide Hollow is the only dungeon. Actually, no, I take it back. Azure Vaults is also a terrible dungeon. I hate Azure Vaults. Azure Vaults and Brackenhide are the two worst dungeons in this expansion, by far. The other dungeons, I definitely don't like them as much as I know a lot of other people do. I think Knockhood is fine, but the dragon riding gimmick is like a little bit annoying, but whatever. Algathor Academy's fine, I would say above average. Halls of Infusion is fine. I think there's still some individual mechanics that I don't love. The trash between Frog and the Kajin boss, I don't like that trash. It's terrible. I mean, at this point, it's obviously not going to be nerfed, but I think it's just too fucking overbearing. Like, it's whatever. I just hate it. It's stupid. I don't like that trash. The Gauntlet I hate, so I don't really like Halls of Infusion that much. Neltharis is fine. It's not my favorite dungeon, but I don't hate it. I think Uldaman is a pretty terrible dungeon. Really don't like Uldaman. I actually maybe would say it's as bad as the other two I mentioned, Brackenhide and Azure Vaults. And Ruby Life Pools, I don't like that much. I don't hate Ruby Life Pools, like, with a passion, but I don't like it a lot. It's not my favorite dungeon. Overall, I'm not a huge fan of the Dragonflight dungeons. Are they the worst dungeons ever? No. I hate a lot of BFA dungeons a lot more than I do the Dragonflight dungeons. That said, BFA had a lot of dungeons that I liked more than a lot of the Dragonflight dungeons. BFA was very hit or miss, in my opinion. I would say across the board, I probably disliked most Shadowlands dungeons more than I did most Dragonflight dungeons, but depends. There's also one or two Shadowlands dungeons. Like, I actually liked Mists of Tyrna Scythe, I think, more than any dungeon in Dragonflight. And what else? What were some other dungeons in Shadowlands? Yeah, this one was better than anything. Tazavesh was better. I should also note, I don't really like Dawn of the Infinite. Dawn of the Infinite was, like, okay. I, like, moderately enjoyed it my first playthrough. Future playthroughs, especially in M+, I don't like this dungeon. I think the first 4, like, this section is okay. I don't hate this. This is, like, fine. This section is fucking garbage. Oh my god. Tyr is an okay boss. The Gauntlet is... Speedrun Gauntlet thing is fine, but sucks in Mythic Plus because, like, I've done it a million times, but then if I fuck up and, like, it's just a time loss and it sucks. Morchi is the worst dungeon boss ever fucking made. Morchi is, like, as bad as... What was the... This dude. Like, this dude and Morchi are the two worst dungeon bosses ever made. And I used to always say this one was the worst by far. Morchi gives him a run for its money. Like, Morchi is such a fucking terrible dungeon boss, man. Holy hell, this boss sucks. Time Lost Battlefield is also really fucking trash, but mostly because of the jankiness where, like, you can tab target onto, like, the unattackable mobs and just completely waste abilities, and it's so annoying. This boss is just a pain. And then Chronolord Deus is just a really stupid fight. I don't like that. Like, these last three bosses are so bad. I didn't mind them the first time I did them, but replaying them, especially in Mythic Plus, oh boy. Not fun at all. So, yeah, it definitely compared to, like, you know, Shadowlands stuff. This was good. Both Tazavesh dungeons were pretty solid. I liked the other side. I was kind of mid on a lot of the other ones. I think Theater of Pain was okay. I hated Plaguefall. I was kind of mid on Halls and Necrotic, and I didn't really like Sanguine Depths, but yeah, compared to Dragonflight, I don't know. I think it's just not super great overall. Anywho, let me scroll up a little bit. And I should also note, I saw Oxara Luna said, this is probably going to be a very controversial take. Do you not like dragon riding? Because, man, you love dragon riding as a feature. So when I said that there's, like, parts of the expansion that I recognize a lot of people enjoy that I don't, and I'm giving it points for that, it's mostly dragon riding. I don't really care for dragon riding all that much. Like, dragon riding, it's a feature. I understand why people like it. I get that, like, in terms of travel time, it's nice. And sure, yeah, do I like being able to go faster? I guess, but would I really give a shit about, like, if they just made regular mount speed that fast versus, like, having to actively control it? Not really, because the reality of dragon riding is, like I said, hot take, it is not fun to control. I think I've done enough dragon riding at this point, and, like, I haven't done, like, all the races, because, like I said, I don't really find it fun, but I've at least done enough dragon riding and, like, actually tried to min-max the movement for speedruns and stuff that I think I, generally speaking, know how to do the controls properly, and the way that you control the dragon optimally is not fun, it's counterintuitive, and it just feels janky. And I was willing to give it a pass when it was in beta, but at this point, dragon riding just doesn't really feel fun for me. It is a thing that I need to use to get from point A to point B, but I view it no differently than just a slightly faster mount. And the thing that I think, you know, influences this, right, is if I had known no other system like that, I might say, wow, dragon riding's really cool. But the thing about dragon riding that you have to realize is it's just a poorly implemented version of the Guild Wars 2 mount system. And, like, that's fine, but Guild Wars 2 does it better and did it first. So, like, I've already played with all of the Guild Wars 2 mounts for years, and the Guild Wars 2 mounts feel fucking amazing. So, when you have played with the handling of Guild Wars 2 mounts, and you know how they feel, and it actually feels really fucking fun to maneuver those mounts around and to do the races in those games, where, like, you actually, like, are drifting around on your mounts, and, like, the controls feel really tight and, like, really good to control. Going from that to dragon riding, which is just a janky mess, it's just not fun. I'm sorry, it's just not. And yeah, I know, because Oxara, you said you have no idea what the Guild Wars 2 mount is, and that's fair, right? Like, that's why I said, if my first introduction to, like, dynamic mount systems was dragon riding, I would probably have a lot more favorable things to say about it. But it's a copy of a system, and an inferior copy at that. I'm glad it exists. It's definitely more interesting than regular mounting, but if I wanted interesting, fun mount controls, I'd go play Guild Wars 2. To me, it adds really nothing to the game that I can't get somewhere else. Especially considering it's not even close. We're not talking like, oh, it's just a slightly worse version of the Guild Wars 2 mount system. No, it is vastly inferior to Guild Wars 2 mounts. Like, nothing in dragon riding has anything on the fucking roller beetle. Roller beetle mounts in Guild Wars 2, mwah, chef's kiss. Fucking love those. I can just ride around zones on my roller beetle for fun. Like, it is just that much fun to control. And, like, the most comparable thing to dragon riding is the Griffin in Guild Wars 2, and the Griffin actually feels way more responsive than anything in dragon riding. It's just not good. There's so much better out there. So that's why I really just don't care for dragon riding much. Like I said, I know to a lot of people that's probably going to be a hot take because dragon riding has been one of the most universally praised features, and it has just been a complete nothing burger to me this entire expansion. So, that's why, like I said, I gave Dragonflight some points on the basis that I know a lot of people really enjoy dragon riding. I get that. But I do think it needs to be said that that it does factor into my opinion. I do not think it's that interesting. So just, throwing that out there, right? Let's see. You'd almost say the only real oomph of the talents is the Spec's main CD is usually super far down the tree. Every final capstone of every tree is a passive. Why are the CDs not able to be gotten until 45? Yeah, that's fair. Some actually do get their CDs early. It's not a universal thing, but you are correct that putting the cooldowns much later definitely kind of sucks. Outlaw really needs a spammable AoE just for legacy content? Yep, agreed. What is the meaning of life? I don't know. That's a bit of a tough question for me to answer in a speedrunning stream. And Casey, what I said was sharding with a D, as in like different phases have different dream surges. I know you were probably making a joke, but yeah. Just in case you weren't familiar with that term, that is what I was referring to. You don't think Castle Nathria was amazing? Yeah, it was definitely the best raid in Shadowlands. You are correct about that. I liked Sepulchre a little bit, but Nathria was definitely better. Sepulchre, I think I enjoyed, so Halandris was the best boss in that expansion, not even close. So there were individual bosses, I think, within Sepulchre that I enjoyed more than anything in Nathria, but I think on average, Sepulchre is definitely a worse raid than Nathria. And I think the final boss does play a very large factor. Denathrius being as good as he was compared to the Jailer being the Jailer, definitely played a factor in people's perception of Castle Nathria. But honestly, I would say Sepulchre and Nathria to me were roughly comparable because the entire experience, they were fairly close. And honestly, I just love Halandris. Every single time I rekilled Halandris, it was an absolute joy for me. I fucking love that boss. It's so much fun. I know a lot of people hated it because of the bombs. That said, obviously, the universal opinion is that it's a good fight. But a lot of people I know actually really didn't like it. And I loved Halandris. As a Brewmaster Monk, God, that was such a fun fight. Timing my transcendences and rolls with the knockbacks and stuff and getting, perfect uptime to, min-max my damage and survivability and stuff. And then, the final phase where you're just, kicking the balls and playing soccer while also doing the tank mechanics and, aiming the laser beam. Oh, it's such a good fight. I fucking love Halandris. He's so much fun. So that made me love Sepulchre every single time. It is one of the most fun fights I have ever tanked. I love Halandris so much. So I'm definitely a little bit biased in that regard, but I do think Nathria was probably the best raid of Shadowlands. It definitely wasn't Sanctum. I think we can all agree on that. Though, Painsmith, I actually do think was a pretty fun fight. A lot of people hate Painsmith. I think Painsmith was a banger. But the rest of Sanctum was pretty shit. So, yeah. If Azure Vaults didn't have a skip, you'd say it's the worst Dragonflight dungeon? Yeah, Azure Vaults is not bad when you're doing it for, leveling. Azure Vaults and Mythic Plus was awful. I hated Azure Vaults Mythic Plus. You were worried about Brackenhide. It ended up being... Yeah, Brackenhide is not a hard Mythic Plus dungeon. I will admit that. I will take it as an M Plus dungeon more than others. It's still not fun, though. It's still a pretty miserable dungeon, even if it is pretty easy. I don't like it. It has a lot of really annoying mechanics. The first boss especially is just a pain to do with pugs. I almost never pug Brackenhide because pugs cannot do that first boss. It's so tedious. You personally like Oldemon because you can crank DPS because of big trash packs. Other than that, you agree it's bad? Yeah, I could see that. Have I ever thought about stopping playing WoW? I've taken breaks from WoW in the past. I've definitely thought about it, right? Right now, am I actively thinking at this exact moment of stopping WoW? No. I'm still enjoying the game overall. And that's one of the problems. A lot of times, if I ever give, constructive feedback or talk about, issues that I have with the game, everybody's immediately like, why don't you quit? Why don't you quit? And it's I can have problems. I don't know. I'm preserving transmog items of this character, despite the fact that it's the PTR. I don't need it. I can have issues with the game and still enjoy it as a whole, right? And I'm discussing, flaws that I have with the game because I mean, I'm not saying Blizzard listens to me exclusively, but honestly, I do credit myself with at least some positive changes towards the game. I mean, hey, I'm the one who started like the anti-Covenant movement back in Shadowlands. I made the spreadsheet, right? So I at least take partial credit for a lot of the backlash that Covenants received, because honestly, if it wasn't for my spreadsheet, if it wasn't for the spreadsheet that I made, very little awareness would have been brought up about Covenants until it was too late. So I think that, you actually can see in many cases positive change by, causing a shitstorm over like, bad design like that. And hopefully it gets fixed and the game gets better as a result. But I mean, like, I have stopped playing WoW at various points. Like at the end of Castle Nathria, that was the last long break I took. Admittedly, these days, like, one of the things that's nice about making videos for WoW is there's usually something that I can cover, even if, like, I would probably be taking at least, like, a break in my free time if it wasn't for videos, but, like, the speedruns and stuff give me something to do in the game outside of raids. I would not be doing these speedruns just for fun if I didn't have a YouTube channel, but I enjoy doing them because, it's fun to try and, like, get this bonus thing that I can share with you guys. And of course, for the streams and stuff, it's a nice way to interact with chat and people like watching it. So that's a plus. But, yeah, it definitely depends. Let's see. Morchi is the worst boss. Yeah. You did not like Mists of Tyr Scythe. The whole maze gimmick just lost its charm really quickly. That's fair. I mean, there was a weak aura that solved it. I really liked the maze. That's kind of, I guess, the weird thing, right? I hate gimmicks when I am bad at them. And I don't know. I don't hate the maze or the bullet hell gauntlet gimmick in Dawn of the Infinite. I don't love it, though. The problem with that is just the hitboxes on it are fucking jank. If the hitboxes were, like, not as jank as they are in the bullet hell gauntlet, I would like it a bit more. But, like, I've done it a million times now, and I still sometimes get clipped by shit that just should not be hitting me. And that's what makes me kind of annoyed by it. I do not hate that in principle, though. I think gauntlets like that are fine. But I liked the maze for Mists of Tyr Scythe because I was really good at the maze in Mists of Tyr Scythe. I was able to get that down. Bang. It was like every single time I was immediately able to figure out which one it was. So I liked it. I just had a lot of fun with that dungeon. With the weak aura and the cheese, Morchi is a joke. Yeah. Obviously, I know there's a weak aura that kind of cheeses her, but it's still an annoying fight. And yeah, I understand Battlefield can be cheese. Like, I get it. Like, it's not the hardest dungeon ever, the second half. These are just poorly designed bosses. And I think when you need to either class stack or have a weak aura to solve the boss for you, it is just a terrible boss. Like, we can say that it's easy with a weak aura and still agree that it is a terrible boss. But you are not wrong, Troy. Chronolord is a copy and paste of the final boss from Underrot, but worse. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. Let's see. Velier said based. I think that was when I was talking about Guild Wars 2 mounts. What do you think is the best route for the future of WoW, like Classic Plus and stuff? I mean, obviously, keep making retail expansions and keep making good endgame content, right? That's going to keep people like me playing. They need to make better casual content as well, though, because right now they've been kind of dropping the ball on that, and obviously without casual players, this game will die. And there's still enough stuff to do for people now, but if they keep just not adding any casual-friendly content, like actual, and I should say good casual-friendly content for the next few expansions, this game will eventually die out, because people will slowly start dropping off, as they already have. And obviously continue doing Classic, I think. Honestly, keep going all the way up to BFA. BFA is the only expansion we do not need a Classic for. I think everything below that, I would gladly play a Classic version of. And of course, keep Classic era servers, right? So keep a Wrath era server for people who like Wrath, but continue the trend of releasing the newer expansions because people like me also like playing that. And I know a lot of people who would jump on board immediately for Mists of Pandaria Classic or Legion Classic. I have a ton of friends who are actually very excited for that. I am one of the only people I know who is actually excited for Cataclysm Classic. I've managed to get some of my friends somewhat excited for it. Like, when they tell me, oh, I think Cataclysm Classic's gonna suck, and I, like, go on a long rant about all the reasons why I think Cataclysm Classic will be awesome, some of them have been like, yeah, you know what? Okay, yeah, I could see that. But a lot of them are very, 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 very excited for MoP Classic or Legion Classic. So that would almost certainly be a success. And I mean, it wouldn't even be hard for Blizzard to do, considering how many people would play it. And then, honestly, I mean, the thing with Classic Plus, right, is Classic Plus will not happen. Classic Plus is not an actual thing. It is this term that gets thrown around that does not exist because there is no iteration of Classic Plus that, aside from, you know, Season of Mastery, that is actually realistic. So what I think they should do is the only realistic form of Classic Plus, which is better and more fleshed out Seasons of Mastery type things, right? Original Season of Mastery obviously was kind of a dud, but if you have more, like, in-depth seasons with, you know, actual changes to the content, like, fuck, just give vanilla paladins a taunt, right? Suddenly you've got a brand new class. Stuff like that, right? There's so many ways to make like vanilla and TBC and stuff, and also make TBC seasons, right? Make Wrath seasons. There's so many ways to like do spins on old content. They're already doing that with Titan Rune Dungeons. That is the only realistic thing we will ever see for Classic Plus. This whole like pipe dream that people get in their heads, and I have a friend who is so on board the Classic hype train, and he'll tell me all of these cool ideas he has about like, you know, all these cool things they could do to like rework the Warcraft lore, and oh, they could do an expansion that's like, you know, a reimagining of XYZ thing that happened in this expansion. And I'm like, look, that sounds awesome. I'm right there with you. That would be so cool. It's never going to happen. You gotta, you know, temper your expectations a little bit. And so many people think Classic Plus is going to happen. It's going to be this amazing thing. There is no universe in which Classic Plus really works, right? Because if you're making new content, well, guess what? It requires the retail dev team. And like the entire thing that people in Classic don't like is fucking retail WoW. So you're going to ask the devs for the game that you ostensibly do not like, or do not like the content they make, to make new content for a game where the entire selling point is that it's an older game that, you know, it has older mechanics. Like these people imagine that like magically they're going to put together like a dev dream team that just so happens to perfectly recapture the magic of like 2008 era WoW and recreate content in that exact style, perfectly faithfully recreated one-to-one, but somehow also new, original, and innovative to the point where it gets people to actually play it, right? Because obviously if you're developing a brand new expansion for Classic, well, it's going to have a price tag on it. And if you're going to need to sell somebody on a full release of a game that is rooted in 2008 design principles, it better be really fucking good and be able to draw in a lot of people. Otherwise, how the hell is Blizzard, one of the greediest companies on the planet, going to justify investing resources in a speculative project that may not even sell well? The entire reason why Classic, as an idea, is working for Blizzard is because they get to put in the bare minimum level of effort and still get a shit ton of subscription money for it. And they're even still trying to sell people on, like, you know, full releases on, you know, the fucking Dark Portal Pass shit. But I don't know exactly how successful that is, but of course they're going to try it because it's literally a money printer for them. But if now you have to actually spend developer resources on this, it is just so unrealistic that literally any basic look at this with a touch of realism of like, is this actually something that will ever happen? You realize Classic Plus is a pipe dream. There's just no realistic scenario where the things that people have been saying they want to see for Classic Plus will ever happen. It's just not possible. Like, both practically and just, you know, in terms of people have their sights set way too high. The only thing we can realistically expect from Classic Plus, which I do think Blizzard should continue to do, and hell, I'd play it, is, like I said, Season of Mastery stuff. Twists on vanilla WoW. I mean, I played hardcore. I've been busy lately, so I haven't had as much time, but I played hardcore. I enjoyed the time I spent playing hardcore WoW. If they did something else with more changes on vanilla WoW, yeah, fuck it, I'd play it. I like playing vanilla WoW. It's just I've already played it a decent amount. So, you know, but if they keep adding twists to it, yeah, I'd keep doing it. It's like fucking Diablo seasons, right? Like, they made a million different Diablo seasons with minor tweaks, and it's like the same thing as always. Like, I kept coming back because like me and a bunch of my friends would be like, hey, we playing this new Diablo season? Sure. We all play it for like a few weeks and then we get bored and we stop playing. But hey, like, you know, I guess in that case it was completely free. But in this case, for a lot of people, Blizzard would get their subscription money at least for that season. So it would be worth it for them. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer. I think that's the future of WoW. It's a pretty much the obvious future of WoW. More classic expansions, more retail expansions, Classic Plus, which is really just Season of Mastery. that is like the only real future for WoW. And a lot of people have been saying they think it's going to be something else, and those people are quite frankly delusional. Um, that is a realistic and honestly, reasonable view for the future of WoW. If you expect anything else from Blizzard, given the current state of the company and the development teams, you are crazy. Especially, mind you, that is another thing to keep in mind, right? You have to look at this all in the context of Blizzard is bleeding employees left and right. And like, if you think that a company like Blizzard, who is already, struggling to find enough people to get their existing games done, right? If you think they're going to start massively expanding World of Warcraft and adding classic expansions, like, you are fucking high. They're already stretched thin just doing a retail expansion, revamping new Cataclysm or new like classic expansions like Cataclysm, and doing Season of Mastery stuff. We haven't had Season of Mastery in fucking over a year. Like, the most they managed to put out is Hardcore, which is like pretty fucking minimal. So yeah, either way, just to get that, once per stream rant out of the way, because somebody always asks. Now you kind of want to try Guild Wars 2, you've been meaning to for the longest time. I'd recommend it. Guild Wars 2 is a banger game. I keep meaning to play it again. A few of my friends the other day were saying they were thinking about trying Guild Wars 2, and I was like, hell, if you do, let me know, because I fucking love Guild Wars 2. Also, okay, there we go. My scroll wheel was temporarily locked. I couldn't scroll up and down in chat. You unfortunately suffer from gold deficiency, and you're unable to afford max level heirlooms, so those Thaldraszus quests are very difficult. Just buy some greens off the auction house. There's a lot of really, really, really cheap greens out there, especially the 319, well, those are blues. The 319 blues, for any slot that you can equip it in, dirt cheap, like less than 100 gold per, and, 319 item level on a low-level character, massive power spike, definitely worth getting. Halandros was a great fight, but you never killed it, but you did prog on it. Yeah, it was still fun to prog. It was the one true fun fight in Sepulchre. Yeah, I'd say that. Summit Brother said, keep this up, brother. Speedrun this game. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the speedruns. Painsmith and Halandros really just saved both of those raid tiers, but man, every other boss around those was really not great. Yeah, exactly. It's like having a critique of politics and someone tells you to move. It's the most hyperbolic. Yeah. Yeah, like if you ever try to say anything about like U.S. politics, somebody's like, if you don't like it, move to Canada. Like, okay, thanks. That's helpful. Almost like I like my country and I want it to improve. I am not going to get into politics. In case you probably couldn't guess already, I have a lot of very strong opinions on politics. I will summarize my opinions like this, just to be perfectly clear. Orange man bad. And that is all I will say on the subject. Everything else, I'm not going to get into that, because I can rant for a long time. And that is a very, very divisive subject. Like, the time I got raided by 4chan back in Shadowlands was because I went on a rant about Orange Man bad. And, yeah, that don't want to repeat of that. Already having issues with people spamming chat, so we're not going to risk that one. That was me. Oh yeah, the Covenant spreadsheet guy. Yep. That was the first thing I ever did. So to be clear, I made the Covenant spreadsheet before I ever had a YouTube channel. The order was Covenant spreadsheet, Speedrun, which was the first thing I ever did on my YouTube channel, and then Leveling Guide. And then when WoW had picked up my Leveling Guide and started running with it and like advertising it and shit, that's like when I was like, oh, maybe I should do more YouTube videos. But honestly, the Covenant spreadsheet was like my first foray into like interacting with the wider WoW community and stuff, because like obviously I played WoW for years, but the Covenant spreadsheet was the first time when like people were actually talking about like me and something I did, and well, their discussion around me was, who the fuck is this guy, right? And unfortunately, there were a lot of people, because I didn't have an established presence, who were saying, oh, it's written by some like casual LFR raider who wrote his touchy-feely opinions on the Covenants, even though everything I did was well researched and rooted in data. So that was always fun, having to deal with that. But I mean, by the end, I think, especially once I made it clear that like I was collaborating with the theory crafters in each class Discord, and like actually getting them to write like little blurbs, which I would put on the spreadsheet on like why the Covenants are ranked the way they are. My voice cut out for a second there. I think it became clear that like I actually knew what I was talking about, and like the Covenant spreadsheet was pretty definitive based on like a shit ton of research put together from that. That's a whole fun story that I've of course told many times, but yeah, the whole Covenant spreadsheet thing was definitely a ride. And that was honestly what caused me to kind of decide to try to do the speedrunning stuff in general, or rather, I was going to do the speedrunning things for fun anyway, but I decided to make like a video and guide out of it kind of because of the Covenant spreadsheet, which, as I said before, kind of took off completely accidentally. But that gave me the inspiration to say, hey, what if I make a guide about this? And so people can use it for leveling, and then obviously the rest is history, right? Memory leak IRL, yeah. Please refactor legacy code and add features too. Yeah, exactly. I asked if you ever thought about quitting WoW. You meant more that you've been noticing so many bugs lately, bugs that you reported during beta or PTR. I mean, so Jan, having done beta testing for this game since like MOP, and I guess like seriously actually trying to test the content since Legion, where like I actually, bright-eyed Haraldin, like young when I was like still like a teenager and whatnot, like actually doing PTR testing and being like, wow, I found a bug. I'm going to report this and Blizzard's going to change it and I'm going to make the game better. Like, yeah, no, they don't listen to fucking anything you submit on the PTR, right? You're lucky to get them to pay attention to their designated PTR feedback threads on the WoW forums. Half the time they barely respond. Sometimes they do. Admittedly, they've been better about that lately. But yeah, I have tried many, many, many times over the years to provide feedback and test stuff. And, like obviously most recently, the most infuriating one, this one, I've never seen them do something that bad, is the 10.1.5 leveling changes where they literally had shit in their patch notes that did not fucking work. And at no point ever on the PTR worked, like at all. And I brought it up. I submitted reports and stuff on the PTR over and over and over and over and over about it. Nothing got changed. I talked about it on stream all the time. I wrote a forum post that actually got like decent traction, not like a ton, but enough that you would hope that like at some point, like, do you not realize that you have features in your patch notes that do not work? Mind you, still do not work to this day. They still have not been implemented. Oh shit. Thank you, Oxara Luna. Thank you for becoming a member. This time I was actually all the way at the bottom of chat, so I read that immediately. So good timing there. I always hate when like somebody becomes a member and I'm like still scrolling up reading chat and it takes me forever to notice, and then I always feel bad. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I've given up on that, right? It's like obviously the 10.1.5 stuff is especially infuriating because like I've never seen something that blatant where it's literally a line in their patch notes and it does not fucking work. 2 lines in their patch notes that do not work. And it's not even one of those where it's like not working as intended. It was never working. They just never actually added it, and they just fucking slapped it into the patch notes as if they did anything to make it work properly. That one pisses me off. I'm used to it though. I'm used to them not listening to feedback at all. But I mean, it's whatever. It's like as long as the game is fun to play, like I'm still gonna play it. Well, it does piss me off. Is what it is. Just repayment for the guide and all the enjoyment in streams. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the guide, or enjoying the streams and getting helpful information from the guide. I'm glad to hear that. I think they should honestly consider making Dungeons 6-man as well, with more support-specific classes that are not damage dealer specs. Look, Goose Comics, I respect your opinion, but I fundamentally disagree with that. If anything, I think it should be 4-man dungeons like Final Fantasy, with 1 less DPS. I understand that opinion. I know people who have it. I get it. I would advocate for less people in dungeons, less emphasis on support, and more clearly defined roles where you don't need to have like a very specific group comp to like min-max the shit out of your damage. I do not like Augmentation Evoker. Augmentation Evoker is a cancer on this game, and I will dance on its corpse the day it gets reworked and becomes a regular DPS spec, because it cannot continue the way it is. If you had a guild for Classic, you'd be playing Classic, but your attention is in retail. Yeah, finding a good Classic guild can definitely be tough. Jesper said, you're so excited for Cata to Mop Classic, you're sure you'll enjoy yourself? Yeah, for sure. A lot of people are dooming on Cata Classic, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited for it. It's going to get to a point where Classic Plus is just going to get comments like regular Classic was better. Exactly, yeah. Everybody has a different idea on what they want for Classic Plus. There's no way to satisfy the entire player base, so there's no reason to take that risk when they already have people who are just willing to continue playing Classic. Like, people continued playing private servers when it wasn't even run by Blizzard, so they're gonna keep playing Classic even when it doesn't have any new features. And as long as they do shit like Season of Mastery, it's then just a better private server. So, yeah. Dirthillian said it's not getting reworked bosses. They can't unring the support bell. Oh, you're saying it's not getting reworked boss. They can't unring the support bell. Yes, they can. So, yes and no. You are partially correct. They cannot undo Augmentation Evoker this expansion, which is why it was just a massive mistake to implement it the way they did, like middle of the expansion, like in a mid-tier patch, because I don't know. I guess it's better than releasing it with 10.2. That would have done even more damage, but it definitely was not a great implementation. But that being said, they absolutely 100% can rework Augmentation Evoker into either a standard DPS or what I hope, a tank spec in the next expansion. That is not only, I think, a good idea, just in terms of future-proofing the game, because we've already seen the damage that Aug Evoker has done, but also, I just really think, okay, so there's like, I guess that point, there's 2 more points. One, I really want a fucking Drakthir tank, or Evoker tank in general. I think it would be fun. I want a male tank in general, somehow. I think that would be sick. I'm pissed it was not a tank in the first place, and there is definitely design space there for it to be a tank. But, most importantly, there is absolutely a precedent for them doing that. The big one is Survival Hunter, right? Now, technically, they have never converted one spec into a completely different role. There is a first time for everything, of course, but they have done light role shifting. So one thing that is absolutely possible, and I would actually be willing to bet money happens, is Aug Evoker turns from a support spec into a regular damage spec with the start of the next expansion. I would bet on that. It's not really balanceable. No shot. Anyways. Okay, so now that I've fully caught up in chat, I can finally look at Rogue stuff. Apologies for the delays on that. Now, first, let me look at PvP talents just to make sure there's nothing great here. Roll the Bones also grants 15% haste to allies within 15 yards. I definitely want maneuverability. I like that. Enduring Brawler is good. So these 2 talents are still good. Honestly, Veil of Midnight is pretty solid as a defensive tool. Maybe I take that. Actually, you know what? I don't really think I need maneuverability all that much. This is like, basically I just get a second charge of evasion, but better. Yes, the timer is paused on purpose. Because we're just testing out rogue stuff, you know, I want to also get an accurate estimate of like how long it takes to level a rogue. So until what's it called? Until I figure out like the build and stuff, we're going to resume. And this is partially because like in an actual run, I would have been doing all of this like build stuff from the start, but because we were testing, you know, the current live version of Outlaw, and now we've moved over to the PTR, and now we're looking through the talents of the upcoming changes to Outlaw, I think it's definitely a good place to like pause the timer, take a breather, let's like, you know, take a look at these talents, and then we can continue after the fact. So I already like some of the stuff that I see here. First off, evasion being able to be grabbed immediately. One of the issues that you remember I was running into in low-level dungeons is my survivability wasn't great, and evasion was locked behind some other shit. Now, having it be one of the first 2 talents, awesome. That's great. Definitely going to take Cloak of Shadows as well. Cheat Death, definitely. Yeah, definitely for leveling. Improved Sprint here is great. Nimble Fingers is great. I don't need to take Shiv anymore. This is completely worthless. It's technically, like, what does Shiv do? I think there's, like, I can dispel a magic effect and, like, soothe or something. You don't need to do that for leveling. Just save the talent point. Oh, wow. Wait, hold up. That's huge. Airborne Irritant. That's actually really good. Was that on live servers? I don't know if that was on live servers. But... oh, fuck. There's actually so many good options here. Ooh. I kind of need to take Nimble Fingers because I need to access the bottom of the tree. Man. Yeah, this is new? This is actually really good. Yeah, so this is an AoE, effectively an AoE stun for rogues. That's really fucking good. I mean, that's nice just in general, but for leveling, that's sick. Fuck, what do I take? I mean, Shadowrunner is fine, but honestly, I'm not going to be using stealth too much. I don't really think I need that. I definitely want to take Shadow Step. Shadow Step is really nice for mobility. Don't need Tricks the Trade. What is Blackjack? Ooh. What is this? Non-damaging effects. I think, honestly, you could go with either one of these. Like, with AoE blinds, AoE blinding things and then making them do reduced damage is quite nice. That's a really nice survivability option. I think I'm probably going to get more value out of that. And also, this does let me, like, later on, if I don't have anything else that's good to take in the midsection of the tree, I can always just go with Shadowrunner, which we know is good. What else? Fuck yeah. What this definitely wasn't on live servers, right? Sprint increases your movement speed and has an increased duration. That's so nice. I don't need Feint, has additional charges. Don't need that. Okay, well, energy cost of finishing moves is definitely kind of important, right? That one I kind of need. So what's the cheapest way to get that? I guess just taking an extra charge of Feint. Reduces the duration of movement slowing effects. That could be nice, but I definitely want to take Fleet-footed here. You know, just passive movement speed. What's not to like? 5% reduced physical damage taken. Ooh, wait a second. That's good. Recuperator. This used to be different, right? Huh. I feel like this used to be different. Okay, so 100%, I'm gonna take Graceful Guile and Tight Spender. 50% boost is up for vote in Waking Shores, but people prefer a vendor. Yeah, it sucks when the 50% boost loses to something random like that. That's always really, really frustrating. I feel you there. Increases the damage of your weapon poisons. Oh, but increases the critical strike chance of your attacks that generate combo points. And that increases the critical strike chance of my Sinister Strike and my Pistol Shot. Ooh, wait, that's good. Yeah, they're actually, okay. Look, none of this is, like, amazing, right? This is, for Rogue, this is actually a significant improvement. But there is nothing in here that's making me go, oh my god, Rogue is insane. These are just nice bonuses, whereas before, I think the key takeaway from the Rogue changes, none of this is garbage that I've taken so far. If you look at, like, my talent picks early on in, like, the live server stuff, I had to pick a lot of really garbage stuff just to get talents I wanted. I am happy with every single one of these options. The only one that's not great is Graceful Guile, which, like, this is obviously good for endgame stuff. For leveling, this is whatever. Like, you don't really need to use Feint, right? You're not going to be taking damage from AoE abilities. Most of it you can just dodge at low levels. So after this, I'm definitely going to take Recuperator. That's really nice. Passive healing is something Rogue desperately needed. That is very, very, very good. Does Roll the Bones replace... Where is Roll the Bones? What the... Oh, no, that's... Keep it rolling. Increases the remaining duration of your active Roll the Bones effect. Huh. Okay. For a second, I thought that was Roll the Bones. I was like, why is it so low? Where is it? Is Roll the Bones baseline now? Hold up. Let me check the tree. It is baseline! Wait a second. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. Huh. Alright. Hold on, I'm gonna change this up a little bit. Little teensy bit. Let's go H, Shift H. I like that. Go Q, Shift Q. And then... It definitely was not always. Definitely was not always. Right, yeah, like if I look at the talent calculator, it is not baseline. Hold on, let me double check. Maybe I'm fucking crazy. Outlaw. Yeah, no, it was not baseline. In fact, it was actually like annoyingly hard to access. It's like it was right here. So where Fatal flourishes, this is where Roll the Bones is on live servers right now. And Adrenaline Rush was also further down. And one of the problems with that is like you obviously want to go with like all the pistol shot synergy early on because like that's your best ability. So you couldn't take Roll the Bones until much later. I did not have it up until now on live servers. So that is huge, getting Roll the Bones immediately. Because I definitely remember Roll the Bones being like one of the only saving graces if you got the right thing. It being a bit RNG definitely was not amazing. What else do I get? Obviously Pick Lock, but that's like, you know, whatever. Shroud of Concealment. I mean, I'll put it on my bars just because. I'll at least put Shiv on Shift G just in the off chance I need it, but I really don't think I'll need to use Shiv. Actually, wait a second. I'm losing. I don't even have the talent anymore. Yeah. So I'm just dropping it because I don't think I'll need it. Faint. I think that's all my abilities. Yeah. For now. And just close the talent calculator, make sure. Your role-playing is Chingcha, so it's only fitting its RNG. True. Which is why it sucked that I wasn't able to take Roll the Bones, exactly. Let's see. You loved Old Survival, bring it back? Yeah, Old Survival was definitely very nice. I thought it was meant to only have the AoE effect when Blade Flurry was running. Yeah. Have they announced the 10.2 release date? No, but it's going to be mid-November. Like, if you've been observing the, like, recent patch cycle, it's very consistent. It's going to be... I would literally be willing to bet money. It is... What is BlizzCon? BlizzCon... It depends on the date of that. If it wasn't for that, I would actually say here, but I'm pretty sure that's BlizzCon. It's November 3 to 4, actually. So this is BlizzCon. It's not going to be the 7th, because this is directly after BlizzCon. There's no shot they basically force that. I'm willing to bet 14th, patch drops, raid releases 21st. Quote me on that. I am almost certain that is when it's going to release. Just by, like, regular patch cycles. In fact, I honestly would say if it wasn't for BlizzCon, it probably would have been 7th, 14th. But I think with BlizzCon, 14th patch drops, then we get the 1 week of, like, Emerald Dream open world stuff, and then raid is here. I literally am willing to throw down money on that. I am so confident. It also lines up the anniversary perfectly, so there you go. You will miss Bread Blades and Light's Wrath after 10.2 goes live. Oh, they're taking out, what is, I know Light's Wrath is getting removed. Is Dreadblades the Outlaw Rogue? I assume you meant Dreadblades. That's the, yeah, Outlaw Rogue one. I obviously haven't played around with that, so I don't know how it plays, but I've definitely heard mixed things on it. Let's see. Do you know if the secret quest got nerfed? For you gives 25k. I mean, I think that sounds normal, right? Obviously, it gives more with the Dream Surge, but depends on the quest, right? Are you saying, because I assume you're saying the entire secret quest line did not get nerfed. If only one quest is giving you 25k, that sounds about right. Because the lowest quests in that chain were giving roughly 25k XP, and the highest give like 80k or something crazy. BlizzCon is first weekend of November. Yeah, I just saw how much money. I mean, yeah, I am admittedly partially joking. I'm not actually going to throw a bet on stream, but like that is something I am definitely confident on. Do quote me on that. I'm pretty confident that I'm right based on the patch cycles. Worst case, I'm 1 week off. Worst case, Emerald Dream is here. Raid release is 28th. I'm pretty sure it's 14th, 21st. Pretty sure. Especially because if they're able to say in BlizzCon, the raid releases in, just 1 week from now, like on the 14th, right? That's a huge selling point, right? And then they can like do a marketing push with that. Holding me to my bet. Cool. Just did it 70k-ish per quest. Yep, that sounds about right. Haven't played around with it too much since Dragonflight. Enjoyed it a lot in Legion. Yeah. They were giving you 30 to 100k with Dark Moon Timeways buff. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Seems like it's still giving the intended amount of experience. Okay, so now the question is, what would I take after this? So I need 6 more points to get to the bottom of the tree. I did level, no, the run's not over yet. I leveled 10 to 37 in 3 hours and 10 minutes. That said, my world record is actually below 3 hours, 10 minutes, but we're on a rogue. No, so I'm 37. Honestly, though, this is a pretty fast run. Because, like, the thing you need to remember is, like, basically 10 to 35-ish is, like, over half of the speed run. Levels, what's it called? 50 to 60 is super fast, and 40 to 60, especially, I haven't even done lock mode on or like Gorgron and stuff yet, so we still have a lot of really good stuff to do. Now, that said, this is a rogue speedrun, of course, so it's not going to be quite as fast. But yes, this has been pretty quick. Surprisingly so. I expected it to be a lot slower considering it's a rogue run. You'll bet your next month's membership. That's insane. What's the key to it? Check my channel. I literally have a leveling guide, right? All of that information's there, and mind you, it's completely free. So you can find it's my most viewed video, and then, you know, I have a website with a written guide and, you know, a lot of other supplemental information with bonus little tips and stuff. Yeah, like one of the biggest things I do on this channel is leveling information. So yeah, definitely check that out. Let's see. Yeah, so definitely I would take Recuperator next, and that's 1 point. So then we have 5 points left to spend. I'd probably take Shadowrunner next. Is 10.2 the last patch before the expansion? No, I would be willing to bet on that as well. Yeah, so Recuperator there. Then I think Iron Stomach. So this, then Shadowrunner, then Subterfuge, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 4 points, and probably Unbreakable Stride just cuz. And then I guess I could take Master Poisoner. Honestly, Master Poisoner or Shiv at that point, like either one is fine. I'd probably just get more use out of the passive bonus on this. That last point is like kind of whatever. It would be nice if there were like some slightly better things in the midsection. This is a relatively small tree, because honestly, like I've already kind of gotten most of what I want. After that, it's just kind of like, what else can I spend these points on? Which I guess is nice. It's nice that you can get literally everything you want in the midsection, but I do feel like this is a bit of a lacking tree. Like there should be more stuff here to kind of beef it out a little bit. Because like as a paladin, right, there's so many good things in the paladin class tree, and you can only take a certain amount of them. So a lot of times it's actually difficult figuring out exactly what you want to take. Same thing with the druid tree, right? Druid tree has so many options. Obviously, druid is 4 specs, so it's like a little bit finicky, but you get the idea. And yeah, okay, so then the bottom section of the tree. Let me just double check real quick, refer to what Outlaw is running right now, because this is the one thing that I don't remember a ton. So just check some of the top Outlaw logs. Here we go. Outlaw Rogue. Oh, the website just fucked. Let's see. Okay, so Shadow Dance, Cold Blood, Lethality, Alacrity, Deeper Stratagem. Interesting. So it does seem like, yeah, Outlaw does run Shadow Dance and does have a focus on stealth abilities. So I definitely need to pick these things up. And it looks like Shadow Dance is still heavily used. So I'm guessing I would just use Ambush then? Let me double check one of these logs just to make sure I'm not missing anything. I think, yeah, Ambush. Okay, exactly. That is literally what it is. You go Shadow Dance, and then you just do Ambush, 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 Ambush. And that seems about right. That it is kind of weird to me. Like, I don't know why Outlaw, of all things, is running stealth synergy talents, but hey. Does seem to be how they're playing, and Thistle Tea is not good. Vigor is, like, okay. And this is kind of the problem. Leeching Poison, like, whenever I've mentioned before that Leeching Poison needs to come back, and by that I mean old Leeching Poison, 6% Leech is not good. Because Leech is only as good as the damage that you're dealing. And Rogue does not deal a lot of damage while leveling. So, this does nothing. Old Leeching Poison was a healing proc that gave you like a chunk of health, and they just need to bring that back. Honestly, make it a choice node, right? 6% leech or a slight healing proc. That way, at least for leveling, people have that option. That would be very, very nice. Stuff like Recuperator being easier to access definitely helps, because if I look at the talent tree, yeah, Recuperator was a 0% pick rate, because before, Recuperator was down here, so it was competing with Capstone talents, so you were never able to take this. So this is actually quite good. It being a mid-tier talent, you can actually access it without losing out on high damage stuff. Yeah, I think Shadow Dance is probably just what I take, honestly. Like, because Soothing Darkness, you're healed for using Vanish or Shadow Dance, so that's survivability when I use Shadow Dance, right? And then this is just when stealth is active, your abilities do more damage, so it makes Shadow Dance do more damage, and then you would just use Shadow Dance as a cooldown and use Ambush, and not only would it heal you, but then it would also be using, I guess in that case, what I could do is just, yeah, I would get 20% move speed too, so yeah, this is kind of a no-brainer. And then let me double check the Wowhead talent calculator just to see how much I have up to 60. You would definitely then go Deeper Stratagem next afterwards. And I don't think Cold Blood would really be that great for leveling. I can maybe see Lethality, but Deeper Stratagem would 100% be better. So if I go to Talent Calculator, Outlaw Rogue, and I just click random... Oh, fuck. I need to go to the 10.2 PTR version of the page. There we go. Click random buttons on the Talent Calculator. Yeah, come on. I'm just trying to see how many points I have to work with. Tight Spender. And I assume they are running Tight Spender, right? Or this is... Oh yeah, so I guess I'm running Tight Spender now. When I run Shadow Dance, I would probably want to take Improved Ambush. I think for now, this gets me more value because I don't have the synergy of Shadow Dance, but when I'm able to spam Ambush in Shadow Dance, this definitely becomes better. Okay, that makes sense. Actually, wait, Tight Spender and Improved Ambush are not a choice node in the current version of Outlaw. Huh. Wait, isn't that actually a nerf to Outlaw? I guess that sucks. Oh well. Okay, so here we go. I spent 20 points. I can take 1 point into Soothing Darkness, 2 points into Night Stalker, and then Shadow Dance. And that requires level 56. And then I have... Yeah, I can put literally 1 extra point. So, honestly, I think that Acrobatic Strikes is the best place for the final point. Just because if you can only spend a single point before hitting 60, this gets you the most bang for your buck out of anything. None of these are really that great. I mean, they're all okay, but definitely rushing Shadow Dance seems like the only viable option. Okay. No more Grappling Hook. We'll take that. Grappling Hook is... Actually, I think Grappling Hook's baseline now, right? Yeah, Grappling Hook's baseline. Would Echoing Reprimand be good at all during leveling? No, not really. It's... Deal damage to an enemy, extracting their anima to anima charge a combo point for 45 seconds. Damaging finishing moves that consume the same number of combo points as your anima charge function as if they consumed 7 combo points. The only advantage to Echoing Reprimand is specifically that it is easier to get compared to this. So Shadow Dance, this requires a 3-point talent investment. Echoing Reprimand only requires 1. And I don't know. I mean, this doesn't do enough damage to really make it worth it. This is like a single dispatch. Now, that's not bad, but a single dispatch on a 45-second cooldown that like gives you a slight damage buff, it's not that great. The only thing I can maybe see is like maybe you go down to Echoing Reprimand, and then the moment you get 2 more talent points, you then go Shadow Dance, but that is like so min-maxy that honestly at that point I'd rather just take the heal off Soothing Darkness. And then, you know, you get Night Stalker and then eventually Shadow Dance. Shadow Dance is definitely better. Like, this gives you an extra cooldown where you just press this and then you get to spam Ambush with Blade Fury and just delete a pull. This is definitely more burst potential than Echoing Reprimand, for sure. The Echo for 3 combo points will make up for a lot. It's 4 dispatches because it charges those combo points to do 7 points worth of damage. Yeah, so this is what? It charges 2 additional combo points. Maybe? I don't know. It's definitely a tough call. I think the only argument I could see for this, I honestly think this is just a better set of talents to pick. The only thing I could see is that the cost is lower. So you can get this online at a slightly earlier level, but I think the moment you have enough talent points to take Shadow Dance, you just take Shadow Dance. Like, is that something that you guys would disagree with? I think that is a pretty safe take there. We're unlikely to get... No, we are getting a new raid tier after Amir Drasil. Amir Drasil is not the final raid tier. I don't know how so many like clickbait YouTubers have brainwashed you guys into thinking that Amir Drasil is the final raid of this expansion. It's not the final raid of this expansion. Like, no. Just think about it for a little bit. It makes no sense. But people bring this up every stream, so I'm not going to debunk this for like the 40 millionth time. Anyway. Maybe I will try Echoing Reprimands early on, just to see. Because, you know, I can take it before Shadow Dance, so I'll try it out. Yeah, Farak is not the final boss of the expansion. Like, first off, there are so many loose ends. I can't believe I'm getting baited into this fucking thing again. There are so many loose ends in this expansion. And Farak is not the final fucking boss. Like, no, absolutely not. Just think about it for just a second. The literal only actual reason that I've heard people say they think it's going to be the last thing is because BlizzCon's going to announce the next expansion. As if that doesn't mean that the next expansion can come out a year from now and we have a patch that is like in May or something, and then we have like a 6-month period, and then it's like a November release for an expansion, which is what they do all the time. So if they announce a new expansion to BlizzCon, the patch comes out immediately after that, we get a March-May release or something like that, which is pretty standard patch cycle timing, and then we get like a, you know, fairly short season 4 or not one at all, and with like, you know, what they did in Shadowlands, or fairly short season 5 in this case it would be. That is like perfectly within reason. I think it would be dumb to make Amir Drasil the last tier. Yeah, it's not the last tier. The only reason why people think this is the last tier is because Blizzard has been, for whatever reason, playing coy about it because they just refuse to reveal. Like, because here's the thing. If they say that it's, like, not the last tier or whatever, then I guess it reveals more of their plans, and I think they want to, like, make this all a big reveal at BlizzCon is the only reason why I can speculate why they're being, like, coy with the information. But they have not officially confirmed or denied it one way or the other. But people have said, well, Blizzard hasn't officially said that this is or isn't the last patch, so it must be the last patch. And then you have these clickbait dogshit YouTubers making videos about, oh, Amir Drasil's the last patch of Dragonflight, and then people just run with that. It's like, it pisses me off so much. The standard for, like, good writing and journalism these days is so low. It's not the last tier. People will have 70 plus in their stats. This next tier is going up by 39 item levels. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But yeah. Either way, I'm not going to get into that again. Okay, let's look at the actual Outlaw talents. Okay, so obviously, Sinister Strike has a 35% chance to hit an additional time. Cool. Take Adrenaline Rush immediately. That's a no-brainer. Now we have a lot of options here. Combat Stamina is not good. Movement Speed increase. Energy Regen, that's good. These are all useless. Reduces the cooldown on Grappling Hook. Sure, that's actually not bad. Mostly because it's required to, like, access other stuff. But this is, let's see, Between the Eyes and Pistol Shot have increased range. That's huge. Pistol Shot reduces the target's damage done. All right, well, we go for that immediately. Precision Shot is massive. After that, Combat Potency. Increased energy regen is great. What do we have here? Restless Blades now also reduces the remaining cooldown of Evasion. Alright. Well, that's interesting. Hold up. Cheap Shot no longer costs energy, but Cheap Shot is the thing that you open with from stealth, right? Huh. This isn't good, right? Shadow Dance is probably better, but if this was a 60 to 70, would you do Shadow Dance to Thistle Tea? Because Cold Blood and Thistle Tea doesn't... Well, I would do Shadow Dance regardless. If this was a 60 to 70 run, I would definitely take Shadow Dance, and I would probably take Cold Blood. I mean... Yeah, there is no universe in which I take Thistle Tea. This is not in the equation, right? Shadow Dance in a 60 to 70 run is a no-brainer. This we take, absolutely. Then the question is, I would honestly say Deeper Stratagem after that, and then Cold Blood is like the last priority. So that is what I was thinking. That's what, honestly, most people seem to be running, and it makes logical sense to me. I mean, Echoing Reprimand I could maybe see, but this isn't really AoE, and like single target, we already have pretty solid single target. It's AoE that we need, and I don't know, like burst potential is also nice. I don't know. I don't know for sure. I can go either way. You definitely, for 60 to 70, it's a no-brainer. You would take Shadow Dance. The only question is, do we take Echoing Reprimand early, which admittedly would be stronger than the other options with these initial talent points? Possibly. It's hard to say, though, for sure. If you're thinking there's going to be another tier, people will have crazy stat. Coldia, did you play in Nyalotha? My man, did you play when people had like 100% haste due to corruption and were doing literally like ridiculous amounts of damage and fire mages were stacking insane amounts of mastery? Like, the idea that people will have crazy stats, which no, a 39 item level increase is not crazy stats. Crazy stats is Nyalotha corruptions, which has literally been done before. And that was the last tier. This is not crazy stats, not even close. And just because another tier after Amir Drasil, we would go up by another 39 item levels. Whoa, we're getting into really big numbers here. Like, no, that's pretty normal. That's not actually that special whatsoever. Deeper Stratagem is there, yeah. Okay, so for these 3 points, definitely I take Riposte. That's actually quite good. I definitely take Retractable Hook. And at this point, so I don't really think Dirty Tricks. So in order to make like Sting Like a Bee good, I would need to take both Dirty Tricks and Sting Like a Bee, both of these. And I think that's too much investment in something that I don't even really think is that strong. 10% increased damage, and you still need to... Kidney Shot definitely requires combo points. I think Cheap Shot requires combo points. So I don't really think that's worth it. But then the real question is, do we take Float Like a Butterfly for more evasion CDR, which is pretty good, or Blinding Powder, which in conjunction with Airborne Irritant is actually quite good. I think it mostly depends on what stuff is locked behind this. So I actually think Heavy Hitter seems pretty solid, because let me, hold on, where's my, I think I have Stealth on H. Yeah, so Ambush generates combo points. So right now, one of my biggest sources of damage is Sinister Strike, and when I eventually get Shadow Dance and stuff online, I'm going to be using Ambush as a generator, and it's also going to be my main spender, which, you know, counterintuitively. So I think I kind of need Heavy Hitter. That's like almost just a no-brainer. You got to pick it. But it depends on the other stuff. So really, the only thing that I'm missing out on by not taking Float Like a Butterfly is Thief's Versatility. And it's not really that good. So for now, tentatively, maybe I change this. I'm going to take Blinding Powder, but obviously I'm not immediately going to go down to Heavy Hitter. That doesn't seem super good. Wasn't it a BFA where Arms Warriors were hitting 1 mil damage with Mortal Strikes? Oh yeah, exactly. BFA corruptions were crazy, lots of fun. Numbers don't matter at all. They do a squish every other expansion. Exactly. I mean, yeah, Melina is correct. Numbers do not matter whatsoever. My entire point was, if you're going to use the argument that, they wouldn't do a raid tier because numbers would get crazy, it's like, are we just going to ignore the fact that Nyalotha existed? Like, you can't say that numbers are going to get crazy and then just, like, pretend that Nyalotha was not even crazier, and, you know. It's definitely not like something they won't do. You hope the last tier, every spec is broken and stupid fun and balancing goes out the window? Yeah, exactly. I mean, hell, they even kind of did that in Shadowlands. That's why a lot of people will come back to the expansion for the last patch and then quit on the launch, because Blizzard has, like, you know, a fetish of making players as weak as possible at the start of an expansion, which just feels miserable. So, yeah, Legion was the only time when they didn't do that, and they actually made people feel strong at the start, which, hey, you know, what do you know? Legion was considered a good expansion, so hey, maybe they do that more often. Nihilotha was so broken, your Demo Lock had a proc that spawned tentacles, which did damage to enemies, and that proc was 90% of your damage, yeah. Twilight Devastation was definitely super busted, for sure. Thief's Verse is good, but not as good as the other talents? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing. I mean, Thief's Verse was a class talent. It was, like, right around here last time, according to what I'm looking at. Okay, so let me just double-check the current rogue builds. So, definitely Quick Draw, I think, is, like, almost universally going to be the first talent I pick here. Pistol Shot is going to be very, very nice. Now, it's weird because this is why it's kind of hard to rely on current builds to make these decisions, because a lot of these talents are, like, wedged behind really bad options on live servers, so it's hard to say if they're not picked because they're not good, or if they're not picked because they're just so hard to get access to. So I'm going to look at ones that are, like, very blatantly picked. Let me move my timer a little bit. Sleight of Hand is not picked, and it is very easy to take, so I'm willing to bet that that's just not really good. Loaded Dice is, generally speaking, taken. So what is Count the Odds? Count the Odds, Ambush and Dispatch have a 10% chance to get you... Alright, so Count the Odds is down here, though, so... Wait, this requires level 60? What the fuck? That's weird. Either way, I'm not going to be going down there regardless. Okay, let's see. Let me take a look at all these. Devious Stratagem. Okay, so there's an even different, deeper stratagem. Swift Slasher. Is this a brand new one? Or is this on here somehow? I think I need Dancing Steel 100% though. The problem is Dancing Steel is now locked behind Improved Between the Eyes. And Improved Between the Eyes is not generally taken currently. But once again, I don't know why. Deft Maneuvers is also... Oh, this is new. This is different than what it is. Blade Flare's initial damage is increased, and it generates 1 combo point per target struck. It doesn't really help me, though. Like, Blade Flurry doesn't really do that much damage. Like, okay, so 100% increase on this makes it do 460 damage. And that's, like, that's okay, I guess. And it gives me, like, free combo points. It's not terrible. No. The thing is, I need to get down here for Improved Main Gauche. Do I take Improved Adrenaline Rush? I don't think I do. So I think I definitely take Improved Main Gauche. Main Gauche has generally been decent. Oh, this is tough. It's actually not easy. There's a decent amount of strong options here. Aptcost uses a pistol shot, have a chance to make your next ambush usable without stealth. Oh, fuck. Chance to trigger this effect matches the chance for your Sinister Strike to strike an additional time. Wait, that seems pretty good. Yeah, that actually seems very good. Damn. Yeah, and so that's what I kind of need to consider, right? I know that I'm taking Improved Main Gauche because I know that I am taking Blade Rush. As HXTE pointed out, once you get Blade Rush, this is like a no-brainer. I am definitely going to run this. This is, like, crucial for survivability. And then also, Fan the Hammer is huge. This is massive, right? And then Killing Spree, for leveling, I think I take. I don't think Killing Spree is taken for... yeah, I don't think yeah, Killing Spree definitely isn't taken for max level stuff, but this seems just like a no-brainer for leveling up. Not to mention if I double check, so let me just fill out random shit in the talent tree in the Wowhead talent calculator just so I can see. Just go down here, grab random crap. 20 points required. I need to spend 3 points. And okay, so if I take Blade Rush over here, then I take 2 points into Fan the Hammer, and I take Killing Spree. At that point, I only have one more talent point that I can spend. And if I don't take Killing Spree, it's either that or, Greenskin's Wickers, which is fine. But I think, generally speaking, as we all know, cooldown abilities, especially ones that do AoE, which is the reason why I'm not entirely sold on Echoing Reprimand over here. I mean, it's fine, I guess. We'll see. But I think Killing Spree definitely could be good, especially the fact that it moves you around. But it's between that or Ghostly Strike, which I don't really think that's going to be comparable. Or what is Sepsis? Oh yeah, this was the Night Fae ability, right? But then I would also have to, of course, get down to the section. Slice and Dice does not lose duration. Blade Flurry does not. Oh, what is this? This hurts my brain. Oh, Adrenaline Rush does not. What is this? So Adrenaline Rush doesn't lose duration while stealthed. Blade Flurry does not lose duration while Adrenaline Rush, and Slice and Dice does not lose duration during Blade Flurry. So while you're stealthed, you basically get all this shit. So in Shadow Dance, this becomes even more broken. Underhanded Upper Hand. It's a neat little talent name. Is that brand new? Or is it, I don't see this in the current rogue tree, but it could be somewhere else that I just don't know. I'm not seeing this. I think this is a new talent. Huh. It's pretty cool. I like the name and I like the general design. It's brand new and yeah, you always take it. Yeah, this seems pretty broken. Definitely better than Sepsis. Sepsis is what? Big hit and yeah. That's tough. Yeah, but the other interesting thing about this for leveling, right? So this obviously is really nice because then during Adrenaline Rush, yeah, I mean, it looks busted. That's why I had to check because I'm like, there's no way I missed this while looking at the Rogue talent builds. This seems insane. Okay, I'm glad I'm not crazy. That definitely seems crazy. So the thing is, I can see the value. Is the Rogue run done? No, we are still going. Maybe I should have put something on screen. The Rogue run is going, taking a break as we swapped over to the PTR and we're looking at the new talents. So this is absolutely busted for Shadow Dance burst window, right? Because within Shadow Dance, then you get permanent Adrenaline Rush and Blade Flurry, and it's not ticking down. That's crazy good. But until I get Shadow Dance, that's not really good, obviously, because then I'm not going to be walking around in stealth to preserve my buffs. That's not how that works. So this is really just it makes Shadow Dance ridiculously busted. Which further pushes, the moment I can take Shadow Dance, I drop Echoing Reprimand. There's not even a chance. The only thing is, I now need to figure out what level I get each one. So if I double check, if I take Shadow Dance as early as I possibly can, I can only get Shadow Dance at level 56. So, yeah, if the moment I take Shadow Dance, if let's say I want to have Underhanded Upper Hand, what I can do is then I can put 1 point into Blade Rush, because obviously I still want that. I can put 2 points into Fan the Hammer, and then when I hit 56, drop a Fan the Hammer point and take Underhanded Upper Hand. And then that's not really going to be useful while leveling. Between the Eyes has no cooldown and also dispatches the target. Huh. That's neat. I don't really think... Between the Eyes doesn't really seem that great for leveling. That said, with I mean, ambush spam. So hard to evaluate. All that I'm gathering from this is that Outlaw Rogue is going to play so much differently at higher levels than it does at lower levels. Effects that grant an extra Sinister Strike also apply to ambush at 80% of the value. I think I definitely need to take Fan the Hammer. This thing's nuts for leveling. I've played around with it before. When I did my Outlaw Rogue run before, this felt fantastic. So I think, so in this situation, at level 56, I drop 1 point in Fan the Hammer. I put 1 point into Underhanded Upper Hand. Because then that's when I get Shadow Dance online. And then at level 57, I put 1 point back into Fan the Hammer with my new talent point. And then my final point is either Ghostly Strike, Precise Cuts, Greenskins Wickers, or Killing Spree. I think at that point, it's just Killing Spree. I mean, there's multiple options I could see. I don't really think you would take Killing Spree for like 60 to 70 leveling. But I think it's just, if we're talking about like which point gives you the most bang for your buck, probably Killing Spree. I don't know. It's a tough call, though. But I think going like hard into the Shadow Dance build while leveling is still probably the play. But yeah, hello Tyrion. I don't think I acknowledge that you joined, so hello. Good to see you. But yeah, the rogue run is not done. This is tough. Okay, so then the question becomes, I need to at least unlock one of these pathways and this pathway. And Dancing Steel, so Blade Flurry striking 3 additional enemies and its duration increased, that is quite nice. So I think I kind of want that, but then I need to think about, like, what can I afford to take? So honestly, I don't know. I'm going to try Death Maneuvers. The more I think about it, I kind of like this. And then I need to take Improve Between the Eyes. You know, this is, with my current leveling build, this is kind of a dead talent. It was your daughter's birthday party today? Oh, well, happy birthday to your daughter. And you never need to apologize for being late to a stream or anything. No problem at all. Improve between... Yeah, I feel like I probably still have to just take this just to get these two talents, which both seem very good. Is Ambidextry taken? See, like, this is run currently, but it's also in the top section currently. So I don't know if this will actually be worth a point when stacked up against all this other stuff. It doesn't really feel like it would be. I feel like Fatal Flourish is good, though. Getting additional energy, like, a lot of times my issue is that I am really energy starved. So I think this would be solid. I definitely take Dancing Steel here. That's a no-brainer. I want that while leveling. Now, this is kind of required because it lets me take Blade Rush. It's also not bad, but I think there are better individual points I can take while leveling up. The question is, do I take Heavy Hitter or Devious Stratagem? You gain 1 additional combo point. Finishing moves that consume more than 5 combo points have increased effects, and your finishing moves deal 2% increased damage. Okay. I know that at max level, stuff like this is good. I honestly think, for the most part, I'm probably going to get more value out of Heavy Hitter. If I look, let's take a moment and look at my damage on... Fuck, all I have is the Turnip Punching Bags. How was I hitting a Turnip Punching Bag? Here. Speaking of which, Turnip Punching Bag. Turnip Punching Bag. So if I am just hitting, you know, a punching bag, there we go. I can do Roll the Bones, get 1 buff. Definitely very energy starved, so anything that gives me energy, I love to see that. And let's try to get 5 combo points. And finisher. And I'll do... Let's go for like 2 finishers at full 5 combo points. And that'll be right after my Slice and Dice ends. Yeah, okay, we'll stop attacking from here. Just to give a general idea of how much damage it's doing. Yeah, so right now, because I'm like so combo point and stuff starved, I honestly think like Sinister Strike just ends up being a much larger portion of. Fuck, can you see that? I don't think you can see that. There you go. Sinister Strike ends up being a much larger portion of my damage compared to like Dispatch and stuff. Oh, you brought me warm water. Awesome, thank you. By any chance, more coffee if possible. If it's not, okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I honestly feel like at this point, and it's even later on when I get ambush, like I don't know necessarily if this is the case for max level, but I feel like if we're talking increased generator damage by 10% or increased finisher damage by 5%, my generators are actually doing more damage, overall across a longer period of time. And that's still going to remain true because ambush is a generator, right? And when I get Shadow Dance, I think that's going to do more damage. So I think while leveling, I take Heavy Hitter. Once again, can't speak for max level. I don't know for sure. Now there are so by taking this, I can't take Loaded Dice, right? Which could be pretty good. I don't know for sure. The real one I can't take is Swift Slasher. That's the only one that I won't have access to. Slice and Dice grants additional attack speed equal to 100% of your haste. I mean, this may be good, but I don't know for sure. The main thing is, I think Audacity. I wanted to take this. Has a chance to make your next ambush usable without stealth. But then this also plays even further into like increasing your generator damage. And then I like this. Sinister Strike has a 15% chance to strike with both weapons after it strikes an additional time. That seems like just a nice proc amount of damage. I don't know if that's yeah, that is run these days, but it's also required to unlock Blade Rush at the moment. And obviously you'd take Ruthlessness here. Okay, so I think this is probably what I take here. In fact, actually, honestly, I think I take Fatal Flourish for this specific point. And then I'll apply these changes, and then I'll kind of fix my bars a little bit. Just to be sure. So this, can even put that on Shift-T, and Unlearn Shiv, Godden Shadow Step, and then is there anything else that I'm missing? I don't believe so. Alright. Yeah. So this is, I think, what I'm going to be running for now. Now, that being said, I still need to figure out where I'm going to go with this build, because I need to take Main Gauche, I need to take one of these two talents, potentially both, and thank you. Really appreciate that. And then I have like a few floating talent points to spend, so let me go. Just going to open up the Wowhead tree again, and go down. I'm just going to take, let me find exactly which talent points I took. And so I have this open on my other monitor, just double checking. And then I go down here. Okay, and this is requires level 37. I am 37, perfect. So I've gotten the Wowhead talent calculator back up to where I am right now. So I have 6 points that I need to spend to get down to the bottom. So we fill in Improved Main Gauche, because I know I need to take that, because I need to get Blade Rush. Then I need to fill in Ruthlessness for sure. And then now I have 4 points left to spend. So we have this, we have this. With these last 4 points, I believe I definitely take Audacity and Triple Threat. I kind of like these. I think they're pretty good. And I need to take one of them anyway, but I kind of want to take both. And then I have 1 floating point. So this 1 floating point is basically either Ambidextry, Sleight of Hand, which I don't think I take this one for sure. Ace Up Your Sleeve, definitely don't take this one. Or Loaded Dice. And I think I take Loaded Dice here. I'm pretty sure that because one of the Roll the Bones procs gives you like infinite energy basically, and that thing is ridiculously busted. And I remember when I was leveling on my fresh account run, every single time I got that, my damage just went through the roof while leveling, because you're just so energy starved early on that getting that proc is really huge. So I think ideally, you know, I just luck into it every single time. It's just kind of an Outlaw Rogue thing, but I think, technically speaking, this increases my chances to get that ridiculously OP proc, which would probably result in more damage than a 5% increased contribution for my mastery, which, as we can see, main Gauche, it's not nothing, but it's only 6% of my overall, so I don't really think it's that powerful. I don't know, hard to say for sure. And then we've already talked about what I'm going to do after. Then I grab Blade Rush, fan the hammer, 2 points. Then I hit 56, drop 1 point, take upper hand or underhanded upper hand. Then level up again, 1 more point and fan the hammer, and killing spree to finish it off. And I think that's our build. That seems correct to me for max level. And then I'll just go ahead because I know people are going to later on ask me what I would take for 60 to 70. I've kind of already said that 60 to 70, I think you would then immediately take Deeper Stratagem here after taking Shadow Dance. And then after that, I think you would probably just go with Cold Blood. If you wanted something maybe slightly easier, you could take like 2 points into Lethality and then like 1 point into Acrobatic Strikes or something and just build around that like passive stuff. Don't worry about other actives. I think that's fine, honestly. And then on this side, you would still keep this stuff, but probably drop Killing Spree. Maybe you would keep Underhanded Upper Hand. And past that, I'm not 100% sure. I honestly don't think that Killing Spree would be terrible, but I think at that point you could maybe take Precise Cuts, Greenskins, Wickers, and maybe go down here and take this stuff. Take them by surprise, Hidden Opportunity. I could see stuff like that, yeah. Hard to say for sure. That's one of those where I'm not a rogue expert enough to, like, evaluate between these minor things. Like, I kind of know enough to say, like, this looks broken, but a lot of these passives seem pretty good, and I'm not sure numerically which one of those, for 60 to 70 specifically, would be better. But I think pretty confident on that build. Maybe 1 or 2 minor changes could be made, but I think this is probably what you're going to want to go with. And I guess as we level up, we will kind of see how it plays out. So, let me close all of my talent calculator stuff. And now we can resume the run, finally, which I know a lot of people have been waiting for, as I can see by numbers and stuff like that. Let's double check this. So, I'm going to start the timer after my buffs are refreshed, because obviously I had these rolling before, and then when I stopped to, you know, do all this exposition and whatnot, I let it fall off. So let's see. I think everything else is sorted. And we can go ahead and restart the timer and just continue the run. So I was on the quest to kill Quakefist. So one thing that I definitely want to do is I want to hit level 40 and then go to lock mode on as quickly as possible. Because I have a feeling that that's probably going to be the best option at the moment. Also use all my damage and cooldowns here. Okay. I have no idea how I just, like, randomly generated 5 combo points. Was that, like, a Sinister Strike proc? That felt pretty good. Yeah, and even still, I got, like, a shit ton of combo points. That was, like, a ton of dispatches, and Sinister Strike was still just clapping there. What is this? Your combo point generating abilities generate 1 additional combo point. Oh, okay. So my Roll the Bones gave me something that buffs Sinister Strike, which, yeah, that did crazy good damage. And there we go. Yeah, so can I mount up? Game? Okay. I think that was just entirely in the game. I don't think that affected the stream at all, but that was definitely odd. Let me just make sure it didn't cause, like, a memory leak or anything weird like that. Nope, looks like we're good. Yeah, so at level 40, when I get faster mount speed, I definitely want to do Lock Mode On next. But before I do that, I need to get this started, because obviously I need to hit level 40 first. So we're going to do the intro stuff in Shadowman Valley, as usual, and that should probably be enough experience for me to get to level 40, I think. Just going to grab all of these quests. Here. Hitting the wrong button there. You You come back after almost 2 hours and you're almost 1 minute progressing the speedrun. Did I actually spend 1 minute there? Or did I actually spend 2 hours there talking about talents? It felt shorter. Was that really a 2-hour tangent? I don't know. I guess people who've been paying better attention than I can probably tell me if I literally did just take a 2-hour break in the middle of the run. Man, I thought I was being faster than that. Fuck, it may have actually been. God damn. I wouldn't be terribly surprised, though I am like, I wish I had managed to get through that faster. I think it was worth it, though, because, I mean, the entire point of this is to, like, look at the 10.2 changes. And obviously, this is going to be a bit more in-depth than the sub and assassination changes, because, obviously, we were also looking at the class tree. So here, we can take Recuperator. At this point, this is going to be the exact same options for both. The only difference is, I think Sub and Assass might take Subterfuge and Shadowrunner a bit earlier, because they have, like, a more heavy stealth focus early on. Okay, I was gonna say, did I forget to pick up the quest? Why were the mobs not here? Just, I guess a weird delay. I am rooted. So what are these buffs? That's, I think, something that I should probably understand. Ruthless Precision gives me increased between the eyes critical strike chance, and then just 15% on everything else. Okay. So that one is actually probably the worst at the moment for me, because I'm really not using between the eyes. It was a 1 hour, 43 minute pause. Honestly, yeah, close to 2 hours. God damn. Right? I definitely took my time talking, but like I said, I think it was worth it. We had to get the rogue analysis done eventually, and this was a long time coming, right? So I'm glad we did it at some point. And I think it's better to do it here, like in the middle of the stream when it makes sense, rather than like just wait until the very end of the stream to do all the analysis. Okay, what is this one? Ah, this is a Blade Flurry. Grand melee damage increases by 0%. That, I hope, is a tooltip error. And then Blade Flurry deals 10% additional damage. Alright. So, that one is nice for AoE. And I still have not gotten the one that I really like. I'm assuming it's still there, and it's the one buff that I haven't managed to hit. Let's see, though. So, I think I can just go and kill mobs over here. And actually, it's probably just faster to grab this. And then, actually, at this point, just Garrison Hearthstone. Throw this on my bars. Faster than slow flying, right? And oh fuck! I also just realized I forgot to move the timer back. Whoops! It's just been sitting in the middle of my screen for not too long. I hope I moved it on my actual computer, not on OBS.
Some of these supplies of these pale orcs.
Okay.
Hopefully, this is the last.
I think, yeah, this is grab the plans. Yeah, see, that time grappling hook didn't break. Maybe they improved it. Because it felt like it passed through that lamppost, and it didn't break this time. And I mean, that would be amazing if it actually doesn't break when it passes through the slightest obstacle. Not enough material. What? Hello? Wait a second. The quest bugged. Oh no. I've never seen that happen before. Hey, YOLO. Garrison quests are no longer giving Garrison resources, which prevents progress. Well, that's, awkward. This has to be a PTR bug, right? I've never seen that happen in my life. Yeah, and it's not just like a display issue. I literally got no Garrison resources from any of those interacting things. It didn't even occur to me until now. But yeah, they removed Garrison resources from those things. That has to be just some weird, obscure bug that they accidentally caused. Well, that completely bricks that quest line. Thankfully, it wasn't that much more. I think it was just that one and save Kiana Moonshadow. Now, we still have a bit more. I think I can probably still get to level 40 by doing this. Hello? Khadgar? Wait a second. Has this intro Garrison questline been a prereq for the Khadgar questline this entire time? Because it gives me meet me at what? What is going on right now? I've never seen this questline break in this way before. The only thing that I can imagine is that this entire time, this questline was actually, or the Garrison starting questline was actually a prereq for this, even though it gives you the first prereq quest before you have to unlock the rest of it. Wow. Well, that fucking sucks. Beginning of WoD, beginning of WoD was this broken? Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. That's a really, 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 really obscure bug that I have literally never encountered. So not only can I not continue the other quest line, but I can't continue the Khadgar quest line. At the very least, I can still do this wanted quest and the bonus objective. And I think, yeah, honestly, this is kind of fine. It definitely sucks, but like we're not completely screwed. Because the what I can definitely very easily do here is Talador stuff. What is this? Sinister Strike has a 25% chance of striking an additional time. Alright, that seems pretty good. Let me drink Crimson Vial. Skill issue? Yeah, apparently. That's rough. Okay, yeah, I can recover this. This kind of sucks, but all this means is I will... Because we have so much, like, wiggle room within WoD, right? This, honestly, what you're seeing right now is one of the reasons why TBC dungeons are super nice to do. Because, like, you don't need to do them. There are alternatives in the leveling process. But what it does do is it gives you so much more freedom to, like, adapt your route on the fly in case, I don't know, anything happens, including random bullshit like garrison resources not existing on the PTR. See, the other thing is, it's hard to tell if this is like a PTR bug that permanently affects this quest, or if it is a bug exclusive to the PTR. Because that is not unheard of. Sometimes the PTR being a test server will cause the most random nonsense bugs to occur. Oh, come on. Why is it evading? There we go. I don't know what happened there. Also, I feel like I'm getting some slight lag. Is this... graphics? Let me just turn this down a little bit, because as I said before, turning down my view distance definitely helped counteract the memory leak earlier. So I'm hoping that helps out a little bit. Blade Flurry. I still have not gotten the overpowered Roll the Bones buff that I really want. Which kind of sucks, but... Did they remove it? So, any Outlaw Rogue players, did they remove any Roll the Bones buffs? Or have I just really gotten super unlucky here? I think next, I'm definitely going to take Ruthlessness. I'm assuming I got really unlucky, because I don't think they just randomly removed the Roll the Bones energy buff, but... At this point, I've used it enough times that it feels weird that I have not gotten it yet. It feels like that should have happened at some point. I guess we'll find out. They removed the modifiers that increase the amount you got. So they made it so you can't get extra Roll the Bones buffs. So now it's a bit more RNG. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, the Compass one, this is finishing moves, reduce the cooldown of many of your abilities by an additional whatever. Thought you meant, like, a 5 roll. Oh, no. I'm talking about, when I played my Outlaw Rogue before, the fresh account leveling one, there was a Roll the Bones buff that gave you, like, massively increased energy regen. I was able to just, like, spam Pistol Shot and Sinister Strike, basically infinitely. And I have just not seen that buff at all. Yeah, at this point, I've used the thing a lot. You're just playing the Casino Spec brother. Yeah, it's, that's kind of what I figured. It's, that's just kind of how it goes. Fuck, I used the wrong thing again. The amount of times I'm just randomly warning pings with these new keybinds. It's fun when it happens in Raid, though. Just randomly drop a warning ping on the boss in the middle of the fight. But usually I don't, like, use Grappling Hook as, like, a targeted thing, so I'm not, like, trying to press it in a weird way. Buried Treasure should still be there. Oh, yeah, that's what it was called, Buried Treasure. Yeah, I don't know, I just haven't seen it. Let's just use... Actually, see, here's the thing. If I use it now... yeah, still haven't gotten it. Definitely very unlucky, considering, as I said before, when I did my Outlaw Rogue run in the past, that seemed to be the most broken ability, by far, that you could get from Roll the Bones. So, it's just, the game's not playing nice with me today. There we go. Sprint out of the cave here. And then, what can I do to get remaining experience? I think actually, you know what I should do? So my Garrison Hearth is not up. Yeah, because if I do this turn-in and it gives me increased experience, what I can do is take this wanted quest from over here, complete the wanted quest. I can actually gun shoes to Embari Village, turn in both of those wanted quests. I don't know if that gives me enough experience. I also, you know, something I didn't even consider. Can I get garrison outposts without setting up my garrison? I think I can, but I've never tried. So I have absolutely no frame of reference. I want to say that you still can. Like, if I don't fully set up my garrison and I go to Gorgrond, it's not going to, like, not let me take the sparring ring. I'm pretty sure I'd still be able to take that. I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out. I should also, at this point, because I do have a ton of combo points, I should be using Between the Eyes more often, because that just gives me a nice buff. And am I ally or horde? Well, if you're talking just in general, obviously faction at endgame doesn't matter, but I mostly play horde. This character is alliance, because, you know, I'm questing in the alliance zone, Shadowman Valley. And I should also put ambush. Where's ambush? I should put ambush on my bars, because when I get Audacity, it's going to allow me to use that outside of stealth. And now one thing I'm going to do is quickly drop down. And gun shoes, it is faster than slow flying. So at this point, I might as well use it. Because I'm about to get faster flying, which means I won't really have any great use cases for this anymore. I think I can make it all the way into town. So hop this fence. Hop this next fence. Ooh, almost missed that. And... oh. Okay. And, clip a fence and crash the game. Well... I was not expecting that. Alright. This run is going great. Well... and ironically, though, it's actually going pretty well. Aside from random bullshit. It's like, I've gotten so much random bullshit, and the run has kind of just been relatively unaffected. Like, that's, you know, 30-second time loss. And it was at the end of the gun shoes instead of the start. It would really suck if this, like, completely bricked my character and I was, like, stuck in a crash loop. I almost jinxed myself there. Yeah, it's still the curse of Gay Paladin. Gay Paladin will always haunt me, apparently. I don't think this is enough. Man, I'm so close. Is there any rare mob I can kill? Or, fuck it, I'll do this bonus objective. Might as well. Can't hurt. just because I need some experience. Like, I could fly all the way into Talador at this point, but I actually think the amount of time that I would save by doing this just to level up, and that would give me enough, right? Yeah, okay, this gives 10k, so completing this gives me enough. I don't think it's a bad bonus objective either, it's usually not worth it. But yeah, I think completing this and then getting my faster flying for my trek into Talador is probably faster, and then before I swap back to Loch Modan, I'm going to do some of the random shit in Talador while I'm out here, because I think that'll end up saving me more time. Okay. So I pulled that by getting too close. And let me just refresh some of my buffs that are about to fall off. Technically speaking, I'm about to get Bear Tartar anyway, so it really doesn't matter. Okay, roll the bones. Yeah, still have not gotten the one that I need. I'm gonna do Cloak of Shadows here with a defensive. You know what? This honestly doesn't feel too bad. Having Roll the Bones early on makes Outlaw feel so much better. Like, this is really nice. Because honestly, I think a huge chunk of this damage can largely be attributed back to Roll the Bones. And, I mean, the general talent rework. Like, I had so many just trash talents before we swapped over here. Woo! This is spicy. Okay, maybe I vanished this. Maybe that's a little bit too ballsy of a pull without Cloak of Shadows. Yeah. Unfortunately, that is one of the other small things. Rogue is still a little bit squishy, right? That's kind of an unavoidable fact about this class. In fact, I'm actually going to just quickly cancel my food buff and then use this to heal myself up. It's one of the nice other things about Lemon Herb Fillet. On squishy classes without access to great self-healing, Lemon Herb Fillet actually does kind of come in clutch with really nice burst healing. You don't get to see that use case for it a lot, because generally speaking, I'm never low health as a Guardian Druid. But for rogues who don't really have many great self-healing options, Lemon Herb Fillet is actually really fucking good. Okay, I need to kill Void Priestesses. And Void Torn Spirits. Technically, I only needed... Oh, fuck. I guess I already kicked something. That seems fine. I'm going to use Crimson Vial here, and then I need one more Priestess, and then I need to kill Phantom Pearl Tusks, which are over this way. There it is, Buried Treasure. Oh, here we go. I just mashed buttons. Oh my god, it's so powerful. This is such an insane buff. Yeah, increases energy regen. You just have infinite energy. And just, yeah, Blade Flurry kind of went nuts there. And then one more Void Priestess. God, yeah, Buried Treasure is actually just so cracked. Okay, so now I have faster flying. So what I'm going to do before I swap to Loch Modan is, since we're already down here, it's actually really fast. I'm actually fairly close to this bottom section of, like, the bonus objective leading into Spires of Rock, which I normally do anyway. So since normally it's a bit of a detour, like, I go here and then I bounce around here and I usually finish the run around here, I'm going to do this first because I happen to be close by. That way, when I come back to Wad with the Garrison Hearth, I don't need to, like, take a detour. I just go straight up through into Gorgrond. So a little bit of a time save there. I mean, time save, right? It's a route adjustment that saves time due to the fact that we lost time. Also, look at this. I somehow, I don't think my friend Sumer is really happy about the Demonology Warlock changes. Just a thought. I don't know. But yeah, I've heard, on that note, I've heard a lot of people complaining about the demo changes. A lot of people say the abilities look cool, but the playstyle feels ass. I can't really speak on it myself because I don't play Warlock, but that is what I have been told. Also, before I forget, let me go quickly adjust this stuff. So I have Unbridled Fury, Greater Flask of the Current, Beer Tartar, still have this other stuff. And, oh yeah, I have Hyper Augment Runes now. I can do that. Let me put that up there. And that's everything. Yeah, I already have Abyssal Healing Potions in my bars. I can honestly even take that. I'm not going to be using Swiftness Potions at this stage. We're close to the bonus objective. It's right over there. And then I guess last thing to do is spend talent points. What do I want? Every second while stealth is active. Oh, well, Dagger in the Dark seems like it'll be really good when I eventually get my... Actually, I think Take Your Cut is probably better. I think Take Your Cut is good now, and then when I am able to swap to Dagger in the Dark with Shadow, or when I'm able to take Shadow Dance, I think Dagger in the Dark would actually be quite strong there. Because that would mean, while I am active in Dagger in the Dark, that would be giving me stacking damage buffs. Oh my god, I got it again. Alright, yeah, and it really is just the Gamba spec, right? I don't get it, like, 10 times in a row, and now I've gotten it twice in a row. That's just kind of how it goes, apparently. Yeah, that buff is still just as cracked as it was before. Not really surprised. And there we go. I am going to use Crimson File, and before I forget, these buffs going. Do I have a good opportunity? Yes, I will actually have a good opportunity to get Bear Tartar. I was thinking about, should I just, like, send it now? Because it doesn't matter. It's funny, because at 70, all you want is Skull and Crossbones. Can you make an add-on for your speedrunning? If by an add-on for my speedrunning you mean, like, a leveling guide that, like, gets overlaid, that is a long-term project I am working on, yes. Unless you mean something else. But, yeah, like, an overlay guide thing, that is definitely a plan. It is a long-term project, but considering it is something that I am working on completely on my own, intentionally so, it is going to take me some time, so bear with me. Got that one done, and then we can head over and do the other, like, shoot the demons out of the sky one, and then we can head over to Lochmadon. And while I'm waiting for the Deep Run Tram, that's when I can refresh my food buff and get Bear Tartar active. Yeah, Avadris, I wouldn't necessarily say, I know what you mean. I wouldn't say I'm not interested in it. Like, if I had an infinite amount of time in the day, I would love to get started on that add-on. The thing about the add-on is there is a lot of, like, time-sensitive guides and stuff that I have to work on, where, like, I need to have it done now, right? Like, obviously, I need to get the, I need to get, like, the Wrath Classic guides done, like, those dungeon guides that I'm still working on. I need to get, like, 10.2 guides done before that comes out, of course. And that stuff needs to be done now, of course, because the content is coming out soon. The leveling guide, well, it's a lot of effort, so it's not even like I would realistically be able to have it done anytime soon. So, of course, it kind of, by necessity, takes a backseat, because a lot of the other stuff is, like, more pressing, and the leveling guide is more of a long-term generic thing that I can technically do at every time. Holy shit, I got it 3 times in a row now? Well, that's really good. The best part about this is you just pistol shot non-stop, and it does not matter. So I can use pistol shot to round up 1,000,000 mobs, and it's not, like, bad on my energy economy at all, because, you know, just effectively infinite energy during Buried Treasure. That makes it so convenient. I forget what Skull and Crossbones does, but that's, like, finisher damage or something, right? I forget exactly. But it makes sense that that would be the one you want at max level. But right now, I mean, energy regen is, like, a really, really, really important thing for me while leveling. There we go. It fucking... It ate my, That's ruthless precision. Power went out. We hit that 9-hour mark. No, not quite. Honestly, the run itself is going really well. Actually, hold on. Here, I want to dollar on Hearth. Actually, wait. What do I want to do? Yeah, actually, I do want a dollar on Hearth here. That's exactly what I want to do. And then I will use my regular Hearthstone after. That would be perfect. Yeah, so the stream has been going for 6.5 hours, but we took, according to somebody, I think it was like a 1 hour, 43-minute break in the middle. Somebody did the time. Because when I swapped over to the PTR, I wanted to, like, stop and thoroughly look at the talents, so I paused the timer, because obviously during that entire time, I was just looking at the talents and, like, trying to figure out what, like, new builds you can run compared to how it was before, and, you know, theory crafting, what you would want to run as a rogue, that kind of stuff. So that took a lot of time. And hopefully, I just went through Dollar Run. I don't think it gave me a memory leak again. It looks fine. What you mean is it's not high priority? Yeah, so that's why I said, like, I think I know what you meant, Avadris. I did just want to correct that. Because, like, I get what you were saying, but I wanted to make sure the wording was different. Because, yeah, it is definitely something I'm interested in doing. I mean, there's a lot of things that I really want to do, and I just, you know, haven't had the time for. Because quite honestly, right? The time that I would spend doing the leveling guide stuff, the add-on stuff, that would kind of come out of this time right here, like the stream. Because, you know, technically speaking, this stream is not time sensitive. I do want to test the 10.2 rogue changes before they come out, so that's like minor, I guess. But generally speaking, there is nothing absolutely pressing about doing a rogue 10 to 60 speedrun. But of course, I want to chip away at some of these longer-term projects, and, you know, aside from obviously the streams, I know people like watching the streams, that's one thing. I'd probably stream something different if it wasn't this, but the project that this is coming out of, and like that I'm chipping away at, is more specifically the all-class tier list. Because, well, yes, a lot of people have, like, asked me to do a leveling add-on. Something that I've also been asked just as much is which classes are best for leveling and what are the best leveling builds for every single class, etc. I'd actually say if we're talking just generally what is the best leveling build for every single class, that is probably something I get asked even more. A lot more people are just content to use the written leveling guide and the video one because, you know, it's perfectly serviceable, right? But, like, that is something that we are kind of chipping away here with. But honestly, we're close to the end. I've gotten almost every single spec in the game done over the last few months. And at that point, I'll be able to make, like, a definitive tier list on these are the best specs in the game for leveling. And once I have done that, I got my talkouts, right? Yeah, I think that's the only thing I needed. And now I can go over here. If you're not a Kul Tiran, or a Dark Iron Dwarf, or a Mage, or... yeah, I think it's just those that I listed. Then Deeper and Tram is still the fastest way to get to Lochmadon. You love these types of streams? Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. And that's the thing. It's really more so just for the streaming stuff, because if I wasn't doing the stream, one of the other things that I could do is just do this while I, do other stuff. For instance, last night, every single Friday night, my guild plays poker. And during poker night, I was gearing my Blood DK on retail, and then I actually did some prep work for this run. So one of the reasons why the prep for this run was only 1 hour instead of 2 hours is because I actually spent a decent amount of time last night getting that done. And that's the type of thing where I did a lot of thumbnail editing in Photoshop and stuff. So I have all of the thumbnails for like my next 4 or 5 videos completely finished. So that's definitely a nice weight off my shoulders. It's nice to not have to worry about that aspect at least. I still need to get the rest of it done. But at least having all of that editing done is nice on like the thumbnail side of things. And that's stuff that I can just chip away at while doing other random stuff that I was going to do anyway. So if I was not streaming this, I could do the run, in my own free time. Like I did the... is it really faster than flying in a straight line from Ironforge to Stormwind? Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's a lot longer than you would think, really. Like Stormwind's here, Ironforge is all the way over here. This is like, I think it's like a 2.5 minute flight. Maybe like 3 minutes. It depends. This is, I would say, on average faster. I actually got pretty unlucky here. I think the tram must have just left right after I got there because I had to wait almost a full minute for the tram. Usually it's going to be a bit faster, but I think you'll see here, even with waiting for the tram, I'm going to like basically reach Ironforge at like 2 minutes after entering the Deep Run tram. And then it will take me maybe like 30, 45 seconds to actually get outside. Maybe 30 to 45 seconds to actually get outside, and then we're cruising. Obviously, you ideally don't want to do either one, but you want to take the portal. But I think on average, it's faster. And if the tram is there immediately, it's definitely faster. If you walk in, the tram is right there, and it perfectly times it. It's really fast, but I mean, realistically, this is, if anything, like at absolute worst RNG, 20 to 30 seconds slower, maybe. At best RNG, over a minute faster. So I would say, on average, it's probably worth taking the tram. I timed it a while ago. It changed a little bit because you used to do lock mode on before 40% flying. So it used to 100% of the time be faster. But I remember testing it even with 40% flying, and I remember on average it was slower. But on average, flying was slower, that is. Chance for additional sinister strikes and ambushes. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, that one seemed pretty good, too. So, whenever I got that buff, my sinister strike was doing, like, a ton of damage. So, that also seems pretty strong for leveling as well. I would imagine if it's good for endgame content, it's probably good for leveling. But I think the energy regen one is also disproportionately good for leveling compared to, like, how it may be at endgame. What do you main, if at all? Currently, I main Brewmaster and Vengeance Demon Hunter. You tried doing gig content on YouTube for a while and making thumbnails, and it was a lot more fun than you originally expected it to be. Yeah, I actually, I mean, I've never done, like, gig, I assume by gig content you mean, like, doing freelance kind of, like, editing and thumbnail design and stuff for, like, other YouTubers or something like that. Like, I've never done that, personally. Can I actually... Yeah, I can do that. Nice. Like, I've never done that personally. Obviously, I've made all of my own thumbnails, all of my own editing and stuff. Everything on this channel. The only thing that I have done remotely related to my YouTube channel, or the thing that I have that is not entirely done by me, is my website. And that has been... my dad has helped with that. So, I did, I would say a huge amount of the work on the actual, like, content of the website. Pretty much all of the work on the actual content of the website. My dad has helped me, like, the back-end stuff because, I mean, he works for Amazon and he knows all the AWS stuff. But outside of that, that is, like, the only external help I've received on all of this stuff. I do basically everything on my own. So I agree that I also like thumbnail design and stuff like that. Initially... I mean, I wouldn't consider myself, like, an expert graphic designer by any stretch of the imagination. And if you look at, like, some of my early thumbnails, most of those videos are unlisted now. But obviously, it was a little bit rough. But I think, like, as you spend more time making videos and you get more practice, like, it gets better. Like, I'm honestly pretty happy with the quality of my thumbnails. Like, if you look at, hell, even Bellular, right? Bellular has, like, super fancy thumbnails. But I'm sure he probably has a team of actual paid graphic designers working for him. And they look, yeah, definitely super fancy. And admittedly, there are probably a lot of very, very fancy things within Photoshop that I don't know how to do yet. But one thing that I can say with absolute certainty is my Photoshop skills have improved drastically since I first started, doing my YouTube channel. My Premiere skills, in addition, obviously, for video editing and stuff, have improved a lot. But, it's one of those things where I'm not making, like, super fancy, like, movies or, like, anything that requires really fancy VFX effects. So I don't need to do anything crazy, but I think as far as, like, basic editing skills to, like, put together a solid video in, like, a, short amount of time and have it look presentable, I think that I've pretty much gotten down. Same with, like, getting a thumbnail put together that looks good and, properly communicates the content. I think I've also gotten pretty good at that, and it is pretty fun. Definitely, like, when I like start putting together a thumbnail, and I'm like, okay, how do I want this thing to go? Like, because I always one of the like thumbnail is like extremely important. It's something that, you know, a lot of people overlook. When I first started making videos, I really overlooked my thumbnails and whatnot, and then I like watched a few other channels who basically said, like, you know, do not underestimate the power of a good thumbnail. Like, you should absolutely not be neglecting that. It is literally a person's only view into your video before they click on it. So, you know, the reason why people talk about clickbait so much and clickbait this, clickbait that, it's like, well, there's a reason, right? You know, your thumbnail is your only chance to get somebody like hooked on your content and say, well, this seems interesting. I have no idea. Like, I may not necessarily know what this video is about exactly, but this thumbnail gives me a pretty good idea and it sounds pretty cool. I guess I'll click this video to learn more. And that is like 90% the thumbnail's job, like 10% the title's job. Title definitely helps, but I think if anything, the title and the thumbnail kind of need to like work in harmony, right? The title should complement the thumbnail and provide like additional information that you can't really convey in like, you know, one little image and stuff like that. And that's what I've tried to like get better doing. Ooh, yeah, we got buried treasure. Easy peasy. Huge damage. I can just Crimson Vial for free because buried treasure is busted. And round up all these mobs. And I basically have infinite uptime on Blade Flurry whenever I need it now. This is actually kind of sweet. This is definitely not bad. I'll say that for sure. Like, is Rogue still the fastest spec I've ever leveled? Is it even, like, in the top 50%? Maybe not. Survivability is still a little bit lacking, and your AoE is definitely, or at least Outlaw, is definitely still not the greatest. But honestly, this is not like Misery. This is far from pure Misery. This is pretty fucking good. And especially now with, like, some of the extra survivability options, I think that's one of the big ones. Rogues have so many better survivability options, like cooldown-based stuff. Like that whole... I think that's technically a PvP talent. I don't know if that currently exists, but having basically 2 charges of evasion with Cloak of Shadows now giving you 100% dodge is really nice. I just used it there, and I was basically taking no damage. It was very, very, very good. But yeah, all I was saying before... definitely, yeah, you don't want to underestimate the power of a good thumbnail, and I think I've gotten to the point where I can, like, put together one. And, like, so for the video that I uploaded, like, a lot of times I don't put a shit ton of effort into videos where I'm not, like, it's not super serious. Like, the way I see it for this stream, with this stream, am I really looking to draw in a large, you know, new selection of viewers that weren't going to watch it already? Not really. Like, if you're interested in watching Outlaw Rogue 10 to 60 run, you're probably going to watch it anyway. It's also not really a special run. So, it's not like I'm like, oh, wow, this is a super special Outlaw Rogue run that you should watch for XYZ. No, it's a generic 10 to 60 speedrun for Outlaw Rogue where we're testing the new stuff. Most people who are watching it are probably going to watch it anyway because they just like to watch my streams. And, you know, if some people say, yeah, I'm curious to see Outlaw Rogue 10 to 60, they'll probably click on it whether it has a super fancy thumbnail or not. So for this one, like, I whipped up this thumbnail in 30 minutes or something. It didn't take me very long. But I definitely spent a lot of time, like, for the secret quest line that gives ridiculous experience. I spent a lot of time, like, thinking about how I want that thumbnail to be laid out. I'm like, what do I want to do for it? Like... I definitely want to make it clear that this is ridiculously broken for leveling up characters, because that's the main selling point. You know, people want to, they want to use it to level up their characters as fast as possible. And I also want to make it clear that it's probably something you haven't already heard of, because that's another thing that you see on YouTube all the time, right? Like I said before, people saying, did you know that if you get a 30% experience bonus, you can level up faster? Like, no shit, Sherlock. So I want to make it clear that, like, the thumbnail and title need to showcase that it's a really powerful leveling method, it's something that you probably haven't heard of, and then I need to give you some sort of proof to show that, yes, this is new, you do not know about it. So I'm like, okay, well, I say secret, right? Because secret means it's probably less likely to be well known about. Gives insane experience. Okay, well, that tells you it's really good for leveling alts. And then I'm like, okay, well, if I put, like, a picture, like, of one of the quests, like, with the name shown and the description and all that, like, in the thumbnail, then people will look at that quest in the thumbnail and be like, huh, I don't recognize that quest. I don't think I've ever seen that before. What is that? Wait, this is really good for leveling my alts? Huh, I don't know about that. And then I also, like, I toyed around with, like, what little taglines to put in, like, the thumbnail there. And I think the good one, this one I actually asked some of my friends in my guild about it, like, what they think. And they all, they agreed that level your ults with this before it gets nerfed is a good one because, you know, it gives a sense of urgency, but also, quite honestly, it's probably not even wrong. The unfortunate reality is that Blizzard is almost certainly going to nerf the questline now that it becomes well known, and they're just going to ruin all the fun of everybody who takes too long to get there, because that is literally what they always do. So not only does it makes it clear that there's like a sense of urgency that like you should watch this now, which always helps, but it also does kind of indicate that like this is so broken it'll probably get nerfed. And I think that was kind of like a good double whammy for getting people in. And by the numbers, it looks like it's kind of worked. So that's kind of like my logic for it. But of course, I didn't just like immediately, there was no eureka moment where I was just like, aha, I'm just going to make this the thumbnail. It took a lot of like careful thinking about like exactly how do I want to present this video and, you know, what might work, what wouldn't work. There was multiple like different concepts that I went through in my head for what I wanted the thumbnail to look like that I was like, no, you know, I don't really think that would be super enticing. Anyways, a little bit side rant about that. But while we were on the subject, something I just thought was interesting since it was mentioned, like doing freelance work for thumbnail design. But yeah, I all that to say, since I think, yeah, Nicholas said I tried doing gig content on YouTube for making thumbnails. I also think it's pretty fun. That's like, I actually really enjoy doing all of that. And then of course, like sitting back and looking at like the finished product when you're all done and you've spent so much time thinking about like, how do I make the perfect thumbnail? And then, you know, you finish it, you look at it, you're happy with it. And then even better, you know, when you post the video and it's like, aha, it's doing well, probably largely due to the thumbnail. And you're like, I'm glad I spent that much time thinking about it, or at least I am, right? So I also love that element of it. I also, one of the things I like doing is for like my dungeon thumbnails, I have like, you know, little Hearthstone characters on there, like that represent the dungeon. And something that I really enjoy is like trying to think which like Hearthstone card best reflects this dungeon. So one of like the more interesting ones that I've picked for the upcoming like Wrath of the Lich King dungeons is for Halls of Reflection, right? Halls of Reflection literally has the Lich King in it. There are so many options to choose from and like good Lich King art and stuff that really clearly like reflects that. So I was like, okay, what do I go with? Especially now with like the new Hearthstone expansion. And I'm actually using the Remorseless Winter card art from like the new Death Knight set to represent the Lich King, because it has like, you know, the little like snow billowing around him. And I feel like that even more closely resembles generally how the dungeon feels, right? And I want like the one perfect image to like capture the feel of the dungeon and its bosses and stuff like that. And trying to like think of that and then like put it into the thumbnail itself is like a really fun process. So I looked through a bunch of different like, you know, Hearthstone cards that include the Lich King, and I'm like, this is the one. I like this, the Remorseless Winter, and I think it fits really well. After like the whole thing was done and I like tweaked it, messed around with like the exact positioning of the different elements and stuff like that, I was happy with how it turned out. So yeah. Anyways, I'll stop rambling about thumbnail design because I know some people in chat obviously were interested in that, but I don't think the average person probably cares too much about this, even if it is like something that I spend a vast majority of my time thinking about and planning and whatnot. That is what like so much of my free time goes into. When a YouTuber puts more love and care into Arthas than the Shadowlands team, oh god, don't remind me. Fucking Arthas got disenchanted. I don't even want to think about it. Ooh, wait, hold up. I'm glad I checked. I knew there was a chest spawn here. And it is up. Easy, easy. I also, I keep fat-fingering my Potion of Unbridled Fury at the worst times, and then I don't actually have it up to use in actual combat. Thumbnails equals sales opportunity, not guaranteed sales. Yeah. Same as special workout or diet. You got to grind it out either way. Just make sure your method route is sound and the opportunities for fast leveling are more frequent. I think I know what you mean by that. But yeah, on your point of thumbnail, it's like, yeah, definitely like the entire point of your thumbnail is obviously to, you know, make your video appeal to the widest possible audience. You know, if people are going to hate your video, they're going to hate it regardless if the thumbnail is good or bad. But the entire point is that maybe some people who wouldn't have found your video with like a generic thumbnail find it with a more interesting, catchy thumbnail. And I've said before, there's a lot of like really good YouTubers who I think just don't put enough effort into their thumbnails, and I think it hurts them. Because a lot of times they'll have great videos, great content, but like generic whatever thumbnails, and in that case, the only way you even know to click on their video is that you've already seen their stuff before. So if there's like a YouTuber who I know, oh, they put out quality content, well, I'm clicking on their video no matter what the thumbnail is, because the moment I see it's by X person, I'm like, okay, yeah, I know. I love the videos they make. I'm already probably going to get a lot of great information from this. But if, you know, I don't know them at all, and I'm looking at some generic whatever thumbnail that looks like really janky, I'm probably just going to be like, oh, this doesn't look super professional. I probably don't want to click on this. That's how a lot of people work. Now, I'm more like, when I say, oh, I, quote unquote, do not want to click on this, I'm more talking like broad strokes, what the average person will probably think, which is, of course, how you need to think when you're, you know, doing YouTube and stuff. But generally speaking, I'm more forgiving, and like I said, I will click on videos that look semi-unprofessional because I know that sometimes the thumbnail doesn't necessarily reflect the content of the video, having made a bunch of, I would like to think, really good leveling videos back when my thumbnail design was absolute dog shit. So, you know, sometimes I'm willing to experiment. Have you seen the 417th thumbnail with Asmongold's head in his hands with text behind it? Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing, though. It's not even necessarily, like, a bad thumbnail for, like, the context of Asmongold's channel. Because, like, obviously, the people watching Asmongold videos 99% of the time are just watching for Asmongold. Because, you know, if you're watching it for, like, the actual content, well, let's be real, 99% of those are him reacting to something else. So, like, if they clickbaited the actual video that Asmongold was reacting to, it would be kind of scummy, because then they're effectively blatantly stealing content, which, you know, I'm not going to get into the whole React YouTubers are stealing content thing. They are. But is it like some hill that I want to really die on right now? Not really. I'll let Jax Films fight that battle for us. And speaking of which, Jax Films is doing God's work with, like, the Sniper Wolf stuff. Oh my god. I'm still actively watching those videos. Not only are they just funny to watch, but it's just good to see somebody actually giving a shit and taking a stand on what is, like, actually really scummy behavior by, unfortunately, a large section of YouTube. And, quite frankly, Asmongold is not innocent. I think he is not, like, out of all of, like, the offenders of content theft, Asmongold is probably, like, the least bad, but I would say that still doesn't make it okay. Reaction content is a fucking plague. But on that note, right, like, you know, speaking of the thumbnails, I don't even necessarily think it's bad, right? Because, like I said before, if somebody is watching those videos of Asmongold reacting to XYZ, you know, they're probably just watching for Asmongold's take anyway, so generic shot of Asmongold looking depressed is probably going to be better than anything else, because they're just watching to get Asmongold's opinion on whatever, regardless. Even John Campia, a movie critic, is talking about Sniper Wolf and her content theft. Yeah, no, it's gotten pretty big. You know, that's why I said, like, credit to Jax Films for actually making it more mainstream. Gotta love Jax Films. Yeah, exactly. Yes, to be clear, like I said, I even said this, but I do want to emphasize it, right? Yes, Asmongold is not Sniper Wolf. Yes, that is not a comparison I'm making. It is not one-to-one by any means. Sniper Wolf is infinitely worse than a lot of people, right? So like I said, my exact words, you can go back, I said, reaction content is bad, Sniper Wolf is obviously very bad, Asmongold is on the much tamer side, or I forget exactly what I said, the least bad version of it. I probably said something stupid like that because I was just thinking. He's the least bad version of reaction content. I still think reaction content is bad. I still think what Asmongold is doing, Sniper Wolf levels or not, is not good, right? I still don't love it. I think there is a fine line. I think Asmongold treads a little bit too far in that line. Is it even remotely close to Sniper Wolf? No. But it is still not good. In fact, I think one of the few reaction-esque channels that I actually think does it well is Moist Critical, honestly. In fact, I think, generally speaking, I find his videos entertaining because he's able to give it, like, an opinion on the subject, but he, like, these days, shows barely anything of the source material. Sometimes a tiny bit of context so you understand. And I actually think he made a video at one point saying that a few people called him out, and he said, okay, I will start toning down the amount of content that I show from things I react to by a ton. And I think that's good. I actually think right now, the amount that he reacts to is perfect. Because, like, personally, I just find his reactions funny, right? That's the main reason I watched it anyways. But a lot of times, I found that when I watch his videos, I'll still be like, yeah, you know, he barely showed the source thing at all. So I still enjoyed watching his reaction to it. But I actually kind of am curious about that video he was reacting to because he didn't really show much of it. Whereas a lot of times, Asmongold, literally just his YouTube videos are the entire video with him reacting over it. So I see Ravi said, strongly disagree. Asmon can give you popularity. Anyone smart would want a reaction from him. I disagree. I disagree. I think that is the cop-out excuse that a lot of people use to defend reaction content. Sure, somebody showcasing your content will result in a very, very slight trickle-down effect, but that is the problem. A lot of people will say, well, it's a trickle-down viewership. But, I mean, literally, watch any sort of video by Jax Films or anybody else, like Kira TV has a bunch of good ones, basically debunking that shit on reaction content, and there's multiple cases where you can clearly see that when somebody's content was reacted to, they barely saw a dent in their actual numbers in terms of, you know, their trickle-down stuff. And as somebody who, quite honestly, has their content reacted to a lot, by that I mean people effectively completely rip off my leveling guides and sometimes credit me, never meaningfully impacts my viewership at all. Like, Bellular did a video the other day about, like, leveling stuff, and in it, he credited me. At this point, it was, like, a few weeks ago or so. And Bellular credited me. You know what? I'm glad he at least did that. Right? At least said, oh, you know, I forget what he said. This absolute legend managed to level in whatever amount of time. You know, go check out his channel, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I looked at my analytics. It caused no meaningful difference in the amount of views I normally get. Like, I'm glad that he at least was willing to, like, shout out my channel when he was kind of copying my route, which I've spent all the work testing and developing. But did that really meaningfully change anything? No. In fact, you could argue that a lot of people who maybe would have gone and watched my guide instead just watched Bellular's video and said, yep, got the gist of it. Even if maybe watching my guide would have given them more information, it probably would have. They don't get that far. You found me because of Bellular? Okay, that is good. You know, I'm glad to hear it, but I am telling you that I can look at numbers and see that it had no meaningfully change. I did gain at least one viewer, and that's where I said, I'm not saying it has absolutely no impact whatsoever. It does. And I'm not, to be clear, I'm not mad at Bellular. Wrong, though, you came from him too. Glad. Okay, cool. Right? Doesn't change the actual fact. It does not cause any significant numbers. And admittedly, this is just one example, right? It is worse when it is something purely entertainment value. Because obviously, that's why I said I wanted to give at least a slight comparison. Mine is a little bit different because let's be clear here. Obviously, I am still the person doing the leveling speedruns, and I am still the person with the in-depth knowledge on the subject, right? So, you know, obviously, if somebody sees I have the world record in leveling and they want to learn more, they are obviously going to come to my channel to learn more, right? It's very different than what a lot of React content is, where somebody makes, like, you know, a good example is, I remember one that I saw that caused, like, a decent amount of, like, bullshit on Twitter. Lamino made a really great documentary on the JFK stuff. And I watched that video. Normally, I love Lamino's content. I don't really think it's something I've talked about a lot, but I've been watching Lamino's videos for years now. I think he makes fantastic documentaries on, like, you know, unexplained phenomenon and stuff, and I am a sucker for really good, well-made videos like that. So, having loved that video, watched it, loved his content in general, seeing, I forget who it was, one of the, like, those big, generic garbage React streamers, not Asmongold, but, some garbage, like, Twitch streamer. I forget the name, so I'm not gonna, like, speculate. But one of those, like, garbage Twitch streamers that literally does nothing except react to people, like, 100% of the time, just uploaded the entirety of Lamino's video of the JFK thing with his reaction on it, and at multiple points, he wasn't even present, like, he walked away and did nothing, right? And those are tons of views, because at that point, it is purely entertainment value. It's a video that is just, an interesting story about the, JFK assassination, right? At that point, how many people are going to go there and rewatch the entire 2-hour documentary just for shits and giggles, right? Barely anybody that watched it on that. Oh, was it a Miskiff? I don't know. I don't remember who it was. Because I honestly, I don't even think I saw the streamer's name. I just remember it was causing drama because I heard people talking about, like, how bad reaction content has gotten, and I remember thinking, hey, I watched that video, and I liked that YouTuber, and it sucks that that happened, because, yeah, that was a really good video. I thoroughly enjoyed watching it, and now those are however many views that are not going to him, and that sucks. And once again, like I said, it's a little bit different. Oh, that was your sarcastic guess? Okay, yeah. So then probably not Miskiff then. But yeah, that was my, my comparison, right? With, like, my content. Obviously, it's a little bit different, because, hell, Bellular didn't even rip off my entire thing. I gave that as a generic example just to basically say that shoutouts don't necessarily translate into higher viewership. But even if Bellular directly ripped off my my video one-to-one, literally just uploaded it with his reaction to it, which he did not do. I'm not saying he did, but I'm trying to make a comparison here. Even if he did that, honestly, I don't think it would severely negatively impact my viewership, because, once again, I am still the person who does all the leveling stuff. So I'm glad that a lot of people came here from Bellular's video, but the reality is a lot of people would do that anyways, because I still have all of the knowledge on that. And there's a reason I do these streams, right? A lot of people like to ask questions about, like, if the sky is blue on the, 11th solstice of blah, 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 what spec should I level as, right? And, while some of those questions may be a little fucking out there, I am still probably the only person who could actually give a semi-informed answer on shit like that, right? So there is still a reason, of course, that people are going to watch my videos on that, even if they already know the basic gist of the leveling route. It is very different when it comes to entertainment stuff, which is, the whole Sniper Wolf thing of her literally just taking TikToks and just reacting to them. It's the same deal. Like, who's going to go out of their way to hunt down a random TikTok when they could just watch it on one channel? And, I get it. Content aggregation is, it's helpful for some people, but at the same time, it's coming at the cost of, a shit ton of other people. And there's also a good way to do content aggregation. I forget exactly what the channel is that Jax Films always references when he says this is a good way to do it. But he's mentioned that there's some channel that, pays creators to use their clips. I don't remember the name. I don't watch it, so I don't know. But yeah, that sounds like a more fair way to do it, because then at least the original creator is getting, a portion of the profits, right? But definitely completely ripping it off, like the whole Sniper Wolf thing, etc. Yeah. And once again, the reason I'm not reaming Asmongold or saying Asmongold's terrible, blah, 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 I don't know exactly how Asmongold does it. For all I know, he does do a good job of contacting creators. Something that people have told me is that a lot of times, if somebody asks Asmongold to not react to their content, he will take it down or, stop reacting to their videos or something. Few people have told me that, so I believe it. I obviously don't know enough to say for certain, but I believe it. And in that case, great. That's, good. Now, we would hope that that is, considered to be the bare minimum level of effort that anybody would go through, but at least good for Asmongold for at least doing that, right? But I still do not like React content. I don't. I don't really think this is necessarily a hot take. I know a lot of people will argue that, oh, no, Asmongold's doing something transformative. I'm not going to sit here and try to argue about whether or not it's transformative. I will always concede that he does a much better job than a lot of other people. And I think there is a certain line, right? When, Asmongold reacting to anything even remotely WoW related, honestly, that's kind of fine, right? I don't really give a shit, because Asmongold is definitely a very large presence in the World of Warcraft community, so you could argue that him giving his opinion on... Where's the next quest? I think it's outside. So you could argue that him just giving his opinion and even, like, vaguely reacting to anything WoW-related, honestly, yeah, that's fine. That, I would say, constitutes as, like, pretty clear transformative stuff, because he is a known figure in that. But, like, Asmongold reacting to some random thing that is way outside of his, like, sphere of influence just for the sake of doing it, that's where I start to get, like, a little bit, like, I don't know about that. Ravi said, you study marketing, you still strongly disagree with whatever you said, but you respect everything you said. You'll never reach the people that don't watch you. If your content reaches to more people, you get more chances to gain popularity. Yeah. And look, I agree with you. Everything you said is correct, yes. Obviously, if more people see your content, more people will eventually trickle to your channel. But I think there are much better ways to do it than reaction content. Like, that's why, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say whether the way Asmongold does it is right or wrong. I will acknowledge that he does it better than most people. But I remember some of the ways that he was reacting before, and it's entirely possible he may have changed, which is why I don't want to hyperfixate on this. I still dislike it in general. Obviously, in a perfect world, right, whenever you see somebody's content anywhere, it would perfectly link back to them and you'd be able to immediately find the source. And then, like you said, then any exposure would be good exposure. But the reality is right now, because of the way a lot of reaction content works, a lot of exposure isn't necessarily good exposure. You would hope it would be. But a lot of times, especially when people aren't, like, necessarily good actors and don't link back to the source material, it doesn't really end up helping you all that much. Now, Asmongold, maybe. Like I said, Asmongold, maybe. I'm not going to sit here and argue that. But we can definitely say that Sniper Wolf, right, doesn't benefit, people who... doesn't benefit the people she takes from, for sure. And there are many, many, many other cases. Like, the classic example I remember is Jinx, right? That was kind of an old one, but it's one of those classic ones that, like, I mean, Jax Films dunked on at the time, H3 dunked on at the time. But that was, I think, when reaction content was first becoming a really big issue. And a lot of those channels popped up that was literally just a head next to the existing content with, like, literally zero transformative value. And I think that's a little bit different. But I also think, realistically speaking, right, like, if you... there have been multiple times, like, within this stream, where I have said, X thing is really good, you guys should go watch it, and then explained why I think it's good. Like, I said I really like Lumino's video on the JFK thing. I don't need to show Lumino's entire video to tell you that it is a fantastic and well-researched analysis of, like, a specific section of the JFK assassination, which is a topic that I have found really interesting ever since I was a kid. So I loved watching it. Amazingly put together. The rest of his videos are also good. I can say that, and I don't need to show you a huge chunk of his video to get that point across. Right? And I think for most people, that is enough. Like, if somebody tells me, oh, you gotta watch this video, it's really good, generally for me, that's enough for me to say, okay, I guess I gotta go watch that video. If it's somebody whose opinion on the matter I trust, right? So, like, I think, if anything, shout outs to the degree that Bellular gave, right? Where he's just like, hey, this guy got a world record, go check him out. That is, like, honestly, that's fine. That's why I said I do not care at all. As long as he referenced my channel, cool. But it's like, why can't everybody do that? Why do we need to start, like, taking snippets from other people's content, increasingly more and more, just to demonstrate that this is something you should be watching? If all you wanted to do was shout out somebody that you thought was cool and say, hey, go watch this video, I really liked it, it's really good, you can do that without ripping a large section of the person's content. I think there is definitely a better way to do it than just reacting to the entire thing on stream. Because, and obviously we know why they don't do that, because then they wouldn't make as much money. So, yeah. Like, if Asmongold was just trying to give good movie or, like, YouTube video recommendations to his viewers, he wouldn't be reacting to the entire things in full on his stream. So I do think it is important to recognize that it's not a completely altruistic act of, like, sending people over to this cool video that he found. It's definitely not that. So, do want to keep it, fair there. Okay, let me take Improved Main Gouge, took this stuff, and what else was I going to take? I actually don't remember what I was going to take after this. I think I miscalculated my talent points. I thought I had to spend one more talent point than I actually did. So I actually have a spare talent point, more so than I thought. which means I can probably, I guess in that case, take Devious Stratagem. Standardized citation formats haven't made it into video, or standardized citation practices haven't made it into video formats. Yes, exactly. And I think that is a problem. Right? Until it does, we're going to keep running into this issue. But yeah, that is part of the problem. Let me just, since I do want to settle this without interrupting the run. Didn't mean for this to kind of spiral off into as much as it did. But I do want to quickly address this because I missed a few. Surprised Asmon hasn't tapped into your videos yet. Who knows? I mean, I don't think he necessarily... Asmon reacting to my random streams of, stream of consciousness bullshit, I don't really think would be that interesting. I mean, he reacted to my Covenant spreadsheet, that much I know. I don't know if he's ever directly commented on my leveling guide, but I do know for a fact Asmongold did react to my Covenant spreadsheet when I made that back then. So, that's one thing. Scroll down. Let's see. Reading the Spark Notes is not equivalent to reading the original text. Yes, exactly. Hello, Beef. Good to see you. Entertain me, Lonnie. I'm building a desk. All right. There are some streamers that don't actually react to the content or add to it. They just sit there uselessly. Yeah, that's definitely the really, really bad version of it. Yeah. Yeah, and I wasn't... maybe I shouldn't have used the Bellular comparison. I was trying to find just a loose comparison just to give an example. It's obviously not even remotely one-to-one. I was just trying to make a comparison. The TikTokers just stare at the camera and point up at the content they're reacting to. Oh yeah, that stuff is garbage, for sure. It's a weird time we live in where people want to watch other people play games and react to others' videos. With AI only getting better, creativity will go out the window. Don't even get me started on fucking artificial intelligence crap. It's going to be a whole separate issue. You found me because you were in the mood to watch a speedrun, not WoW specific. Fair enough. Now I'm edging us without the answer. Fuck, what did I say? I don't remember what spec is it. I don't remember what I was referring to. Oh, I see. I remember what I said. Yeah, the whole, solstice thing. Yeah. On a Saturday evening at 7:41 p.m. CST, when leveling an Outlaw Rogue at level 32 with 2 bars before 33, and your cat is meowing and you're thirsty, when is the best time to watch The Expanse? Exactly. Asmon had a big stink with Taliesin and Evidal, so he stopped reacting to their content. Yeah, that's fair. Metro got a sizable influx of viewers because Growl did a react to his M+ Levers compilation for some random M+ season. Interesting. Yeah, that's fair. You're glad Asmon stopped giving attention to T&E. I hate their content. I will say nothing. Being fair, Asmon's content is worse. You get reacting to try and not laugh and stuff, but reacting to informative videos, not cutting anything out is dumb. Yeah. Put another way, you don't think Disney is going to let you get away with posting your reaction vid of... Yeah, exactly. And that is the constant thing. That is something that Jax Films brought up multiple times, right? Of like, the reason why everybody rips off smaller content creators instead of, I don't know, large streaming services or Disney or whatever, is because they know that they can do it and get away with it. Whereas if they just streamed, as you said, Loki Season 2, they would get fucked in the ass so hard, right? There's, I mean, even... loosely related here. I'll resume the timer since I'm mostly caught up in chat. I just wanted to quickly make sure I didn't fall too far behind while trying to do this, because I did think that was kind of an important subject to address. I don't know why, but for a moment there, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was a demon hunter. I jumped off my mount and I was gonna fell rush onto this rock and kill these mobs. I don't know how. I thought I was a DH, but yeah, that was kind of what I was planning. That was the game plan there. It was to jump off the mount, Chaos Strike, or like Demon Spite or whatever, and then fell rush over here and grab these two things. And then at some point in the middle of the air, I realized, wait a second, I'm a rogue. Okay. Yeah, see, this is why I needed to pause the timer, because shit like that would have distracted me if I was, like, not pausing the timer and just quickly speed reading chat to try and make sure I didn't fall too far behind. But yeah, there was a video that I watched, I forget if it was CoffeeZilla or Kira TV or somebody else, about some YouTuber who I've never heard of, but apparently they ran like an illegal piracy service or something like that, and they would stream like actual like live stream cable TV stuff on a paid service or something like that. And they were flexing all of their money on YouTube and like buying all of these fancy cars. And then of course the IRS got their ass because like you can't do that and get away with it, right? Obviously. They're going to be like, gee, I wonder where that money's coming from. And when they find out, oh, it's because he's illegally stealing streaming stuff, you're done. So, yeah, if you do that to any, like, actual official company, you get fucked. But if you do it to smaller content creators, well, right now, you get away with it. And that sucks. So, that is kind of my main points. The only thing this started, I think, because I was just saying I really like the Jax Films videos. Right? About, like, you know, content theft and stuff, and then it spiraled off into this whole different tangent. I mean, frankly, it's something that I also have strong feelings on, even though it, you know, I'm not the type of channel to even remotely tackle that subject, but obviously. One of the nice things about these streams is I get to just talk about whatever the fuck I want, whether it's WoW leveling related or not, because I'm, you know, already doing WoW leveling stuff, and I answer plenty of questions in that, so fuck it. I'll talk about things that interest me. It did start there, yeah. I thought so. I forget exactly what it spiraled off of, but that sounds about right. The best game in the stream is trying to get you off topic, yeah. Generally not very hard. People usually succeed pretty easily. Let's see. I think on this pace, I'm probably going to miss the 5-hour or the sub 5-hour run. I think we definitely have more than 40 minutes left in the run, but it's like kind of close. This definitely hasn't been a slow run. It's just, it's been a rogue run, but it's been a fast rogue run. Given all the bullshit I ran into, I think this is pretty nice. Yeah, it did start off the whole thumbnail thing. I remember that. Anyways, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Clip this rant and send it. I don't know. Like, I don't know, I just kind of, I talk, like, off the cuff a lot of times, like, on these streams. I don't take a lot of this stuff super seriously, but it's at least something that I'm thinking about. Usually these are all things that I at least give, like, enough of a shit about to ramble about, but I'm not gonna, like, pursue this actively or get mad about it or whatever outside of the stream. And especially, I don't think any sort of clips like this are even remotely related to, like, the type of content that I make. There's, like, definitely some good moments from the streams that will never end up in, like, clips or whatever, because they're just kind of off-topic. And, you know, if you're not there in the stream to understand the context, it's not, like, entertaining or anything like that. I think I should probably use a healing potion there. Healing potions have actually been pretty good as a rogue. One of the nice things about it. Here we go, and I can adrenaline rush. Fuck, those mobs leashed. Did I not? I thought I looted those. There we go. It's a little bit laggy. And since it's the PTR, Nyx is almost certainly up somewhere, but I haven't seen him yet, so it must be like in a really weird section of his patrol range. This is kind of one of those interesting things about like leveling on the PTR. So a lot of times, if I'm doing this like section of the run and I don't find Nyx within like the first 30 seconds or so of getting here, I usually just assume that it's dead. Because, you know, a rare mob right in the middle of the leveling route, almost certainly somebody has killed it. That's just generally speaking how that goes. But it kind of goes to show that, like, here, it's the PTR. We know for a fact that it's up, because why would somebody kill this one random-ass rare in the middle of Loch Modan? But it goes to show that I still have not run into him. He's, like, somewhere in, like, a weird section on, like, the back end of his patrol range. So, stuff like this also reminds me sometimes that I should probably always check at least the full range of the patrols, because, yeah, there you go, there's Nyx. Because obviously he was up, but if we didn't see him on the PTR, we know for a fact that, you know, he must just be in a weird location. Whereas I may have potentially given up on finding him pretty early before. I am kind of low on health, though. That's one of the only, like, slightly not-so-great things about Rogue at the moment. I'm not going to say it's not slightly. It is definitely a sucky thing about Rogue. And it's more than not so great. Just the passive healing in between pulls is kind of awful. He knows his viewers need to hear commentary of contrary opinions to those being given quickly. Yeah. You'd rather watch someone play a game than play it yourself, because whenever you play it yourself, you get super bored. That's fair. I mean, there are definitely games, like, I have always obviously watched people play games, but a lot of times, you know, if I'm watching somebody play a game and I'm like, oh, wow, this actually seems really interesting, I will actually just stop watching and play it myself. But definitely it is, it's a good way, like, to experience games that maybe seem interesting, but, like, the genre isn't necessarily, like, for you. Like, there's been a lot of games where it's, like, either horror games or just, like, puzzle games that have, like, a fairly interesting story that I'll, like, watch somebody play it on YouTube or something like that. And honestly, I'm pretty sure the gameplay would annoy the hell out of me if I tried to play it myself, because it just isn't for me. I'm especially the horror games. Like, there have been some interesting horror games that I've watched playthroughs of, but I know for a fact it would just frustrate me if I played it, because I hate, like, horror, just playing through that. I think there's definitely good and bad ways to do it. Oh, yeah, see, there we go, Lord Kondar. I didn't even find him earlier, and we just kind of stumbled upon him middle of the route. A good example of, like, a horror game done well, though, kind of, is Inscription. I just remembered that the other day because last night during poker, somebody in my guild was playing through it for the first time, and we were watching him play through it. I played through Inscription a while ago, and so that just, since I mentioned it on the top of my head, it's a pretty fun game. And it is kind of horror-related. It's like, it's more of like a card game than like actually a horror game, but it's like a card game with horror elements, and I like card games, so it works well for me. But I love the ambiance and, like, you know, the spooky stuff. I love, like, horror that's more like dread. Like, I hate jump scare horror. Jump scare horror, like, that's what 90% of scary movies are, and I just can't fucking stand it. Like, my sister loves just watching scary movies in the theater, and, like, you know, it spooks her, and she's like, ooh, and I can't get into that at all. It's like, oh, wow, jump scare, wow, that's cool. Like, you know, it just makes you jump because something big pops up on the screen, and you're like, oh no, I didn't see that coming. And I just, oh, fuck, I guess I can't climb this cliff, probably. Maybe if I grappled hooked at the exact right angle or something, but I'm gonna go ahead and say probably not. Can Shadow Step to you, and then can pull Optimo. Oh my god, I have so many combo points. Everything is just dying. That was actually kind of insane. Blade Flurry just did so much fucking damage there. I don't even know what caused it. It just felt like everything started melting out of nowhere. I'm not even sure why. This is... what the hell? Is Blade Flurry bugged on the PTR or something? Because this doesn't seem right. This seems kind of broken. It's only when I have Blade Flurry. Like, everything suddenly does, like, so much fucking damage. Like, look, that wasn't... I guess at that point, Dispatch did more, but it's just doing so much damage, that's what it's doing. I don't know. It just feels like there's some weird interaction. You look like Scissorhands guy? Yeah, I can see that. I mean, that's how the fist weapons look. The Brawler's Razor Claws. I guess yeah, it feels like a lot. I don't know. Like, maybe it really is just hitting for that much, and Blade Flurry is just insane, but this just doesn't seem like a normal amount of damage. I don't know. I obviously haven't played Outlaw enough to say for sure, but it's doing such a massive chunk of my damage that it just doesn't seem right. Every time it was below melee hits. I don't know. Maybe it is normal. It just seemed very strong, and I was surprised. Do I have Grand Melee up? I do. Oh. Yeah, actually, maybe that was it. Maybe Grand Melee just makes Blade Flurry hit like a fucking truck. Yeah, I could see it.
see, I need to do this quest. What talent points? Just pick Soothing Darkness. Take that. And what am I even going to spend? Or where am I going to put my next talent? Actually, don't even have room on my bars right now for it. You love FNAF, but you will admit it has never been that scary. Yeah, it's like, to me, the scariest shit is like the existential dread type horror. Like, that stuff I love. Where it's like, you know, there's just all... That's kind of what I like about Inscription. Like, Inscription doesn't really have any jump scares, but it's just the entire environment and, like, aesthetic of that game. It fills you with such, like, a sense of... words. Such a sense of dread, and it's so beautiful. I love it. Where are the chests? There's bound to be a chest in this camp somewhere. I've kind of realized over time that there's always at least one chest up in this area. So I'm assuming that there's one up. It could be inside the Geoshaper Marin area. I'm going to... Yeah, that was pretty nuts. I definitely think the survivability tools have helped Outlaw more than I expected. It makes sense when you think about it, because if you're able to stay in combat for much longer and just face tank a ton of damage and keep pressing buttons that kill enemies faster, it's kind of a knock-on effect, right? You don't need to kite, so you're able to do more damage, and mobs are dying faster, so you're not in danger of dying for a longer period of time. And that would not be possible if you didn't have these really big, like, defensive cooldown stuff, which have gotten, like, massively buffed in this patch. So it makes a lot of sense. I should have turned in this quest first, I think. Either way. Actually, let me just do this shit while I'm already here. Instead of just going all the way back. Because I can't remember exactly what the order is. You can't take horror seriously at all. If you're not bored, you're laughing at how silly the situations often are. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely bad existential horror and stuff like that. But I think there are definitely good ways. I like stuff that is, like, creepy and unnerving. Not, like, directly scary or, like, ooh, shocking. Like, honestly, it's one of the reasons why I love, like, Warhammer Fantasy lore. A lot of Warhammer Fantasy lore is, like, just really disturbing. You're like, oh, man, that's fucked. But it's, like, it's not scary, but it just makes you think, like, oh, fuck, that's cool. Like, the Chaos God lore is really cool. It's not spooky. Like, you're not gonna read, a book about, like, the Chaos Gods and be like, oh, my God, wow, so spooky, oh, no. But it's just gonna give you, like, that feeling, like, you know, in your spine. You're like, oh, that's like, really fucking terrifying, right? That's kind of what I love, like, when lore, especially for, like, Eldritch Gods and stuff like that. Like, that's what the Void Lord should be. Stuff that just makes you go, ugh, yeah, that's freaky. That kind of thing. That's, like, the type of horror that I really like. You can't watch movies like Alien or Predator? Yeah, see, I agree with that. I think those are more like jump scare horror. I think Alien is generally considered to be better. I think I watched Alien years ago. I don't really have any strong opinions on it. I think my dad really likes it, though. But I think, I don't think it's also meant to be scary so much as, like, just an interesting story, if I remember correctly. But a lot of people, I guess, do find it scary. Oh, nice. Got another chest. Gift of the Naru is clutch with Rogue. Yeah, I could see that. Definitely. Any sort of, like, healing ability of that nature I could see being really good. Honestly, another thing that I think I should be taking advantage of is, like, okay, so in this case, I don't actually need to fight any of these mobs. So I could just, like, speed past them in stealth. And I think that's kind of like a small time save that you don't get the opportunity all the time, but it adds up. And then you get, like, free ambushes, so it's not nothing. Oh, buried treasure. Oh, ho, ho. Unfortunately, I started at 0 energy, so even then it took a while for it to catch back up.
But yeah, I mean, this is pretty good, because I don't need to fight these mobs, so I might as well just skip them. You watched the Barbie movie? It was scary as hell. Interesting. Oh, grappling hook works in stealth. Oh, that's sick. I feel like I kind of remember learning that at some point, but the, like, knowledge was just erased from my brain, and I forgot. But that's pretty cool. I did not know that. Your suggested YouTube is like 40k lore and creepypastas? Yeah. And definitely, like, creepypastas are another one of those where a lot of them are, like, really hit or miss, but I've definitely read some, like, creepypastas that are really fucking good, that just make you go, oh man, that's fucked. Like, those are the ones that I really like. Not the ones that try to be, like, super scary in, like, a cheesy way, but the ones that just kind of leave you with, like, you know, a certain air of mystery, and you're just, like, not sure what actually happens. Those I love. Absolutely love those.
Hello. See you around.
I think, yeah, this is just the final quest here. There we go. And then I just go and we take the, like, forced flight path thing. And then we'll finish up in Gorgrond, it looks like. I missed a few messages, so let me just scroll up a little bit. Let me get on this thing real quick, and then I can continue reading chat to make sure I didn't miss anything. There we go. You hate most React channels because the majority of these React channels provide absolutely nothing to the original video and are not even funny or creative. Yeah, and a lot of them will provide some sort of transformative content. It's just, I guess, so my final closing thoughts on the reaction stuff. Because I think this was kind of like one of the contentious bits that was like brought up a little bit and then people disagreed with me on, is the only thing that I dislike when a lot of people use it as a defense is a lot of people use the idea that the content is even remotely transformative as a defense for reaction stuff. And I think that the content needs to be transformative for like an actual purpose, right? Like the person reacting to it has a reason to react to it beyond just I reacted to it and added a bit of commentary and transformed it, right? So I think just because it is in some small way transformative doesn't really necessarily pass the bar, for me at least, right? Obviously, we can argue about whether or not it is technically allowed. I think, generally speaking, right now, I think the rules are a little bit too loose, but who knows? But actually, a good example that somebody gave earlier was, I forget the name of the person they reacted to, but somebody mentioned that Growl reacted to some like Mythic Plus fails video or something like that. And yeah, that's fine, right? I'm assuming he, like, you know, actually commented on it, right? Based on the description. But considering Growl is like one of the biggest names in Mythic Plus, it makes sense for Growl to be reacting to a Mythic Plus video. And it's one of those things where I am sure he probably had a lot to actually contribute to it, because, yeah, like, he is pretty knowledgeable on that subject. It's like why I said earlier, Asmongold reacting to literally anything World of Warcraft related, whether or not it's something he's actively doing, yeah, I don't give a shit. Honestly, it makes sense, right? Asmongold is a big World of Warcraft content creator. He's a big name in, you know, the World of Warcraft thing. Like, a lot of people at this point associate Asmongold's name with World of Warcraft, right? So it would make complete sense for him to do anything remotely World of Warcraft reaction related. My entire point was reacting to stuff that you really have no business reacting to. Like the obvious example, what the fuck does Sniper Wolf have to do with a random compilation of TikToks? You know, nothing, right? And that's obviously a very clear comparison, and we can all look at that one and be like, yeah, you know, fuck Sniper Wolf, she adds absolutely nothing to her content. But then it gets into murkier waters, where it's like, you know, what does one streamer have to add to, like I said earlier, the JFK video? And obviously that one, in the case that I explained, was a little bit more egregious, because the post that I remember seeing was the guy literally got up from his chair in the middle of it and walked away for like 10 minutes while it just played on his stream. So at that point, it's very clearly not reacting to it. It's just letting it play so he gets, like, you know, free views off it. That's completely different. But of course, even if it was bare minimum levels of reaction, right? Like what a lot of people will say and jokingly say is like, somebody joked earlier, XQC will say, oh, look at this chat, isn't that cool? And stuff like that. Like, just because XQC or somebody reacts to a video and is like, wow, this is so cool, this is really cool, I really like this. And, you know, frankly, just because, like I said, I watched that JFK video that we were talking about earlier. I really liked it. I was really big into, like, you know, reading about the JFK assassination when I was a kid. I wrote a short story in, I forget what grade it was, 5th or 6th grade, about the JFK assassination. It was like, we had to do like an alternate history short story in one of my like middle school writing classes. And I wrote like, you know, a little short story about like, you know, the grassy knoll and stuff. And it was like some random bystander, like finding out the truth of the JFK assassination. And, you know, the government has to silence him. You know, stupid shit, right? All I'm saying is I've like really enjoyed reading about like, you know, the backgrounds behind the JFK assassination and stuff like that ever since I was a little kid. So I would say, like, out of a lot of other people who reacted to that video, if I were to react to it, I'd probably have a lot more on-topic stuff to say. But I still don't consider myself an authority on the JFK assassination. So if I were to just let that video play, a lot of it would probably be me going, oh yeah, I remember reading about that when I was like, you know, a kid. And, you know, oh yeah, when I was doing research for that short story I wrote in middle school, I read about, you know, that thing happening and this, that, the grassy knoll, blah, 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 blah. But like, I don't really think I would be adding any transformative value. It would probably pass the level of like, you know, being willing to, or being able to be posted somewhere, because I'd probably be able to give enough context of my personal, you know, enjoyment of the JFK assassination and some other things that I found out about it, where it would be considered transformative. But for my personal standards, that would not be transformative. I wouldn't actually be adding anything to it. I do not have an informed enough take on the JFK assassination to even remotely touch the level of like the person who wrote a 2-hour documentary on it. I have no business just taking his content, adding my random bullshit ramblings on top of it, and then calling it my own. That is what I think is not okay. And I think a lot of people confuse the two. A lot of people think just because you have something to say on the subject means you can basically completely rip off the video, slap your whatever ramblings over it, and call that transformative content. I do not think it passes that level. Now, and once again, this is not directly directed at Asmongold or anyone in particular. There are people who do actually provide real transformative value and people who don't. But I think there's a lot of hand-waving by a lot of people saying, oh, no, it's whatever, you know, it's transformative, when a lot of times it isn't. And I think that needs to be called out a little bit more. And I think we're kind of finally reaching that point where it is finally, by like the wider, you know, YouTube like community, being called out a little bit more. And that's awesome. I'm glad to see it. But I do want to at least kind of defend that take, since, you know, it was something we discussed a lot. And I think it is kind of important to establish that just because there is some commentary, some transformative value, does not necessarily mean it's okay to take the entire thing. Anyways, I do not know if it was XQC. So somebody said, it was that XQC. I have no fucking clue. I did not look it up. All I said is I remember it. It's just somebody mentioned XQC before in a completely unrelated context, and I said XQC or any other streamer. I have no idea if XQC was the one in the example that I was giving. I used his name in that example in two completely different contexts. I was not saying that he was the one who did that. 1 second, let me just fix my stuff here real quick. Throw that there, and nice. Love Exploration XP. Always fun to level up at that one. And, oh yeah. Flask of Power, there we go. I think that's it. I can't use this while mounting, so I'll just have to do it the moment I dismount. Why do you have to be an authority to watch videos and have fun? I don't think they're saying the video is theirs. You like horror content, they might like something too. That's not, never said that. Never said watching the video and having fun. And to be clear, I think I also need to make this distinction, because I don't think I explicitly said this. I think there is also still even a larger difference between watching something on stream and then taking the VOD of that stream and posting it to your YouTube channel. There is still an even larger difference between that. So yes, I I will concede that if it is like the thing that I described, right, where like if it was something that I personally had a lot of joy in and I wanted to watch part of it, I probably still wouldn't have done that, right? I know for a fact I wouldn't. But let's say if I was in a position like Asmongold or whatever to do something like that, I still don't think I would have done that, right? Just watched a video. I probably would have done what I did on this stream and said, it's a really good video, go watch it. But I don't think I would have watched the entire thing. But I think there is definitely a big difference between putting it on your stream and actively watching it, you know, in the stream, and then taking the recording of that and uploading it to YouTube on the exact same platform where it was posted. That is also where I get a little bit, like, frustrated when stuff like that happens. Some of the big streamers just have a big fan base. They watch whatever they want and have fun. Their editors try to clickbait for money, but if you don't like their content or you're the original owner, you can tell them, yes, and a lot of them do that. And you know what? If they do, to be fair, I think that the onus should not be on the person who has their content taken to say, hey, I dislike this, please don't do that. I think the person who is uploading the content needs to be proactive. I think I am dead here. Okay. I'm alive. I had to use Vanish. Yeah, to be clear, and that is an important distinction as well, the onus should not be on the person whose content was stolen to contact the person who stole it and say, hey, can you please take this down? That is, I really hope I don't need to explain why that is bad, right? Like, obviously, any good faith content reaction stuff, you need to be proactive about saying, hey, can I post my reaction to your content? The unfortunate reality is what you said is what happens a lot. And this is the common defense that you hear a lot of the time of, well, if they don't like it, they can just ask me to take it down. And this is another thing, once again, love Jack's films, love what he's doing. He has brought this up multiple times because he has had multiple people come to him and say exactly that of like, well, I saw that my content was stolen, but I was too scared to do anything about it because I didn't know the process for basically requesting that it get taken down. And yeah, for some people who maybe aren't, you know, super afraid of confrontation and know for a fact that they are in the right here and that they can very easily go and say, hey, that's my content. I don't want you to take it. Please take it down. Yeah, of course, it's easy for them. But a lot of people aren't like that. And quite frankly, that's what a lot of these channels are counting on. So I think when you perpetuate that argument of, well, they can just say they don't want it there in the first place. No, it's not on them. It's not on the person who's being taken from to go and say, please don't take from me. It's on the person who is, you know, effectively, in that case, freebooting the content. We're assuming that it is the bad case, right? Obviously, like I said, varying degrees. But in the case where it is bad and somebody is literally just getting their content freebooted, it is not on the person who is getting stolen from to contact the channel and ask to be taken down. The onus is on the person reacting to the content. That should be very obvious, but unfortunately it is not. I think I have all my buffs up, right? Yeah, I've shut up for oil and stuff. And quite honestly, let's be real here. While there are, like, we already said Asmongold will take stuff down. A lot of people have said that, and I believe that. Okay, great. So Asmongold will do exactly what you're saying. If somebody messages him and says, I don't want you to react to my stuff, he will not do that. That's good. But let's be fair here. There are a lot of channels who will not do that. So, once again, go watch any of the recent Sniper Wolf stuff from Jack's films, and where he shows that in response to people submitting claims to Sniper Wolf's videos, all she tries to do is like cleverly snip around it to try and get the video just barely above the 8-minute mark so she can monetize the shit out of it, right? So even then, it's, you know, a lot of channels will not play fair and will not say, oh, I stole your content? Oh, my bad. Let me just take that down. So, you know, that's kind of one of the problems. Have you seen Dark Viper AU's Why Reaction Content Harms Everyone? I have not seen... I saw that he had, like, a new series on it. I watched Dark Viper's original video a while ago about reaction content. I think he did, like, a new one recently. It popped up in my recommended at one point, but it was one of those where I just wasn't in, like, a position to watch it at the time. Like, I saw that it was part 1 of 3, and I was like, I'll wait for another time to watch that. And I don't think I just ever really got around to it. So maybe one of these days I'll have to watch it, but I did see that he uploaded that. But at least I'm familiar with Dark Viper AU's stance on reaction content. I actually think he has one of the most aggressive stances. I don't necessarily disagree with him. But yeah, he is definitely also very vocal on that stuff. And honestly, I respect him for doing it. Because somebody needs to do it, right? Yeah, Cloak of Shadows here gives me a nice little bit of healing. And... Did I see your idea for Harlden Bingo? I did not. Hold on. I will get around to the messages I missed. I'm kind of like skipping around here because I'm trying to like focus on getting this run done ASAP because it is 30 minutes away from being midnight where I am at right now. I'm not in danger of losing like the live stream recording, so like that's not a real concern. But I'm gonna be real. I am concerned about being fucking exhausted. So I am trying to get the run done as quickly as I can, but I am also trying to read chat. So what is kind of happening right now is I'll look at chat, I'll read the first thing I see, and then I will skim or get back to the run. But I will read everything, just bear with me a little bit. I need a bit more ancient jars, because right after this one, I can quickly scroll up in chat and look, because there's a decent section of flying. Because I'm going to do Miss Creek Mire after the fact. I'll kill these mobs and pretty fast. And there we go. Let me scroll up. Oh yeah, that was like the last message in that section that I was going to read, and oh yeah, because it was a large message, I wanted to wait to read it because I wanted to make sure that I had time to actually respond to it. Because of the convo earlier, you've been watching Ginger Jack's films, and you had an idea. Have you thought of like Harlden leveling streams bingo? Like Harlden isn't ready at the beginning of the stream. You're not wrong, but damn, that hurts. Yeah, look. See, I will say part of the not being ready at the beginning of the stream is calculated because a lot of times, a lot of people like to get here before the start of the stream. So if I started the stream and immediately started the run, a lot of people would join in, see that they're like 30 minutes late, and be like, ah, fuck, I guess I'll have to catch the recording or something like that. So it is actually partially strategic, and I will admit, a lot of times it takes me longer than I think, but it is partially strategic to not be completely ready at the start, because I want to give time for people to like arrive at the stream and, you know, ask questions. And obviously at the start of the stream, chat is always the most active compared to any other part of the stream. Like the first 15 minutes, there's like a huge surge of messages and a lot of different random questions that I like to answer. So I need to give some time for that to like breathe before I start the run. So it is like partially calculated, but yes, I do sometimes run a little bit over my projections even then. Okay. A car accident is transformative. It doesn't mean it adds value or insight to the content. Sure. That's an interesting metaphor, but yeah. Let's see. Every time you see a reaction... Grab this, almost missed that quest. Every time you see a reaction that is something pointed at what the original post is doing, you downvote and block the channel? Yeah, I agree. I don't know. It's definitely... I think the hard part in all of this is there is definitely legitimate reaction content out there. It's just so hard to find because there is just so much bad faith reaction content out there. So I think like one of the problems with discussing this is a lot of people like will maybe be watching an actual good reaction channel, and then when they hear criticism of reaction content, they have it in their mind that like this is directed at specifically like the reaction YouTuber or whatever that they like to watch. Like obviously Asmongold's name has been thrown around here a bit, and I have said I don't think Asmongold is perfect, but I will acknowledge, and I have acknowledged, that I think he is significantly better as an example than a lot of other people. But the unfortunate thing is, when there are bad actors in the scene, it kind of ruins it for everybody, right? Suddenly, when people are overly exploiting everything, you do kind of need to take a hardline stance and draw lines in the sand, because that way, you know, people don't get exploited. And even if maybe, like, I'm sure Asmongold isn't going out of his way to try and exploit people, right? I guarantee that's not what he intends to do. But there are people out there who do that, and then, of course, it makes everybody who does reaction content look bad by association. So that is kind of an important, I think, distinction to make, right? Intent definitely matters somewhat, but it only gets you so far, I would say. Is there a vendor here? Or could I guess I'll just have to hop onto my mount here. Let's see. You can confirm there is nothing you like anymore. Everything you like has been destroyed. That is a depressing mindset to have for life in general, honestly. I'm not sure how much of that is, like, serious or ironic, but, I mean, I think kind of both of them tend to stem from the same place, so... I know the feeling, though, honestly, of, like, not necessarily everything I like is miserable. Like, I get the feeling of, you know, just being completely tired with everything that you used to enjoy, and, you know, sometimes I get that feeling. I mean, I get that feeling with WoW a lot of times, and I think a lot of times when I do get that feeling of, like, you know, just being tired of everything I used to like, it's usually kind of a sign to me that I need to take a step back and evaluate what is it that I really am enjoying about this. Like, am I still having fun? And then, you know, if yes, I am still having some fun, well, what is it specifically that I enjoy about this? And then just focus on that and cut out all the other shit. Honestly, a good example recently is my opinion on Classic WoW. Like, I'm still enjoying Classic WoW, but, like, I set out to do Ulduar and do TOGC. And somewhere along the way, I ended up joining a guild that was, like, trying to go for, like, super high ranks in ICC and doing all this, like, super serious day rating for fucking ICC. And, like, that's where I said they changed their schedule and added, like, Tuesday, Wednesday to their ICC raid days to, like, push for higher ranks in Classic. And I'm just like, it was at that point where I'm like, whoa. I just want to fucking clear the content, man. Like, I'm not here for this. And, like, I'm not willing to add additional time onto my schedule just to fucking clear ICC slightly faster. Or, like, some of them have, like, 5 alts of the same class. And it's like, I have, like, 1 paladin at level 80, and that's all I fucking play. Like, I don't understand it, right? And at that point, that's when I, like... I mean, admittedly, I haven't really played Wrath Classic a lot in the past, like, 3 weeks or so. Because even though I do really want to play ICC and I'm looking forward to it, I kind of got burnt out on all of that, and it made me kind of take a step back and reevaluate, like, why am I playing Wrath Classic? And then I realized that, yeah, I want to experience the raids. I like playing it, I have fun. Like, that's the thing. Am I going to quit Wrath Classic entirely? No. Because when I thought about it, I'm like, no, I still enjoy it. I still like playing Prop Pally. I still want to finish leveling my Blood DK. But am I enjoying showing up to Ulduar, like, for 2 hours every single week and then clearing TOGC for 2 hours on top of that and, like, doing Anixia's Lair when I literally get no loot out of it? Like, you know, I get it, you know, sure, like, this item is slightly better for one person, you know, for long-term, like, ICC BIS, but it's like, you know, I'm not going to complain, I'm not going to make a big stink out of loot or whatever, but if I'm being asked to tank all of this extra shit that, like, I don't need, and I only really want to do TOGC, and then I'm not even allowed to, like, get loot from it, I'm just like, why am I doing this? I'm not having fun. I'm not, like, trying to push, like, world ranks with this random fucking guild on Classic. Like, I'm out of here. So, basically, like I said, took a step back, decided I still want to play Wrath Classic, but I want to play Wrath Classic in a different guild, and one that is, like, more aligned with what I am trying to get out of Classic World of Warcraft. And, you know, maybe I'll find one of those before ICC comes out, considering it's next week and in a few days, actually. Probably not. But maybe in, like, a week or two, I'll find a guild that, like, is doing ICC and needs a prop paladin, and they're, like, you know, chill and just trying to, like, kill the bosses on 25 heroic without, like, any of the really try-hard bullshit that I was just not into with that last one. And then, cool, you know, I'd be down for that. But that was kind of like my moment of, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this. And it's kind of the same thing in WoW before. Like, I kind of got that, like, my wake-up call for, like, super high-end rating was, like, in Legion. I tried to push for, like, a really high-end guild in Legion, and I was like, that was the first time I was rating in a top 100 guild, and it was miserable. And then it was one of those things where I'm like, well, I always wanted to like raid at a higher level, right? Why am I not having fun? And then I realized it's like, I want to kill the bosses. Like, to me, the only important thing is the final boss dead? And am I having fun? And like, as long as those two things are checked off, that's all I care about. And that has kind of been like my guiding principle for finding like a new World of Warcraft guild whenever I'm unhappy. I don't care about world ranks and shit. I just care about having fun and killing all the bosses. And like in the guild that I'm currently in, I'm having fun and we're killing bosses and I'm, you know, gearing my tanks and stuff like that. And it's all I really want out of World of Warcraft. So yeah, that's enough for me. But I think I don't even know. I kind of like spiraled off into this a little bit off what Daherg said there. So I don't know if that was 100% where your mindset was at, but I guess that's kind of what it reminded me of when I felt like that in the past. Because it is a very defeatist mindset to have, and it's like depressing. Obviously, you hope that people don't like suddenly not enjoy anything anymore. That sucks. And I'm more just commenting on what I have done when I felt like that in the past. Anywho. TikTok is really bad for stolen content. People take 100% of the original content and repost it. It's crazy. Oh yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Let's say you watch a WoW cinematic. Let me just scroll down a little bit. Let's say you watch a WoW cinematic and have fun. You re-upload the clip. You give and take your experience. Some people like it that way. You can simply copyright strike it down. They're taking a huge risk. Yeah, I don't know. I think there is definitely some wiggle room there. But I get what you're saying. So Choi, Arin, I understand your point, right? I think we maybe have some slight differences in opinion there, but I understand and I respect your opinion on that. I think I'm just a little bit more strict in my view on like what I think should and shouldn't be allowed, which is okay, you know, we can all have different opinions on that stuff. I kind of want to use blind there, because, you know what, I'm out. Too spooky. I pulled way too many mobs at once. I do not want that. I should pick talents here, because I think I can take Shadow Dance. Which, actually, yeah, fuck, where do I have buttons for Shadow Dance? I can take Blade Rush, Fan the Hammer, Underhanded Upper Hand, Night Stalker, and Shadow Dance. I have so many fucking buttons now. This is, like, more than Brewmaster. God damn. Actually, it's about as many as Brewmaster. I don't know if I would even say it's more. Brewmaster has a lot of fucking buttons, but you get the idea. Let's see. You've heard of Sniper Wolf but never cared to watch her content ever? Yeah, like, I was kind of the same way until the whole Jax Films thing, of like, I never knew who she was, nor did I really care, but, you know, when I found out that she was like a massive content thief, obviously that sucks. Didn't know shit about her, but no matter who she is, that's not okay. I'm glad she's getting called out for it. And I think it also goes to show that not all publicity is good publicity. Like, that's obviously a saying that I think, like, gets routinely debunked. And I definitely think, like, just because a lot of people are talking about you, well, it's not necessarily a good thing. Alright, so this is, yeah, Shadow Dance, and then how long does this last? Alright, that's pretty good. I wish I had the ability. Can I use Dispatch in Stealth? Or in Shadow form? I guess I can try that out next time. Because I was generating a lot, but I had no spenders in my bars. So I think if I just add Dispatch to my bar, I can probably still cast it in Shadow Dance. And I'd imagine it's still worth using in addition to spamming the other thing. What was I saying? Oh yeah, in addition to spamming Ambush. I'll see them. Haraldin has a memory leak in Valdrakken? Yeah, that should be the free space, honestly. Though I guess, technically speaking, I don't always go through Valdrakken, so that actually would be a good thing to put on a Haraldin bingo card, for sure. Just memory leak, right? And then anytime I go through Valdrakken, bam, you get that one. Gotta have that grace period, maybe free space for over 30 minutes. I think that's fair, yeah. If it takes me longer than 30 minutes to start the stream, I can see that. Yeah, that would be a pretty good one. Let's just go with Alacrity here. Am I streaming tomorrow? Oh, fuck, my, thing fell off. Hold up. Okay, yeah, so if I add this to my stealth bar, just where would it be? Dispatch. Oh, fuck. Oh. My stealth bar already went away. Okay, here, I can add dispatch over to that section. That way, next time I go into stealth, I can just quickly drag it over. Alright. Go. Hold on, let me go to H. There we go. And then I can go turn in this quest line. I usually save this for last, but I figure why not? It's easier to do early on as Alliance, especially since I don't really need that much experience. So I figure it's probably better to just knock out this quest line ASAP and then do just like the really efficient bits early on. Like, I'm not even going to do the Ogre section. Ogre section is good. Actually, I want to do Miscreant Mire here too. Therapy good, dooming not healthy. True. Completely true. Here. I know if you go a little bit too far close to these eggs, it'll bring you out of the bonus objective area, and then that, you know, kind of defeats the purpose. Okay, let's do Blade Flurry, and then I can do jump over here. Bones. Didn't really get the ones I wanted, but oh well. God, I do love Fan the Hammer. Honestly, I wish you got Fan the Hammer earlier. Outlaw would feel so much better while leveling if this was, like, somewhere up here. I kind of get why it's not. It's ridiculously powerful, but a lot of other specs have really powerful talents that you get much earlier. So, I don't necessarily think that's a reason to not have it. Ambush, ambush, pistol shot, and I guess Blade Rush. Does so much damage for a fucking generator. Like, yeah, I mean, it was my third overall, behind Melees and Blade Flurries, which, yeah, that's really, really good. Pre-nerf Fan the Hammer was a thing of beauty? Yeah, I can imagine. Easy. It didn't even pull that Hydra. Perfectly calculated. It's one egg off. Tryharding old raids is so ridiculous. I mean, like, so, on one hand, I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, trying to optimize old raids. Like, that's one thing I enjoyed. I liked parsing in Classic, I'll be real. Like, I do think a big difference between inting your raid to parse and just doing your best to parse. Like, I got really good parses in Classic without ever doing anything, like, cheesy bullshit. Because half the time, and this is one of those things, so many people who go for parses don't fucking understand this. Just build your character correctly and press the right buttons and you will get an orange parse 99% of the time. The vast majority of the time, people who are tryharding for parses are not doing one of those two things correctly, and they are losing a ton of damage. And then they think that, oh, if I really want to get a 100 parse, I need to, like, cheese my ass off. And it's like, no. No, you just need to play better, really. That's all it is. It's like that for retail, too, from being quite honest. Now, not always. It depends on the spec. I should clarify that for stuff like Warlocks right now on retail, Warlocks on retail literally cannot get a 100 parse without PI. Like, it's just so mandatory for their spec. Like, I think I checked, and on Sarkareth, the highest Warlock parse without PI was, like, rank 300 something. So there are absolutely examples where, yeah, you kind of are required to get, like, specific things, like, you know, you need PI to benefit. Ooh, nice. Those are actually two good ones. But I would say for the vast majority of classes, unless your class is like some weird interaction with PI or something like that, you really don't need it. And I think a lot of people try to do all this like crazy mumbo jumbo to try and get parses when really it's just play better. And I like doing that in Classic just because I like optimizing my gameplay, and I like trying to do the raid really efficiently. But I think there is definitely a fine line between I am going to like try to optimize my gameplay within the context of like the raid that we're in, and I am going to raid 2 extra days in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day on those, like at that point, just to try and get a slightly higher world rank in a remake of a 2008 game. That's a little bit weird, especially the whole guild rank thing. Because, let's be real here, the only thing that matters for guild ranks in Classic WoW is literally who got there first. Especially now that the content is completely solved. Like, you can argue in, like, Race the World First and stuff, whether or not, like, you know, North America has any advantage. I'm not risking that. So you can argue whether or not, like, NA has any advantage by the raid releasing early. But one thing that is absolutely not the case is that, you know, skill realistically makes a difference between, like, you know, the early, clears of Icecrown Citadel or something like that. It's a solved raid. You know, we've done it already. Every raid in Classic is a solved raid. World ranks are literally who gets there first. So, I mean, at that point, if you are raiding early during the day to try and get in there first, it's purely a case of, I want to make my dick feel good by, like, you know, getting a higher rank and looking at the number and being like, ook, ook, we good, or something like that. It's stupid. It's a dumb mentality, right? So that's the thing that I do not understand, because it matters literally not at all. For Classic, who fucking cares? But yeah, I definitely can understand, to certain degrees, quote-unquote, tryharding in an old game, because, you know, if you are like me and you enjoy optimization, then that's just your way of having fun. It's just, day rating in Classic is not optimization, that's obviously just degeneracy. Let's see. Like, at this point, I'm, like, so close to leveling. Is it even worth doing? I think it's worth doing the outdoors ogre quests, but I'm not going to do the stuff in the cave. I'll skip that part. But, like, killing the slave hunters and doing, like, the little gong section probably is worth it. And then I can do the Rexar quests to finish up. And then I can catch up on chat. I mean, we have 1 level here, and it's probably only going to take a few minutes. So let me just kind of blast through this, and I'll see if there's, like, one message I can quickly look at in chat. Am I streaming tomorrow? No. Yeah, that I probably should have mentioned before. I guess it doesn't really matter because I tell you now, and you obviously will know when I don't stream. I talked about this last weekend too, but I guess if anybody missed that, currently, at least for right now, the streaming schedule is just going to be 1 day per week. So, you know, I apologies for people who like the weekend streams, but like tomorrow, I'm going to be busting my ass trying to get the, oh, this mob bugged out or something? There we go. I'm going to be trying to get the ICC dungeon guides out as quickly as I can, because then I also need to get to work on both the Titan Rune Gamma dungeon guide, and by long term, I mean within the next week or so, I want to make a guide on like how to get caught up in Wrath Classic. That one, unfortunately, will not be done by literally the day of the ICC patch, but it'll probably be later in the week, like maybe Friday or something, if I have time, or it could be even later. We'll see. But that is also something that I want to get to work on, and obviously, I have a bunch of other things that I need to do. But especially for right now, I've already fallen a bit behind my schedule that I initially had planned for that. So, low-key just kind of want to get that finished. So, no stream for tomorrow. And that is going to be the general schedule going forward. So, I guess for next weekends, it's going to be either Saturday or Sunday. I haven't fully decided yet. The reason I did it Saturday this weekend is because I did Sunday last weekend, Saturday this weekend, obviously for Darkmoon Fair. If I'm going to do a leveling run, I might as well do it during Darkmoon Fair, because why not? That's not a factor next weekend, so doesn't really matter. I'm going to go ahead and tentatively say it'll probably be on Sunday, because doing Saturday streams is pretty brutal, because like I usually stay up pretty late on Friday, and then I have to wake up on like low sleep and try to get this shit done, which like, you know, I don't mind doing it. It's been fun. But just like, you know, if I have the choice between Saturday or Sunday, Sunday is usually just a better day for me to do that type of stuff. But if there is a schedule change, you will, of course, be notified within my Discord or in, like, a YouTube post. I will definitely do a YouTube post. Actually, I don't think I need to rescue them, because I'm pretty sure the quest to rescue the NPCs is turned in within the cave. And I'm not going to go into the cave just to do that. LOS around this doorway. Roll the bones here. Blade Flurry. And it still takes quite a while to finish stuff off. Go. And then I guess I just could get more ogre teeth. Sure. Here, I'm gonna use a healing potion. And then go into this hut. And then... this might kill me. We'll see. I also just realized I haven't been using my poisons, which, that kind of sucks. I don't really think that's going to lose a ton of time overall, but that definitely would have saved a little bit of time. I just kind of realized I have not had this. Instant poison isn't really that much damage, though, if we're being real, so I don't think that has amounted to a ton. Alright, just a few more. Roll the bones. Oh, I got the best one. There we go. 30 teeth. So I can turn in these quests, then do the Rexar stuff, and the early Rexar chain should probably be enough to get me there. In fact, what's the cooldown on... yeah, I don't even need to do a lot of the Rexar chain. There we go. Here we go. I can, read a few more things. TikTok is from China, bro. They steal stuff all the time. Yeah, true. Kashvi, since you're a regular, I won't be too upset, but, like, I generally dislike stream promotion and stuff like that, so just, like, you know, don't do that. I'm not gonna, like, you know, time you out or anything like that, but just know I'm not really okay with that. Generally, it's just kind of bad form in general. But, you know, you're in chat a lot, so I know it's probably more meant to be like a joke or anything, not like that. But just, you know, that's why I'm just giving you a fair warning, you know. Just quickly do this. So my current plan is, because I might just be able to do these quests. I don't even think I need to do this. Do I need to complete this quest? I think I might actually not have to. You know what I'll do? I'll do the Basilisk quest, because that's, like, ridiculously fast. And just round up a bunch of mobs like that. And roll the bones. Blade Flurry. I can do this, so I get the Basilisk quest item. And then... go, got Basilisk Scale, and then I think that's enough. So I think if I just fly over this way, turn in this one Rexar quest, and then fly over to the other turn-in, I think that's enough. For 3 bars, almost certain. Oh yeah, and then I forgot, this quest actually doesn't have any prereqs. You can just fly over here and do it.
Practicing, Commander.
That actually makes it even easier. So that's one other quest from this person.
I am listening.
And then I fly back and turn in Proof of Strength, and that's all the experience I need. Easy peasy. So barely over 5 hours. Honestly, I don't think that's too bad at all. That is actually the time that I predicted at the start of this run. Now, the stream ended up being a while because we did a lot of analysis stuff. I wouldn't have done that if the Rogue run was clearly taking like way longer than I expected, but this is well within my estimated time. Yeah, there we go. That is pretty good. I am happy with that time for Outlaw Rogue, which I still think so. I'll give my closing thoughts on Outlaw Rogue, and then I will just read the messages in chat that I haven't seen. Missed a few small messages. Actually, I've only missed one or two, now that I look at it. Actually read a lot of these stuff. Daherg said, I don't know what I like anymore. You draw dragon, images all day, because that's basically all you enjoy. That's definitely a way to pass the time. Yeah. Huh. Let's see. What else did I miss? Kraken Latte is a weak aura that displays blah, 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 blah. That's neat. I don't really think I'll be using that, but, it's cool that it exists. Let's see. At least it makes you money? Hey. Whatever works, right? Corey Downing said, zoned into a dungeon to replace a tank, and 2 seconds later, you get yanked into the piranhas and underbog. That is rough. Yeah, that is like the worst area to zone into any dungeon, unfortunate. Just the thought. Yeah, no, it's all good. I appreciate the suggestion. I won't be doing that, but I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, so closing thoughts on Outlaw Rogue. Yes, I can, final point would be, I guess, in Alacrity, and this would be in Killing Spree. I think it is better than it used to be, but I don't think it has meaningfully improved enough to the point where it's, like, now suddenly really good. It still struggles with survivability, and, like, sure, you can do what I did and bring Abyssal Healing Potions, and this is the most amount of Abyssal Healing Potions I've ever gone through in a speedrun. Like, I went through 7 of them, and I used a lot of lesser healing potions earlier. Crimson Vial, I don't understand this ability. Like, it heals you for 25% over 4 seconds. It's not even instant. Like, even 25% instantly would not be that great. It would be better. This ability is so fucking terrible, but it's like all you realistically have outside of Recuperate. You have some better survivability options. If anything, the better stuff is like, the PvP talent with Cloak of Shadows, Evasion. Honestly, maybe this talent is worth taking, or not this one, reduces the cooldown of Evasion. Maybe just to get higher uptime on Evasion because of how difficult it can be to live through stuff. I could see that being worth it. I think generally the damage rotation has gotten slightly better, but not that much. You're still very much reliant on getting the right buffs. The only good thing I can say is at low levels, this should actually significantly improve Outlaw's damage because now you're able to get Roll the Bones for free instead of having to invest talent points into it. So it now makes it just a core part of Outlaw's kit, which that is good. As for whether or not it's still worth running, we kind of need to check the other specs to say. It's a bit of a weird one. Like, obviously, this doesn't feel great. And I think the best indicator that Outlaw is just not really that good is how janky Blade Flurry is and the fact that it is your only source of AoE. Like, for reference, Fury Warriors press one button, Whirlwind, and it makes all of their stuff cleave pretty much infinitely because then you could just press Whirlwind again and get the exact same effect. So Fury Warriors basically have perma Blade Flurry, but better, and Outlaw Rogues have to get, this is a fully buffed Blade Flurry. Sure, it does a tiny bit of damage, like, more than, regular stuff, but it lasts for 13 seconds and has a 30-second cooldown. So you effectively have a 1/3 uptime on that buff. And outside of that, you have literally no AoE whatsoever. I mean, that might be okay for Mythic Plus or Endgame or something, but for leveling, that just does not work. Like, generally speaking, pulls are not going to be over in 13 seconds, and then you're just going to be sitting there at the end of a pull having to single target down multiple mobs, and it's not like they have the most amazing single target on the planet, especially at low levels. So it's just not too great. If it had 2 or 3 charges, yeah, that's actually a good point. If Blade Flurry had a talent that made it like Storm, Earth, and Fire, where you could bank charges, that would actually definitely make it much better for leveling, because then whenever you're traveling around, you would accumulate charges, and you'd be able to use it for the extent of a pull, and it would fully recharge by the time you're at the next one. But right now, it's too low impact. And considering it is your only form of AoE, like, if this was just a damage cooldown, like if it was Adrenaline Rush or something, that's fine. Right, you don't need to be doing all of the damage every single time. But when you're fighting 5 targets and you don't have Blade Flurry, you're doing 1/5 of your normal damage. That is just not okay. That inherently makes Outlaw really, 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 really weak for leveling. And, like, sure, I was able to do okay damage towards the end here, but let's be real, towards the end, like, compare this to most other specs. Like, even Boomkin, which I said I don't think Boomkin is amazing. It's better than I thought, but it's not amazing. Even Boomkin was able to, like, round up a bunch of mobs, press Orbital Strike, or press Celestial Alignment with Orbital Strike, and one-shot a bunch of stuff. And then you just kind of melt down massive pulls, and more importantly, it's the survivability. Oh, you meant Crimson Vial. Okay. Yeah, true. I could definitely see Crimson Vial definitely needs additional charges. You're not wrong about that. But I actually think giving Blade Flurry charges would really, really help Rogue's AoE problem. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, right now they are so pigeonholed into not having any AoE that, like, the only way you can very easily fix it is by giving them Blade Flurry, like multiple charges. But realistically, I mean, they just need some sort of spammable AoE ability. Like, that's just yuck. Really does not feel good to use. Like I said, don't know how this feels at endgame. For leveling, this feels pretty garbage. Movement speed-wise, they're fine. I think Rogue's movement's generally pretty good. Grappling Hook is a little bit janky. I don't know if I just got lucky. It felt like it was playing a little bit better than it historically has for me. Did kind of fuck me a little bit early on, but who knows? The survivability is a big issue, right? Like, it's, kind of Boomkin, I think, is a good example, because Boomkin definitely didn't kill things ridiculously quickly. It had the insane burst potential, just like Outlaw has with Blade Flurry. And then it also kind of ran into that issue where Boomkin at the end, you were just kind of keeping Starfall up and multi-dotting things and, like, throwing out Star Surges every so often to finish off, like, a target that was, like, kind of low health. So, it kind of had that issue where big burst, and then it falls off towards the end in terms of consistent damage while leveling, at least. But the difference with Boomkin is Boomkin has Force of Nature, Boomkin has instant cast self-heals, Boomkin just has a shit ton of regular healing, and the other thing is, like, it never has downtime in between pulls. And also, I barely got to use my, my whatchamacallits. I'm pretty sure they share a cooldown. Rogues take such reduced fall damage. I have to go up so high just to take any bit of damage. Here, this should be enough to take some fall damage. Okay, and that almost kills me. Okay, so actually these potions do not share a cooldown. Some of the earlier ones do. So yeah, I'll take that back. I probably should have been using my potions a little bit more. Not that it matters, but definitely sucks having to, like, guzzle healing potions. Like, I don't know. I didn't love it. There were also a few times where I had to vanish to stop, like, insta-death, and that's good. Like, okay, good that rogues have that option of being able to escape into stealth and then come back, but, I mean, that was still a time loss whenever that happened. I don't know, it's just, I really don't know how to I don't know how to rank Outlaw. It's definitely, out of all of the leveling specs I've played, it is, I mean, it's been the slowest time. We got some bad RNG this run, but I mean, I think even Boomkin got a faster time than this, and Boomkin, the RNG was, like, fine. It's like probably around where Boomkin is, but I think it's honestly worse because, like, damage-wise, it's around the same as Boomkin. It has some range potential with, like, pistol shot and rounding up mobs, but it's still, you can't really use pistol shot to round up mobs unless you get buried treasure. And Roll the Bones is just not consistent enough to let you round up mobs like that. So Yeah, I don't know. I think in order to really determine how I feel about Outlaw, I need to test sub and assassination. Because right now, I want to place Outlaw pretty low, like in generally my rankings. But like, if it ends up being at least the better of the options for Rogue, then that gives it some points. But at the same time, I've heard pretty good things about sub-leveling, so I'll have to try that at some point. We will, obviously, before 10.2. Next weekend is probably going to be another Rogue stream. I don't know if it'll be sub or assassination. I might pull that. I might not. We'll see. I'll think about it. Yeah, it's just, this doesn't feel. Maybe I will pull it. We'll see. It doesn't feel super great leveling as Outlaw. It is definitely not complete misery. So, you know, tentatively, I think in the past I would have said Rogue was like D tier below literally everything else. The changes have definitely helped it slightly. Outlaw, at least. I'm kind of like teetering between low B tier or high C tier. It's definitely not up there, though. It's not super high. Anyways, I think that's kind of my thoughts on it. The survivability is probably the biggest issue. Wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't AoE capped. Yeah, Blade Flurry being capped at 5 targets is also really, really, really bad. It's 7 additional enemies with whatever talent I have, but yeah, it still feels pretty bad. I think sub would probably win, but it's hard to say for sure. Outlaw should be like a pirate. You should be able to get multiple targets on the run, but you're realistically stuck to one target and tab targeting between them all the time and dying because of it. Yeah. It's a completely different style than pretty much every class in the game, for sure, but I don't know, it's not a good style. Like, Boomkin I can at least appreciate the way they played, because it was like a very niche use case, which was pretty good, but like, Boomkin's niche use case is widespread, consistent throughput AoE. And that's not bad. It's just it doesn't come up a lot. Like, if leveling was more suited to Boomkin's niche of, like, there's a bunch of spread out mobs and you need to cleave them down, Boomkin would actually go up a lot in value. It's just a lot of times leveling is very, like, you know, you have the mobs stacked and you burst them down. And Boomkin was able to do that okay, but obviously it had myriad of other issues, right? But, like, Outlaw really doesn't have a niche, right? Like, its niche is that it can't do AoE 1/3 of the time. And that's not a niche, that's just a handicap. So, playstyle-wise, I would imagine it's different. But whereas Boomkin's playstyle is just, it does damage in a different way, Outlaw's playstyle is just, it doesn't do damage 66% of the time. And that's not great, honestly. Little nitpick, but Restless Blades increases the uptime of Blade Flurry. It's a talent, but it's baseline at 16 and 10.2. Interesting. See, I was kind of wondering, because it did feel like a lot of times Blade Flurry lasted a lot longer than I expected it to. So let's see. Finishing moves reduce the cooldown. And then what is the passive? Oh, it reduces the cooldown on it. So it doesn't increase the uptime. I see what you mean, though, Kuan. It increases the effective uptime by reducing the cooldown. That's fair. Yeah. It's definitely a good thing to point out. Restless Blades is definitely nice, and it does make it hard to evaluate. And here's the thing, right? I would imagine that when you actually have Rogue properly built, you know, people who play Rogue can probably tell me, is it possible to get close to 100% uptime on Blade Flurry and endgame content? Because I would guess that if you were able to keep using finishing moves and keep getting, like, lower cooldown on that, it would make sense that if you had, like, 100% uptime or close to it on Blade Flurry, then it would feel pretty good on AoE. The problem is you're just not really able to do that consistently in leveling, and that definitely feels bad. I mean, it kind of goes to show when, in many cases, a lot of my top damage abilities were actually generators rather than finishing moves. So it kind of puts you in this weird situation where if most of my damage comes from generators while leveling, and finishing moves are the only way to get my AoE, I have to do less damage to activate my AoE to be able to do more damage. That just doesn't feel great. It's usually up 100% or close to it, depends on RNG with Roll the Bones. That makes sense. Yeah, so that actually makes a lot more sense in terms of how it's designed. I can see why it's like that. Unfortunately, that just does not translate into leveling at all. Which, yeah. When you have gimmick things like that that are tuned around endgame gear and endgame stats and talent builds and stuff like that, it just kind of flops for leveling. Unfortunate. You think the toy fruit basket could be good for Rogue to pull? Toy fruit basket. Roots. I didn't even think of that. How does this work? I've never used this before. It's interesting tech for sure. It's an interesting suggestion. Because like I was on Warlock, I was pulling with my curses, right? But the thing about pulling with your curses is even though they weren't doing damage, they were at least giving me survivability. Huh. Alright. That's actually really interesting. I don't think it's worth it. It's interesting tech, for sure. I wonder if there, like, is any use case whatsoever for that. Like, is there any situation where you would ever want to do that? I can't see it. Honestly, second, let me just kill these mobs off. I can't really see that being good. It's a tough call for sure. But I think, like, at that point, one of the other differences is it's not instant. If it was instant, maybe you could weave it in with pistol shots, and then it would just group up mobs. The fact that there's a travel time, I don't love that. Like, when I was pulling with Warlock curses, right? I was insta-tagging a bunch of mobs and rounding them up. And that felt much better. And then by the time that they were attacking me, they all had Curse of Weakness on them, which, you know, did actually help. This is purely to round up mobs. I think we can very safely say if you are forced to do something like that, it's definitely not a plus. And it did take a few points off of Destruction Warlock because of that. The fact that you really didn't have any great pulling options compared to like AF or Demo. But at least it was something. This, I wouldn't really consider that good enough. Because, like, you can still use Pistol Shot. Because I think at that point, it's not like Pistol Shot doesn't exist. You do still have this, and it is still a generator. It's just a lot of times, if you're pulling, like, 5 mobs, you know, on Bear, you can Moonfire, 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 right? And it costs you nothing. In fact, it improves your damage. It's a huge chunk of your damage. And it rounds up all the mobs, and then they're taking damage. Windwalker Monk can, generally speaking, just move around fast enough, but if you need to use 1 tick of Crackling Jade Lightning to tag a mob, really not going to be that much of an issue. I mean, hell, I use Crackling Jade Lightning to tag far mobs in Mythic Plus all the time as a Brewmaster Monk. If it's a single tick, you just quickly Crackling Jade Lightning and then cancel. It's like 10 energy. 1 quick tick does damage, pulls them towards you, and it happens instantly. And, you know, it's definitely not ideal. Moonfire from Bear is better, but that's a much more efficient option compared to this is 40 energy, and especially if you already have all of your spenders, but then kind of one of the problems is you can't even really use your spenders, because if you already have Slice and Dice up, and you have full combo points, and the mobs aren't grouped up, well, you can't just, like, press Dispatch. You can, I guess, but, like, what's it going to do for you? You don't have Blade Flurry up at that point because the mobs are grouped up, so you can't use Blade Flurry. So you have to either basically waste your energy on just overcapping combo points to round up more mobs, or you have to send a single dispatch into a mob and then wait for your energy to recharge again to Pistol Shot. It's just... the whole thing doesn't really come together while leveling. It just doesn't really work. You do the same thing with Mind Flay, simple target, cast, cancel. Yeah. And that's the thing, it costs you nothing. Like, if you could Pistol Shot and just tag the mob doing no damage, like, so if that Fruit Basket was just an instant cast, tag the mob and it runs to you, it wouldn't be ideal, it wouldn't be Moonfire, but it would be something. But on a 10-second cooldown with a travel time, it's definitely better than wasting a Pistol Shot, but it's not ideal. And especially, Pistol Shot becomes even worse for tagging mobs with when you get Fan the Hammer, which admittedly, Fan the Hammer is very good, but the moment you get Fan the Hammer, you need to start using it as actually part of your rotation and weaving that in, and not like using a Fan the Hammer proc while rounding up a mob. So towards the end, I actually felt like I really couldn't pull with pistol shot without losing a lot of damage. Like I said, it just feels weird. The whole thing doesn't really come together. The toy he's talking, the one I just tested, Goose Comics, the fruit basket toy. This one. You usually use that toy for old content and classes that have CD and ranged abilities like Warrior. Yeah, that makes sense. I could definitely see it being useful for content like that. And it's one of those things where if it's a matter of convenience, this is definitely more convenient than pistol shot. But if we're talking about like speed leveling stuff, then I don't know if it's really efficient enough to be worth using. It's a great suggestion, though. I had no idea this thing existed, so I appreciate that, Tori. I would not have known. What else did I miss? Leveling as rogue period doesn't feel good. Yeah. Whenever I talk about rogue leveling, a few people who are really good at rogue will tell me that sub feels okay if you are very, very good at it. Like, apparently, if you make sub work, it can feel pretty good. Like, it has a kit that kind of works for leveling, but it's just, like, really hard to make work. I have not tested sub, so I guess we'll find out whenever I do the sub run. But Outlaw, yeah, I've never really been able to make it work, and I don't really think you can with just the kit that it has, at least not in an efficient manner. Outlaw leveling feels like the other classes specs are looking at it like, look at what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. Hey, I finally understand that reference now that I just watched Invincible. But yes, I mean, I saw that meme for years, and now I finally actually know where it comes from. But yes, that's a good one. I like that. Rogue currently feels like I need to take my time and plan my attack. Batman, and how well this game currently works, it doesn't vibe well. Yeah, exactly. Background music is taking me back. Jesus Christ, nostalgia is such a weird feeling. Oh yeah, I get so much nostalgia when I hear the Warlords of Draenor or like ambiance music. It's so nice. I used to listen to like just general WoW, like background, like zone music for WoD and Pandaria. They honestly had really good, just general zone ambiance. Hasn't been the same since Legion. Stormheim had some good ones. High Mountain had some good ones. Don't really love the Val'Sharah and Azuna, and even Suramar. Suramar has some okay tracks, but the only ones from Legion that really are memorable to me is Stormheim and High Mountain. Like High Mountain, I can literally, if I think about High Mountain music, like I remember the doo-doo. It's gonna sound terrible if I like try to mimic the sound, but like the little like whistling High Mountain music, I love it. And Stormheim has such good music. I love Stormheim. But honestly, there isn't a single zone in BFA that I really remember the music of. That's a lie. I remember the Zuldazar tracks, but like I don't like them. I just remember Zuldazar because I used to like hang out in the main city all the time, and the music played non-stop, but it's not really iconic for me. Freehold had some good music. Yeah, that's true. There were like individual instances, I think, that had good music, but... And then like Shadowlands, I honestly couldn't tell you a single track in Shadowlands. It's all just so forgettable. Honestly, even Dragonflight really doesn't have any good music. One thing is the Halandris music, banger. That is like the only track from Shadowlands that I distinctly remember thinking, God, this track owns. The like entire Halandris wing of Sepulchre, the first ones, I love that music. It's actually really, 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 really good. Grizzly Hills music is S tier. Yeah, nothing really comes close to a lot of those old zones, for sure. Outlaw Rogue and Demolock feel a bit disjointed or clunky to you still? Yeah. Demo, honestly though, Demo and Destro, while they have their quirks, still felt much better than this. They still feel mostly complete. You're leveling as Assassination right now. It's very strange. AoE is terrible, but things die really fast. Interesting. I can't wait to try it. I'm definitely curious to see how it plays. You think it's because the main guy who did the music left Blizzard after Legion? That would explain it. Yeah, unfortunate. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Anyways, okay, I have finally caught up in chat. The run is done. I've given my Outlaw thoughts. So, just to reiterate, no stream tomorrow. We're doing, just for the relative future, probably like the next few weeks, only one stream per weekend, just so I can focus on getting, like, actual videos done. So that's it for this weekend. Tomorrow, or next weekend on the 15th, I'm planning on streaming. I might move it up to the 14th, depending on my schedule, but plan for this. Whenever I make the post or poll or whatever, that'll officially confirm it. But thank you everybody who showed up today. I think it was a fun stream, very long stream, and got some much needed testing done. So I'm glad. Demo felt more like a clunky ramp up than all over the place like Outlaw. Yeah. The new song that plays in Zerla Caverns over the Jarden Stronghold sounds like old Warcraft music. I couldn't tell you what it is. It's pretty forgettable to me. I'll take your word for it, though. You were once sick and wanted to play WoW, and you forgot how horrible you were feeling, so you took an RP walk in Grizzly Hills, and you felt emotionally better. Yeah. I can understand that. Grizzly Hills is such a nice zone, just the general feel of it. But yeah, anyway, that's it for today. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by the stream, and hope to see you next weekend on the 15th. Peace.